Serie, präsentiert von Falkenreifen.
Herzlich willkommen zur Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Welcome to the Nürburgring for the NLS, the Nürburgring Langstrecken series.
Und jetzt ist das Rennen freigegeben. The red lights are out now. Fans sind wieder da.
I would think that's very, very close.
Jetzt kommt er ran, zieht sich ran.
A very, very good morning to you, or good evening, depending where you are on the planet. This is the final round for 2023 for the Nürburgring Langstrecken series. NLS9, we could call it, is the 8th round because, of course, we had a double-header. But we have a bumper field of cars. I had 124 entered, 117 went out to qualify. And unfortunately, one did not come back. We've lost one of the Cup 2 Porsches. It was car number 1, 2, 3. That took to the edge of the circuit. That's Motorsport. So we're down to 116, but it's a hearty field of cars, and the front end of the grid, the SP9 category that will lead us away, is truly bolstered, almost 3 times the size it was last time around, just a few weeks ago. My name is Bruce Jones, delighted to have alongside Peter Snowden. We don't have to talk about the clouds today. There is only one cloud. It's an enormous cloud hanging over the circuit. That's not metaphorical, that's physical. It's what we're looking at. But it's looking really, really as though we're going to go out with a bang to close 2023 in style.
Well, there are 3 races that always intrigue me in this series, one of which actually isn't part of the series. That's a good way to start, isn't it? The first one, the last one, and the 24-hour in between, which isn't part of the series, but we all know that it is. 15 SP9 GT3 cars for this race, 10 now, Cup 2 cars. It's going to be a bumper race. I think the weather is going to hold off. There was a little threat of rain around about 3 o'clock with an hour to go for that race. So I think there's up the 1, 2, 3 multi-car going out to the pits.
That's the sister car. I had to just have a quick squint at the screen.
1, 2, 4? Would that be?
It is 1, 2, 4.
1, 2, 4. It's canning that, isn't it?
Yes, I know.
It's not our first barbecue.
Oh, now you've made me hungry already. So we had 100 weight of food so far this morning. That's not quite enough for someone of my capacity for eating, but we're also
fricadelle.
yes. Don't show me any car sponsored by food companies. No schnitzel arm today, no fricadelle. But one thing that often gets lost until you get to the end of the season is we've got a really, really tight battle for the overall NLS honours. Only 4 points between the top 2 chargers, and they're both in well-supported classes. We've got the VT2 R+4 class, BMW 330i, class leaders Philip Lyson, Oscar Sandberg and Daniel Zils. They know what it takes to win a championship, and they're just 4 points ahead of the Cup 3 Porsche, number 959, Heiko Eichenberg, Fabio Grosser and Patrick Gruter, and they want the number 1 on their door that this year is carried by the people they're challenging. So for Lyson, Sandberg and Daniel Zils, it could be 2 titles in a row. We'll watch that through the course of the race, and we will see how it unfolds. But all today, it was about, as always with these events, beautiful weather. Yesterday greeted all the drivers for testing, but they start this morning in qualifying, and they have to just really get the job done as soon as they possibly can, because you never know where there's going to be a slow zone or whatever, and who ended up on pole position. It's that driver who seems to pull it out the bag as if it's his right to do so. Frank Stippler came out at the very top. But again, Peter, it is just about making sure you don't fall off the circuit. Keep it neat, keep it tidy. So let's take a look at the highlights, how they unfolded this morning. It was what tires do you want to put in your cars? Well, one of the first cars out, I said don't show me food, it was a Schnitzelarm BMW. So all the drivers crossing their fingers, and there, unfortunately, off at the side of the circuit was the Motorsport number 1, 2, 3, and a very quick tidy up. You can see that with the amount of liquid that needed to be clear up, it was going to make it a very tricky circuit. Lovely message on the back of one of the Walk and Horse Motorsport BMWs there. Early days, this is the car that's leading the championship, the number 1 entry from the VT2 R4 class, and you could see how the drivers were just having to pussyfoot around a bit this morning. Pro Sports, Aston Martin running in the top class, and the classes a bit further down as well. But it was about making a space in traffic. It was about trying to beat your classmates, a couple of Cup 2 Porsches together. But as the visibility improved slightly. Helped racing team out with their Mercedes. Good to have them this weekend. Track conditions, you can see, not the fully dry track we'd had, so they just had to wait for that sheen to go off the circuit. The Dynamic Motorsport Porsche pressing on, trying to build up the speed. Now riding down the main straight with one of two Falker Motorsport Porsches. This is the sister car, that's not the 4, this is the 3. The Alessio Picariello back from his globe-trotting to see what could be done. But it was a question of getting the slick tyres on. A lot of drivers went out on group tyres, but it doesn't matter what tyres you put on Frank Stippler's Audi. He's going to put it towards the sharp end of the grid and blow me down. He did it all over again. So great delight to Shearer Sport PHX. Another job done, another statistic. And here are the times. Stippler and Christopher Mies, his new teammate this weekend, clear by 1.6 seconds from last year's top SP9 runner Kuba Gimasiak and Christian Cronjes in the better of the two Walk-on-Horse Motorsport BMWs. A really good run from the two-door Aston Martin with Darren Turner. That's in third place. It's good to have a mix of cars at the top. Audi, BMW, Aston Martin, Mercedes in fourth place. This looks a strong pairing of Lucas Ara and Fabian Schiller. And the second of the Walk-on-Horse Motorsport BMWs, with Sami Matti Trogan setting the time to be fifth fastest. Top Porsche down in sixth place. Expect more from them in the race, I would suggest. And that's a very strong lineup. Julian Andlauer and Patrick Niederhauser, they're going to be very strong indeed. Second of the Aston Martins in seventh place, Dumoulin Bockman and Mike David Ortman, who's sharing two cars this weekend. Busy individual. Good to have CP Racing back, eighth fastest today. And their time, I believe, was set by Adam Christodoulou. So time for consideration. Good to see children as young as they possibly could be wrapped up beautifully, ear defenders on, job well done. And it is a family event, Peter, isn't it? And you can see all ages walking up and down on the grid, getting a chance to get close to the cars, see them in the pit garages.
Always one of my fan favourites, this part of the start of the race. You say the fans allowed onto the track and just sauntering up and down, no rush, no urgency. It's organised well in advance. It's not just a quick 10-minute slot on the grid, meet your hero. It's actually have a wander. They can saunter up and down. Obviously, drivers that are in cars are in cars. The rest are outside talking. They'll talk about the car. Can have a look at this. Obviously, don't go and fiddle with it and start breaking bits off it and taking souvenirs home. Has been known in another series. But it is, as you say, it's very fan immersive, as it should be. And well done to the organisers for that.
Well, it really is. You're quite right, because I can think in many series, either you have to have a small fortune to give away to go for a grid walk, but you don't have the luxury of time. And here you've also got the luxury of looking at cars running in multiple classes. You can observe the differences as you go from the all wings and fins and downforce from the SP9 cars at the front of the grid, and then work your way back to the SP10 cars. They're effectively GT4 categories, and if you go back further down, there are cars that a lot of the people may well have turned up to the circuit in, because don't forget, it's not just about GT level cars, it's cars running in the production class as well. That's if they've got long legs, so they can get to the third group of cars. But it is a chance to see all shapes, all sizes, and I always am a big fan of that.
Well, the quality of the field's been borne out by looking at the grid. The previous round we had just 2 weeks ago, we had a very, very strong. We still had 104 entries. There were only 20 more cars in total this one, so it's nice to see, but it's not a massive jump of 140, 150 is my point. But we had a very, very strong Cup 2 presence last time. Now we have got 15 cars this time, sorry, 11 cars, down to 10 now because the Mulner car is out. But we had a Cup 2 car 6th on the grid 2 weeks ago. Where's the first one this time? 13th, 14th.
Yeah, well, effectively, it just shows the bolstering of the SP9 class. And
that's the Kramer car, isn't it? In TIS Cup 2.
Yeah, well, they've been going really, really well through the course of the season. They haven't ended up at the top end of the class. Cup 2 is led by Car 100, Max Cruz Racing. That's Nico Otto and Heiko Hemmel. We'll talk about points a lot more, but I think in that case, in fact, Max Cruz Racing's duo, but actually only Nico Otto of that duo, he's done all the rounds, has got the title in the bag already, just by dint of having 18 points more than the closest challenger, which is Michele Di Martino. So that one is in the bag, because there aren't 19 cars out there, because you get a point per car that you beat, effectively, in the various classes. So if your class is well supported, you can garner quite a few points, even if you don't finish as the class winner. If your class has only got 6 runners, you really need to be scoring every single time. And also, just going back to that championship battle between the number 1 BMW, that's a BMW 330i of last year's champions, Lysen, Sandberg and Zils. Their class has got 13 starters, and the challenging car, which is 4 points down, the Cup 3 Porsche Cayman from SRS Team Sorg Rennsport, is 4 points down, but its class has 2 more runners. That could be absolutely crucial come the end. So we'll have to keep an eye on those cars. They won't be running at the front of the field, but from their point of view, as long as they're running at the front of their field, that's what they've got to do. Basically, they've got to go for victory and, just see what happens. So it's a battle within the overall war.
Unfortunately, my German isn't quite as good as it used to be. It is, I think, as they would say in German, sehr rustig. And it's just seeing Norbert Vettel, Sebastian's father, being interviewed on the grid there. Shame we don't see Sebastian out in this series. I think it's the kind of thing he'd enjoy. He did drive one of his RB7s or 9s around at the Formula event, Red Bull Formula weekend, at the beginning of the month, as did David Coulthard. I forgot which car it was, Luscious Lucy or something.
Part of the series.
Exactly, one of the series of names he gave, because he linked full-time Formula 1 world champion, linked to hypercar drives, etc. in the future, which could be quite an history. Aston Martin, on that note, back to sports cars, being announced this week that they're come back to Valkyrie with a to WEC with the Valkyrie. That'll be interesting to see.
And new GT3 and GT4 models coming as well. So that is
long overdue.
Well, long overdue. But I mean, the fact of the matter is, if you said about 5 years ago when people were starting to talk about the hyperclass, they were try and ally what's happening in the World Endurance Championship with the IMSA sports car series, and it's all come together. And the wish list, we've pretty much got every single car that manufacturer that you would have wanted in there.
Incredible.
Have we not?
Absolutely.
I thought some would fall by the wayside. A lot of these manufacturers, my father used to work for one, so I know this, you have the cycle between the marketing people being in power for about 3 years, and then in come the bean counters, and all those great plans get dashed. But for Aston Martin...
And sport somewhere meets in the middle of those. Somewhere, yeah. But I would put, for 2025, I would put down, for that Valkyrie, I'd put Lance Stroll down as one of the drivers.
Ooh, I hadn't crossed my mind. Well, could well be. He'd be testing through 2024 and then see how it goes. But just going back, having seen Norbert Vettel on the grid down there, I think you're quite right. I think Sebastian just loves motor racing too much. I think he would pop back to do the odd event round here, because why not? Why wouldn't you? And a lot of drivers, you can't be sure if they were given a choice if they'd be racing apart from when they're in Formula 1, because a lot of them, they will have earned as much money, they'll have done what they're doing, and at the moment I think they're all getting completely tired out with 22 rounds a year, going out to 24. But I think there are some, and Sebastian has always been one of those. I think he's really got motor racing in his own blood.
He's a pure racer.
He is a pure racer, and it's a bit like Fernando Alonso. You can't imagine him not racing, and he comes back, and I mean, he's still... It does make me laugh. Every time I write a book about the forthcoming season, which I seem to do every season, you sort of look ahead and you go, oh my God, he was in Formula 1 when some of the youngest ones weren't having their first burp.
I know. It's quite extraordinary. I mean, you forget that two-time Formula 1 world champion should have had more, in my opinion, but those two titles were 2005 and 2006. That's quite extraordinary. So you say it's a long time ago now.
He was driving the Blériot, wasn't he? Was it the Panhard?
Well, Gordon Bennett was where he made his name. Those races, the Cup races.
Well, why not bring that back?
So we've got an Aston Martin up at the front there. This is the Darren Turner car Darren Turner driven car with Phil and Ben Dorr. Nice. That's been up at the front, but never quite turned it fully into. I think perhaps it hasn't quite got to being a race win yet. Well, and you mentioned Frank Stipper earlier on. He's had everything going for him this season, apart from Lady Luck. Just not a Shearer Audi PXX, the old Phoenix team. Sort of mantra normally. They're always quick. Stipler's always quick. Any of his teammates are quick. They're ring specialists. They know what they're doing. There's never any issues. But they've had the odd an incident, a tyre failure, a small accident, not necessarily of their making. Things that just don't normally happen or you associate with that team. So maybe this is a bit of a sort of a way to end the season, put a rubber stamp on it and just say, thank you very much. Kuba Gamaziak, on the other hand, if he wins today, that's 6 of the 8 races this year he will have won. Just think about that.
Absolutely.
These NLS races.
And I think, we talk about Kuba Gamaziak, we need to talk about his Norwegian teammate, Christian Cronjes, who is just absolutely rock solid. This weekend, for example,
pairing.
Really complement each other really nicely. But this weekend, it's normally Patrick Kolb alongside Frank Stipler. I got excited on the entry list because one of the best young GT drivers is Ricardo Feller, Swiss driver. He was coming on board, and lo and behold, as of this morning, it's Christopher Mies. Oh, Christopher Mies, that's a bit of a handy sort of backup driver to have. So all, very, very exciting for the team. But
it's not exactly a downgrade as a reserve, is it?
It's not. If you bring in the smiling Chris, doesn't matter where he pops up in the planet, as long as he's in Audi R8 LMS Evo 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6, he will be absolutely fine. So
or a car at the front.
Exactly. Car number 5, there it is, pole position again here. Shearer Sport PHX had such a strong season, but as you said, Lady Luck has not been riding on board. Now, haven't seen who's starting that yet.
They're always cyclical, as you say, though. You know, Guba Gamaziak, we just mentioned, was a long-term Audi driver. We associated him with Audi for a long, long time. Went off and had his break, had to go back and run the family business, came back. He's only in his 30s now, I think, isn't he, at best? Came back, and you've got to remember, these people they might be pro in terms of this series, but they still have real jobs. You know, they go to work on Monday morning, and it isn't motorsport work. He went off and ran the family business, got that all resorted again and reorganised, then got a little bit of time, got it on track, somebody running it for him, back to racing again, and switched to BMW. Now, that isn't just a switch of brand, it's a switch of dynamic of vehicle. From Audi, mid-engined, and all that goes with that, and learning, getting the ins and outs of it. And we talk about this at length, Bruce, of how drivers get intel and information, know quirks and different things, and what the car will do in this situation or that situation, because it's that great word again, experience. Go and put yourself in a BMW. Speed, not a problem. Knowledge of the Nürburgring, tick, done. But you're suddenly in a front-engined car, totally different. But he's adapted to it unbelievably. And I think that's what the better these drivers do, that they do find a way. The only thing they don't get there is the experience of what does it do in this situation. We've seen a couple of things. We had two rounds ago, Kuba Gamaziak actually put it into the gravel in top qualifying, shootout in the morning, and didn't even actually qualify for the race, if you remember. Started at the back of the start group.
Yeah, that's a point I wanted to come to. We'll be starting with the 3 starting groups today. If you drop it and don't set a qualifying time, you don't go to the very back of everywhere, because it's actually probably quite dangerous to have one of the quickest cars from SP9 working its way through the sort of Renault Clios, VW Siroccos, etc., to work its way forwards. They start at the back of their own group. Cars still being brought onto the grid, fans still down there. And by the way, just whilst Nova's pointing some things out there, Frank Stippler will be the start driver. He almost always is in his car, because I saw the smiling Christian Mies standing alongside, wrapped up with his race jacket on. And in fact, last event we had here just 2 weeks ago was really glorious weather. Today is much more sort of autumnal and certainly a few degrees cooler. You can't see anybody out there in T-shirts. So nobody from the northeast of England.
Off the press and unprompted, little message from David Pittard just come in. So literally breaking news. Radiator leak after quali, swapping, but doubt will make the start.
Okay,
so I was going to say thank you, David, but actually not thank you for that, because that's not news we want to hear. Thank you for the update. Much appreciated. David, one of those drivers that always updates us very kindly and lets us know what's going on, which helps the narrative enormously.
Well, it does, and it adds it from so many points of view. Any little comments that come up from the pit. The trouble is, as a commentator, you now have so many screens, you know not where to look. But I had been looking down just to see if I could see that Ferrari. They qualified down in 14th place, some way off the pace. But, there is this element that the very quick ones who feel right on it go for a really quick time. But for a lot of the others, qualifying is just another test session, because they know they'll be in the lead group. They know they haven't quite got the form, the setup or whatever to be right at the very, very front. So often quite sensible. Right, who's sort of making play a little different today? They're not right at the front. They're down around 10th and 11th. But look out for the Falcon Motorsport Porsches, because they obviously run on Falcon tyres, and we have noticed through the course of the season that various tyre suppliers do better in various weather conditions than others. So far this morning, obviously it was cool, slightly greasy this morning, but let's see. You are our weather forecaster, and you did think there was a possibility, as they say in Brazil, or a possibility of some rain coming in towards the end of the race.
Yes, but the millimetres on it were very, very minimal, so I think it's possibly a little bit misty, but you never know. We saw it 2 weeks ago, did we not? Just another very quick update. The Müller Motorsport Cup 2 123 numbered entry has made it onto the grid.
Good.
So that car has been repaired after its qualifying incident. There was we saw a bit of it, a long shot on the helicopter shot during the highlights, where it had obviously gone off on the right-hand side. Doesn't take much to do a radiator or toe link on one of those cars, right at the front there. And there was a lot of trailer debris. We also had a car at Tiergarten that seemed to... I just heard reports this morning of that qualifying, where, to find out which car it was, a car that caught fire and did quite a bit of damage to the track, actually.
Oh, okay.
To the surface at Tiergarten. They were working on that for a very long time. Well, hence the qualifying session was quite compromised.
Exactly, which is again why the grid is the times are so spread out. But one person smiling is Fabian Schiller, because Team Get Speed haven't been with us every round, but qualified 4th fastest. That was one very much in the mix. And I pointed out that little pairing of Schiller and Lucas Auer, I think, could put the cat among the pigeons. I mean, it wouldn't be a total surprise, but, Mercedes have been a bit short on success in 2023 in the NLS, certainly not in other series, in the Fanatec GT World Challenge. Going great guns. In fact, the final round of that this weekend, Indianapolis. So the likes of Raffaele Marcello, Juguno, etc., who we'd normally love to have here, racing elsewhere. And that just goes to prove, in the world of being a GT3 driver, you could be racing anywhere, any weekend in the world.
And the car that had the fire at Tiergarten qualifying was the Adrenalin Motorsport Team Motec 655 BMW M240i class car, it being an M240i. We've mentioned once before, haven't we? Well, more than once before, but the fact that you can enter this series. Most race series and organisers require stipulation that your name on the entry form or entry list is that which is replicated from your licence. This is one of the few series where you can actually run under a nom de plume, so you can have something a little bit different. We've had a few interesting ones here, and in that 655 car we have Laurent Lepara, Gregoire Boutonnet, and Sub 7BTG. I just not.
Well, who was the driver who competed in the British Touring Car Championship about 20 years ago, who changed his name by deed poll so he could change his name to something like John B&Q, the sort of
oh yes, I do remember what that was.
DIY place, the DIY store. But I guess he might have changed it back by now. Maybe it's working for him. You're going to go and look it up now. That's very good. Well done.
Sad, isn't it?
The thought came into my mind. Grey conditions, dry conditions. That's what we're faced with now. But all the teams have got their tyre trolleys out on the grid just in case they want to put some cut slicks onto their cars. That's the cars running in the front end of the field, and some down the back, maybe running other versions. But it looks like it's going to be rock solid for about the first 3 hours. We've got 117 starters. I thought we were down to a mere 116, but good news that Mulner Motorsport, their 1-2-3 car, will get a start in Cup 2. That's Marcel Hopper, Peter Terting, and Jos Menton. Front of the grid, though, it's not situation normal, but very, very close to that, because right at the front we've got Frank Stippler sitting on board the number 5 Scherer Sport PHX Audi, and alongside him car number 34, Kuba Gamaziak, who, as Peter pointed out, 8 races so far in this 9-race series, and he's won 6 of them. Absolutely stunning record for him.
5 so far.
Sorry, 5 so far. Yes, I was just glancing down at my results sheet. You're quite right. But good to have some other crews coming on board this weekend. Rutronic Racing brought their yellow and blue Porsche along.
Yeah, and Team Dynamic back out again.
Yeah, good to have Dynamic back.
Since the 24-hour, I think.
Yeah, and Hout Racing Team answered all of these as well. And last time we lost one of the cars, one of the front-running cars, the Schnitzelam Mercedes, before the start of the race. But for Aston Martin fans, it's very, very good news. I wonder who's on board. Will they put Darren Turner in to start the race? He's whoever's sitting down. He's got the 2 doors, and obviously they are a very, very young group of people. John Batchelor, thank you very much, was the name we were looking for who changed his name to come out and play. But the Durr Group have been faithful fans of the Aston Martin marque, and certainly it does seem to be smiles around. So good. There's the answer.
Ben Dorr starting that car. I knew it wasn't Darren Turn's helmet, but
yeah, there's more blue on Darren's,
yes,
isn't there?
Blue and white. That's Ben Dorr starting the 3rd place car, is it not?
Yeah, 3rd place. So look out for that. It looks absolutely fantastic. Great livery on that. And it's also great, with 2 very young drivers alongside him. Clearly Darren is being not chosen just for his pace, but for his sort of mentoring work, which of course in the last sort of almost decade he's been doing in all sorts of championships around the world. But
put him in a Valkyrie at Le Mans.
He knows which way it goes, doesn't he?
He knows how to sort out a Valkyrie. He knows how to sort out most things with a wheel, with wheels, whether it be a wheelbarrow or an Aston Martin. Sometimes the two are not very far apart.
Well, he started in a wheelbarrow. It was called Formula First.
Well, exactly.
The transverse engine single-seater.
In the nicest possible way, Darren will be in the twilight of his career, certainly by 2025. So get him in a Valkyrie at Le Mans. Put Tom Canning alongside him. That's what I'm saying. There you go. Shall I get my coat now?
No, not at all. I just thought, I was just wondering who's in the 2nd car, because they're not going to enter just one, are they? So
well, exactly.
And of course, Aston Martin does need to sort of clean its nose at Le Mans, because the last time it had a works entry in the top class, it was all over by tea time in the afternoon on the Saturday.
2011?
I do believe that's correct.
Yeah.
Gosh, doesn't seem that long ago, but I guess it probably was. So now the grid's starting to clear. The cars beginning to be revealed, and it's great news that at the end of the 2023 Nürburgring Langstrecken Serie that we have such a full field of cars. Great that so many of the front runners who haven't done all the rounds have returned, and good to see. So let's hope we've got a clear race. But just remember this, car number 1, it'll be starting in one of the rear groups, is the championship leader.
Of that car, by the way, we have 5 onboard camera cars today.
Who have you pinged for those?
Well, it just provided some great footage for us to be able to relay to listeners and viewers at the same time. So we've got that car, number 1, obviously, on the basis that it's going to defend its title and hopefully win it. So car number 1. The other 2 are Falcon Motorsports 3 and 4, the 2 Porsches, and then Black Falcon with car 102, which is their Cup 3, sorry, my apologies, a GT3 Cup 2 category car. That's car 102. And the other one, I think, is 503, which is the other Black Falcon entry, which is 503, it is Broadbent, and that's James Broadbent, Steve Brown, and Mikhail Sharudin in their 330i. You can guess which class that's in. So those are your 5 onboards that we will see various bits of later. Falcon traditionally one of there, and I did a bit of research in this week because I noticed that when the camera onboards were announced, I thought it's always Falcon that seem to have them, as in not Black Falcon, but Falcon tyres.
Yes.
And those 2 Porsches. And it is something that apparently the teams do need to make... a
contribution?
I think that's exactly the right word. Yes, I think a plate is passed around, and when it comes back and there's sufficient on it, then you get the camera on the car.
Yes, well, I think, the fact is it's predominantly in a group of cars. That certainly is good. But I must say, the more the merrier is my view with onboard footage, because I could watch all day cars of any class, doesn't matter, driving around the ring. But actually, it is quite enlightening. And we'll pick this up through the course of the race. When you've got one in an SP9 class car and you see the pace of that, and then you compare marginally slower in certain parts or a lot slower in certain parts, cars from other classes around the ring. And that just emphasises the difference. But it's the very essence of the Langstrecken series to have this variety of cars, the variety of classes. And you can see why it draws drivers from all around the world. And actually, when you're looking down the order, you have to look some way back as the cars start off on their formation lap to get to a name that's quite well known. That's why you've always, when you print out your entry list or read it on screen, you've got to look down. If you look down into the M240i BMW class and you look all the way to the penultimate car in that class, you find a person called Timo Glock. And it's not a nickname, it is the man himself. So again, talking about drivers coming back because they hate sitting at home at weekends. I wonder how many laps Timo's done of the Nordschleife. But anyhow, he's sharing with Anton AB and Michael Albers. Up to race. Well, he certainly is. That's the name of the team. So let's see how he goes.
Toyota Formula 1 driver?
He did Toyota. He did Jordan.
Yeah.
Gosh, it's funny when you say things like Jordan. It came with such a bang into Formula 1 in 1991. Of course, it's changed its name so many times since then. Midland, Spiker, Force India, Racing Point.
You threw me then, because I was just looking up Timo Glock's age, and he said he came into Formula 1 with a bang in 1991. I was thinking...
And Jordan, I was talking about.
That's strange, because he'd be 9. It's actually meant the team, yes.
I'm seeing into the future again.
Oh, just write down 6 numbers quickly. UK lottery, get them done. We'll split it with you. Yes, Kerry, you can have some as well. Yes, before I knew FOMO kicking in straight away. That's it. Yeah. Oh, she's the same. You had all the jelly babies, have you? Yes, you have. Extraordinary. So, starting groups. I know we always do it, but for those who might be the first time somebody's listening, I'm now going to try and find my start group order for you, which is our three sessions. And of course, now I can't find it. Isn't that just brilliant?
No, totally. I was slightly concerned. There was a great big puff of smoke out of the back of the Hout Racing Team Mercedes, but in fact, it was a camera shot. It's actually someone, I don't know, who's having a barbecue. Oh, don't talk about food again, just behind the barriers. But anyhow, it was a long shot. Yes, I am. Got to get the sustenance in. So, of course, the very front group will start with the SP9 class cars, and behind them the Cup 2 Porsches. And at various points, and as we've seen in qualifying, one of those last round qualified 6th fastest. They're super consistent. They also run longer before they need their first pit stop. So that's sort of...
Oh, no.
Hello, just had an Aston Martin
rejoining from the grass.
I think that was car 176, I would think. That's an SP10 class car. Oh, am I good today? Right. There you go. So it's one of the...
You're fire today, Bruce.
Oh, I better stop now.
Yeah, until the season ends. Isn't it extraordinary? Wait to the very last round to get it all right. Yeah. Extraordinary. So start groups 1, 2 and 3, which follow the German flag, red, yellow and black. 43 cars in the first group, which we'll see going around now, predominantly those being the 15 cars we mentioned earlier from SB9 category. Start group 2 has a static car, that 505?
It could well be. Just taking a look, it was one that qualified right at the front of the group, typically, but no danger at all because the car is...
Start group 2, actually, my apologies.
Yeah, start group 2.
Yes. Yeah. Start group 2, that has 48 cars in it. And start group 3 has 32, so healthy numbers in all those. The first group does have SB 7, 9, 10, 40, 80 SB Pro and the Cup 2 cars, 15 SB 9s and 14 Cup 2s. And then we get down to TCRs and Cup 3s in start group 2, and just a few entries in start group 3, the biggest one being the M240i class, which has 12 in, an M2S, just the one, unfortunately, in that class, so they can win that. But of course, you get less points for being the only car in the class.
Indeed.
The more in the class, the more prizes.
505, the car that was static. I haven't noticed because the shots moved away whether that did get away. That's the QTQ Race Performance, BMW 330i, Florian Quant and Maximilian Kurtz. Well, fingers crossed for them.
Looked like a technical issue, didn't it? Because the car hadn't moved at all, so it's like it just wouldn't fire or something, or just couldn't get it in gear. We are speculating as ever, but just hadn't moved off the line. That's the thing. I'm curious what happened to the 176 Aston. Maybe just cold tyres and just cold track. It has been. We did mention it was sort of what I call mizzly this morning, when it was sort of one thing or the other, not really quite thing, and maybe just you just warm the tyres up, to put a bit of heat into those sidewalls, and just all of a sudden the thing just has a sudden loss of traction, shall we say, and physics takes over, and all of a sudden you're on the grass. Keep seeing that smoke in the background. Of course, on the GP loop there will be Falcon tyre drifting going on, won't there? That's what that'll be.
Entirely.
Yeah.
I was rather joking about the barbecue, but yes, the shot we were seeing was on the exit of the chicane, where the Aston Martin should have been on the right-hand side of our screen, therefore on the left-hand side of the track as we were looking at them head-on, but was on the other side on the grass. So whether it's might be Guido Dumoulin in that. It's down as a 2-car entry. But anyhow, the good news is that got going again. So that's the second of the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martins. No, it's the third, in fact, because they've got 2 in the SP10 class. So Guido Dumoulin and Yevgen Sokolovsky, that was the car that went off, but rejoined Hugo Sass, Fabien Volvend and Celia Martin in the sister Vantage in the GT4 category. I'm
just being cunning and using my...
Don't do that again.
Tracking system, GPS, and 505 is now on the move. It's got a long way to go, and according to this, it is on the Mercedes arena. It is going around the hairpin. Yes, it's on the way back. It's got going ahead. More importantly, ahead of the third start group. So if he gets a wriggle on without putting it off, as in haste to catch up, he can join the back of his group again. Now, whether he can join the back of the group and retake his position in that group, I'm not sure. I think I would just try and take the position and argue later.
I think so too. Final round of the championship. Why not? No, of course, all drivers have a very, very clear briefing, and one of the many, many merits of the Nürburgring Langstrecken Serie is the fact that a lot of the drivers compete every round, and some of them every year, almost every decade, so they know what's going on. But there's a very clear set of rules, and a lot of the incoming drivers will have to have their particular driver briefing for those who are new. But
well, it's very easy, because actually that second group is only, the front of it is just going down through Hatzenbach, and the tail of it is just going through Sabine Schmidt, so he's actually just caught up now. Does the 505 return to that link? Does it turn left or does it turn right? And if it turns right, it goes back to the pitch and it indicates a problem, which it hasn't. It's continued on and joined, according to our GPS tracker, it has joined the back of the group. That said, 498 has just dropped back a bit. That's now going again. So, and it does look like 505 is passing other cars and retaking his original, or their original grid slot.
Very good news indeed. So we'll wait to see what happens. But Nürburgring Nordschleife is a place beyond the wildest imagination. It's a circuit that couldn't be created now, but fortunately it was created around a century ago, twisting its way through the Eiffel Forest. Weather, the weather. It could be anywhere, anytime. And it could be at one part of the track and not at the other. There's plenty of gradient change, ups, downs, sideways. 170-something corners around the entire Nordschleife. That is why drivers coming here for the first time just have their minds blown. And during the course of the pandemic, when a lot of people went online for their racing, a lot of the younger competitors in that thought this was a made-up circuit. They couldn't believe it was the real thing, and it very much is the real thing. It's old school. You don't learn it overnight. You don't learn it by sitting on a sim. You need to get out there and understand it because, of course, the vagaries of the weather and the areas of the track that are in the shade can just make the biggest difference. The rest of the track could be dry, but you plunge into a section running between the trees, and it could be anybody's guess. And again, was that proper rain? Do I pit this lap? Of course, with a lap of nearly 25 kilometres, if you stay out for an extra lap thinking you can keep going on slick tyres and find that it's actually much heavier, you can hemorrhage an enormous amount of time. So you've got to have your pit crew helping you, and every pit crew doesn't need a drawer full of spanners and wrenches. They need a meteorology kit in there to detect what's coming up. And again, the stewards do a fantastic job, and the marshals of signalling problems, because a lot of the corners have blind entries here, and the merest whiff of a yellow flag, and any driver should be coming off the power because they do not know what's around the next bend. Snowy, it's very much an element that is so vital in the Nordschleife.
Indeed, little rule update for us for future reference. The rules do state, that sounded very official, didn't it? Any car which is not overtaken by the whole field in its charging group may overtake the
Bist du auch bereit für Action?
Möchtest du mal in einem virtuellen Studio arbeiten?
Oder das Live-Programm in der Regie aktiv mitgestalten.
Oder mit der Kamera die schönsten Momente in der Boxengasse und an der Strecke aufnehmen.
Möchtest auch du Interviews bei der NLS mit den Fahrern führen?
Oder im Schnitt kreative Videos erstellen? Dann bewirb dich jetzt bei Nürburgring TV.
Und starte durch mit einer Ausbildung oder einer Festanstellung
im Bereich Medienproduktion.
World's first asphalt watch. Nürburgring Asphalt 1. Over 90 years of racing history. Tableau.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
Auf Facebook,
Instagram,
YouTube, Twitter und TikTok.
willkommen bei der NLS.
Cars are negotiating the formation lap. It's a very long formation lap, nearly 25 kilometers. And the good news for them, when they went out in qualifying this morning for the final race of the Nürburgring Langstrecken series, the circuit was a little bit greasy. There was a little hint of drizzle, but that sort of went away. But conditions have improved since then. The cloud is beginning to lift. But right now, it's they're all thinking about what they're going to be doing in about 5 or 6 kilometers from now. No, they're not doing another lap. That's just the length of this lap to get back to the grid. And we will have 3 rolling starts for the 3 groups of cars. 117 cars are due to head off for 4 hours of racing to conclude their season. How will it go? Will Kuba Gimaziak make it 6 wins out of 9 races in his walk and horse motorsport BMW? Or will Frank Stippler get it right today? He's done the first bit right. He's put his car on pole position. You can ask no more. He's sharing with Christopher Mies. That is a very, very handy driver lineup for Sport PHX. That's car number 5. Will it still be at the front come the end? Who knows? Then, of course, we've got the role of the timing of the pit stops, which is so crucial in this. We will talk a little bit more about that later, but the amount of time you have to spend in the pits depends on when you come in. Complicated, yes, but I could narrow it down that if you come in a lap closer to the finish of the race, your final pit stop is 26 seconds shorter. So you gain at one end of the race, you lose at the other. But bear in mind, it's a very, very long lap. The field is now running along the Dottingerhöhe on the left-hand side of the track, just over the hedge is a main road. On the other side used to be green fields. It's now an enormous industrial complex full of works teams and racing teams and tyre suppliers. It's a micro business for this area. And finally, one of the reasons this circuit was built nearly a century ago was to put money into a deprived rural area. It's certainly doing that. It's a global centre of motor racing. And there's almost sun on the bonnets of the cars as they come down the Dottingerhöhe. Didn't expect that when the cars were formed on the grid, so today's improving very nicely. Huge history to a lot of these events. This is the 47th running of the Münsterlandpokal. Each of the races through the course of the season has a name, all run by different organising clubs, but you've got classic names, and some of them have had their 60th editions. But as the cars come round, let me just run you down the grid. We've got a Sport Audi on pole position. That's car number 5. Second place on the grid, the black and red Walk and Horse Motorsport BMW. Best qualifying by a long margin for the Dur Motorsport Aston Martin. That starts third. That's car number 24. Fabian Schiller will be starting, I think, well, maybe Lucas Auer, the Get Speed Mercedes. That is black and yellow flashes on it as the grid goes past. Sami Matti Trogan will be starting fifth, in the second of the Walk and Horse BMWs. And the top Porsche is car 21 from Rutronic. Easy to spot. It's sort of acid yellow and blue, working its way now up towards Tiergarten, and every driver needs to get close to the car in front because it's going to be a rolling start. They'll hold them back. They hold them back. These drivers know this quite well. They've got to get through that very tricky final sequence of corners. The kink to the left, the track then starts to rise again, having been into a little compression. Get up to Tiergarten, and then you've got the fiddle just beyond there, and it really is a fiddle. And we've had these races, Snowy, sorted out with drivers colliding in this final sequence of corners or running wide on the final lap after 4 or even more hours of racing. Today it's 4 hours. The sun is beginning to come out. Oh, a little bit of dust, well, quite a lot of dust on the circuit. So someone's dropped some fluid before the cars went out. So that could be a factor for those coming through behind.
That's where the 655 had the fire during qualifying. That's all the repair work from that. Not only do we have a little upgrade here for the start of this race, we have the Helicam start, which is brilliant on the start. We've now got a drone down into the Mercedes arena as well. So when these cars are about to come across the line and have their rolling start boost, we're going to get to see this all the way through and able to relay it to you all. Absolutely brilliant. Final round of NLS 2023.
4 hours still on the clock. 4 hours will still be on the clock until the lights go from red to green. Then it'll start counting down towards zero. Looks like a very positive start from the Get Speed Mercedes, trying to take the outside line. Looks 3 cars abreast. Frank Stippler on the inside. The Get Speed Mercedes has gone almost in front. It ducks back in. That's into second place. It's 4 abreast behind. Oh dear, Get Speed given a shove. And on the outside, the Aston Martin from Pro Sport being shoved around. 2 other cars sitting sideways in the track. Blow me down is one of the 2 other Pro Sport Aston Martins. Have had an awful start, and one of the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMWs. Can't work out which one it is as yet.
I think it was 35.
Okay, that's the one that's starting from 5th on the grid, but very positive for Get Speed. But it got messy. But Aston Martin into 35. Second place. Frank Stippler has held on to the lead. He had the inside line covered. It was those trying to squeeze behind. And Ben Durr, the young German racer, goes into the cut through in second place, comes out in second place. More contact, and oh dearie me, suddenly they've gone crazy. The Hout Racing Team Mercedes being given a shove. So the first few cars are thinking, thank goodness we're clear of this melee. The Falcon Motorsport Porsches are gaining places left, right and centre. But Frank Stippler did what he needed to do. Ben Durr had to be resolute as well to get up into second place.
You say that though, but the Stippler Audi also got a clout at the back as well into that first corner. It jumped into the air a bit, had some, I think, left rear damage, I would say, on that. So keep an eye on that. He may have got away with it, but we know that Audi, it can be a little bit fragile.
Certainly can. The Rutronic Porsche is going very well. It started 4th. It's behind the Get Speed Mercedes. So effectively, we've only had one real shuffle. But for Walkenhorst Motorsport, it didn't go their way. They started 2nd with Kuba Gimasiak, and that's number 34. With 35, the sister car, we think Sami Matti Trogan started that. And that has gone around.
So Dylan Pereira in the 35 Valkenhorst car, that's a long way down. So he's got a whole load of recovery to do, having collected the Aston or vice versa, whichever way around it was. But I think there may be an issue already for that number 5 Audi.
Well, it's really unusual. We're so accustomed to really close starts. We're about to see another one because the second group of cars is coming up full of Porsche Caymans at the front. A couple of TCR class cars there waiting for the lights to go green for them, and they go, well, why not? 3 abreast. It's bound to work down towards the first corner. But I must say, this season has been a case of so many close starts, but we haven't really had many cars spinning. And today, it's almost like the last round is the first round, because certainly a bit of inexperience in some cases. Again, it's cooler weather conditions. Tyre temperature won't be as much. We saw a couple of cars having a moment on their formation laps, but alas, a couple had it down at turn 1, the opening lap.
There are occasions when you really don't like being right, but the number 5 Audi hasn't made it round much of the Grand Prix loop and is going to come back into the pit, so their luck continues. They did so well. Pole position into the first corner. I said I saw it being collected and it jumping in the airfield 2 or 3 feet. And it looks like that car is retiring to the pit straight away. Maybe not retiring, but certainly returning to the pits straight away. So
we mentioned Lady Luck. She's got off the horse all over again. But they were looking at Frank Stippler being given a tap up the rear. But I was looking at the car alongside, which was also given a ram up the rear. That was the Get Speed Mercedes. And then, of course, we had the Pro Sport Aston Martin going for a bit of a loop.
Which is also stopped as well. So those 2, that was the car, the 37 Pro Sport Aston Martin. With, I'm not sure who's Mike David Ortman or Nico Bastian at the wheel of that, and started, I'll find in a second.
Probably Mike David Ortman, because he's in 2 different cars, so
yeah, okay,
most likely wants to do first and third.
That was the car that had collection with the other Valkenhorst car, the number 35 entry, the Dylan Pereira starting car. Those 2 ended up facing, well, the Valkenhorst car ended up facing the wrong way, with the Aston kind of in its side, as it were, at the very first corner. So talk about a dramatic start to a 4 out. Guys, save this to the last lap, not on the first lap.
You know, I look back over the years that I've had the pleasure of covering these events, and so many times you think, oh, that's going to get messy, but it doesn't. And today, unfortunately, it has. Right, the final group of cars, just to point out, we have 3 groups of cars out of the 117 starters. Couldn't start them all in one big batch. Better to get their shenanigans out of the way with cars of a similar class. And this is led largely by cars from the M2 40i BMW classes, some Porsche Caymans tucked in there as well. Et al, I think, is what we can describe the final group of cars, but probably 90% Porsches and BMWs between them filling this field. So this is their final hurrah for the 2023 season, their final chance to blast down to that tight right-hander, turn 1, the corner in which glory is there to be attained, but also there to be thrown away. And let's hope they can do a better job. So all eyes on the starting gantry, the big BMW M-Power gantry across the grid here at the Nürburgring. Look at the long holds, caught a few of them out at the front and in behind, people gaining places already and having to touch the brakes. They've got too close to the car in front, but this looks clean. And the rear group, the third group of cars, is invariably the one where people have to pay their own bills, so they pay a bit more attention to who's around them down into the first turn. And they're trying 1, possibly 2 abreast rather than 3 abreast, so that is good news. All getting through pretty much. 3 more cars to go. Yep, we've got all of them through. Well done, ladies and gentlemen, in that third group of cars. However, in the SP9 class, the front runners falling not quite like flies, but with the driver who started from pole position, Frank Stippler, being given a thump up the back as the field turned in en masse into the first corner. He's got damage, he has slowed, and bear in mind also the Get Speed Mercedes was given a clout up the rear as well. These cars are pretty robust, but maybe the Audi slightly less so. We've certainly seen that in contact over the years, haven't we, Peter?
We certainly have. I've just went down the sort of driving start, which you were right, of course. Always are. It was Mike David Ortman that started the number 37 Aston Martin Pro Sport entry. I say started it, it's slightly academic now because it's retired already by the look of it. And of course, for my top few cars, any car I hadn't got a start driver, of course, it was number 30, which was Piccadilly Racing 296 Ferrari, which sadly is a DNS. It did not start the race, very, very sadly. I'm waiting for a quick update from David Pittard as to why they couldn't. Oh, no, that's set now, right on cue. That car is in the pit lane now. Now, is there a driver in it, or is it? It looks like it's being prepared, ready to go. There isn't a driver in it, is there? But it is. Being,
unless they've got a completely black helmet. But I think Klaus Abelman's helmet.
Unless it's a stick. UK viewers know what that means, the listeners. But I've just gone and put helpfully DNS right next to.
I hate it when that happens, don't you?
Next to the number 30 Frickadella Ferrari, and there it is, appearing to be prepared, ready for the race. So that would be great to see it out of the race. Now, it is a 4-hour race, and this is one of the things that I reflect on. Right, in fact, as we said it, so I'm guessing. Yes, I'm guessing it will be Klaus Abelin, because David Pittard is messaging me. Thank you very much, David. Much appreciated. I mean, couldn't get more live updates, could you? When your driving career is over, pit lane reporting career beckons, David. Well done. Saying we will run. At what point, I'm not sure. Tyres going on now. Mega job from the boys with a muscle flexing emoji from Mr. Pittard.
Drinks on Mr. Pittard, but also we'll have to send him some, because he could have gone first, but he had to stay and communicate with us, and therefore with you, as you watch and listen wherever you are. But conditions are looking very good, and the racing is starting to speed up very, very nicely indeed, because I fancied the Porsches from Falcon Motorsport. They're certainly trying to make up progress at the moment. They started 10th and 11th, obviously the sorting out early on. They're just about to complete the first lap, running through all the dust, and Nico Menzel is certainly getting very busy indeed. He's tucked in behind the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche there. 1, 2, 3. So Frank Stippler appears to be leading the race. The car has not pulled off. It is leading the race. Ben Dorr coming through in second. So reports of the demise of the Shearer Sport PHX, we didn't put that in just for fun. That was reporting from out around the circuit. Anyhow, it's still going. So that's very, very good news indeed. Ben Dorr, really good opening lap to hold on to second place. Get Speed Mercedes in third, and the Rutronic Porsche in fourth. They're running nose to tail through the Mercedes arena, but little by little, Frank Stippler's just trying to gain an advantage.
Well, that's brilliant news. I said that I hate to be right, and I'd love to be wrong on this occasion. So brilliant news. I was looking at, say, various reports coming from around the circuit. So apologies for misleading everyone listening there, but the pole position car, Frank Stippler's number 5 Audi, is indeed in the race still. Not only is it in the race, it's the place where it started the race, at the very front.
Yeah, well,
the
that...
GPS tracker did qualify what I was getting reports of, that it was going slowly. So it must be a GPS sender unit or something. So maybe that's what got knocked.
It is one of those curses for you report something, you build a theory to why it's happening, and then suddenly they're back on your screens. They've just dropped out for part of a lap. But what I can tell you is Kuba Gimnaziak is in fifth place. You've got race leader Frank Stippler leaving the second part of the Sabine Schmitz curves with about a second and a half of advantage. The next three cars, the Aston Martin of Ben Dorr, Get Speed Mercedes of Fabian Schiller, and tucked in behind Rutronic Porsche car number 21 with Julian Andlauer. They're in their own little group. Then there's a bit of a gap, and then Kuba Gimnaziak, best of the rest. It wasn't a good start for him. Started second, he's down in fifth, but I expect him to work his way onto this tail of this little trio, going down through Hatzenbach now. He's under a second behind them, and now Falcon Motorsport, car number 4, has moved up into 6th place. Car 4, driven by Nico Menzel. The sister car has got Alessio Picariello at the wheel, and that's 2 places further back, with the dynamic Porsche in between, with another Norwegian racer, Dennis Olsen, on board. But it was a tight and furious start. The Get Speed Mercedes had gone to the outside and was half a car length ahead of Frank Stippler, going down into the first corner. No, Frank Stippler wasn't quite hit. It was very close. Ben Dorr almost hit his tail, went slightly to the left, and just clipped the rear of the Get Speed Mercedes. At that point, Walkenhorst BMW of Kuba Gimnaziak had fallen back to 4th.
1:39.9.
2 seconds faster than he managed in qualifying, but he's on his own. The others are all in a little bit of a battle, but of course no slipstream if you're running all on your own. But yeah, that is a phenomenal lap, and it goes to show, again, with his experience, he can get on it really, really quickly. Fabian Schiller pushing hard in third place. They've got that spun BMW between the front running. Oh, he's going into the pits. That's good. Just before second, third, and fourth came out of the chicane, as they now try and turn onto the first part of the Sabine Schmidt's curves. I thought that was going to be the fly in the ointment that would actually help Frank Stippler, but the stricken BMW has got off the track, out of the way, going the back way into the pit. So second, third, fourth and fifth, almost nose to tail. Every time Bendor tries to make good his escape, because Andlau is putting pressure on Fabian Schiller in third place. He gets caught up again. Oh, little clunking of the curbs, the second part of the hats and backs from Fabian Schiller in third place, and that put the Porsche right on his tail. The Rutronic Porsche said thank you very much, and so did, tucked in behind, Kuba Gamaziak. And now in sixth place, it's Alessio Picariello. He's got the better of his teammate Nico Menzel, so he's winning the battle of the Porsche, the Falcon Motorsport Porsches. He was further back on the opening lap, but on the second lap he's moved right up. So Picariello qualified down in 10th place, but he's showing better form, as you would expect. Starting to close in. I think give him another half lap and we could have this battle, second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth. I reckon we'll get. It'll be a 5-car battle, but of course, meanwhile, 6.6 seconds to good as our race leader Frank Stippler. He's only going to stretch the lead in this race. Another masterclass from Frank.
Well, strange to see Kuba Gamaziak in the number 34 BMW this far down the order this early on, but we have got 3 hours 40 minutes to go.
Totally, no panic. It was just he was the loser in the opening sequence of corners. He was to the left of Frank Stippler, but he'd already been jumped by Fabian Schiller going around the outside. And then because effectively he had the 2 cars, first and second, side by side, and the next row had 4 cars, and the Bendor Aston Martin was really struggling to get the braking done. And that was the point at which, Picariello nearly had door handle to door handle rub there with one of the back marking cars, because they've caught the rear runners in the third group of cars, and this is for a lot of the drivers really, really critical how they get past these drivers. They won't have to come past them for quite some while again, because the third group starts some while after the race leading pack gets its get-go at the start of the race. So they're just starting to run through them. You can make a break, but the person who's lost out there, yeah, certainly Alessio Picariello actually lost out. The battle ahead of them got through quite well, but he got squeezed.
Just on the exit of Adenauer Force, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Metzgersfeld. He was just on the exit there, on the outside. BMW, every right to be there, but the BMW left enough room for a Porsche, but maybe not having driven one, doesn't know quite how wide it is.
Yeah.
And Alessio Picariello, quite wisely, as we said, as you mentioned about Kuba Gamaziak already, the loser at the start there, what did he do? And Picariello just did, which shows their experience. One of the things you've got to do in sports car racing, or this kind of endurance racing, is keep out of the pits, but keep out of trouble, and know when to not go for it. Where's the point at this point, 20 minutes, 40 minutes into a race, 20 minutes in, sorry, and risking it and being rotated, turn around in the barriers, broken radiator or whatever. So just ease out a little bit. The BMW has got every right to be there, and this is where, as I said, you get that one free lap. You've got a standing start, so that time's slightly academic. You basically get a free lap in 4 hours. That's all you get, one free lap with your peers, with no other interference, no other outside influence of those different class cars onto the Nordschleife, and then you're in the thick of, you catch the back of that third starting group, and then before you know it, it's into start group 2. And this is also interesting to see, Gamaziak, will they be reconsidering their strategy now of, we mentioned at the beginning, the set amount of time you've got to spend in the pit, you have to every time, every race. So we've seen cars do a 5-lap short stint to start with, and put it out of sequence with others, and see how it unfolds, because then the last pit stop is the vital one, how long you spend in the pits.
Yeah, so if it's your first time watching or listening to a round of the NLS, let's just run you through a tiny little factor. The minimum pit stop time for your first pit stop is shorter if you pit early. But the advantage of running a longer first stint is that your final pit stop, your third pit stop in a 4-hour race, will come closer to the finish of the race, and for every lap you get closer to the finish of the race, your final pit stop will be 26 seconds or thereabouts, dealing in fractions. shorter than your rivals who pitted a lot before. So if someone pits early, we have to keep our eye out for that, because then, of course, it will have ramifications for when they pit later in the race. And it's a game they have to play, but for Kuba Gimasiak, started on second position, tumbled down the order to, I think, about 6th or 7th, got back to 5th. He's now almost in 4th place, but he can't take too many risks. Will he be reassessing? Because we know with 5 wins in the bag, he's got a car under him, the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW, that is very, very handy around him, around his performance and the performance of his teammate Christian Cronjes. And we will have to see, do they come in a lap early to get themselves out of this mix and risk having that longer final pit stop? But right now, he'll be a little bit frustrated. What has happened in the past few laps is that Ben-Dor has absolutely pulled away from the Get Speed Mercedes that's running in 3rd. So I thought Ben-Dor, he's not that old, doesn't have experience, but he's clearly learning very well indeed. And the Durr Motorsport Aston Martin absolutely flying at this point in the race.
He's on a very fast learning curve, isn't he? No pun intended, but he's actually embracing it. That's the point. The steepness of the curve is not an issue, but the fact that he's actually doing something about it. Now, this battle we just mentioned, Gimasiak here, he's playing a little bit of a waiting game at the moment, I would suggest. He's on the tail. There's three cars in line here. Number 9, which is the Fabian Schiller-driven Mercedes, 21 Andlauer Porsche, and Gimasiak in 34 just behind. So they're coming on. So they're on the Dottinger now. So they'll get a little bit of draft now. All a little bit too spread out to gain any advantage there. So this is going to run on to the net lap before they do it. But of course, just at the tail of that and joining them very, very shortly will be the number 3 entry, which of course is Alessio Piccarella in the Falcon Porsche. So that'll become a 4-way battle before we know. It's going to be Mercedes, Porsche, BMW and Porsche. As I say it, that was the exact timing they were coming through Tiergarten together in that order.
All very good, but the story of that lap was really the fact that Ben-Dor just opened up enough of a gap not to be slipstreamed. The previous time he came down to the Dottinger, he had the Get Speed Mercedes getting to within about a car length, and likewise the Rutronic Porsche with Julian Andlauer was right on the tail as well. He'd taken the double, so this time around Ben-Dor just had enough of an advantage. I think the gap between them, well, it's just come through after 3 laps. 2nd to 3rd, that's Ben-Dor back to Fabian Schiller. 1.4 seconds, but much, much less. It's about a 1/3 of a second. Back to the Rutronic Porsche and going through the exit corner of Mercedes Arena, the best placed Porsche in the race, car number 21, showing plenty of intent, but there's no way Fabian Schiller is going to leave the door open into the cut through, but it's very tight. They close right up. Interesting, they gained a lot of time under braking on Ben-Dor. Ben maybe being a little bit cautious into that cut through. It's a 180-degree turn to the right. Now as they go through the right hand, and drops them down into that compression you have to take before you come up the rise into the Vidal chicane. Certainly the Mercedes from the Get Speed team getting right onto the tail now of the Aston Martin. He's flashing his lights, but I don't think Ben-Dor's going to fall for that little manoeuvre.
No, but that's also preying on a bit of inexperience, as you said. That's not an inexperience, it's a lack of experience. It's a different thing. Now the Mercedes at the inside, going through in taking position, and I think the Porsche is going to follow as well. Now Ben-Dor literally, unfortunately, I'm no pun intended, I'm going to have to do it, left the door open there, quite literally. But just as we're talking about that, going up into Spreenschmidt, the start of the Nordschleife, but just went in, middle of the track, and the Mercedes with, well, that looks about the right side for a Mercedes, I'll pop that in there. But what happens then immediately behind the Porsche is like, well, I'll have some of that as well. And if you're going through, the door's open still, no pun intended, sorry. It's terrible, I know, there's 2 doors on that car, I know. Had to do it. But just 2 places lost in a heartbeat. Yeah,
and now he's got Kuba Gimasiak right over his center. My concern is, having built that advantage in 2nd place, his biggest advantage was the fact that Julian Andlauer was all over the tail of Fabian Schiller, who was chasing him. Now they've both gone past him. Kuba Gimasiak is sizing him up. Alessio Piccarella is just a little bit further back. But that said, a little bit of traffic allows Ben-Dor to get a little bit close to the battle for 2nd and 3rd. But now coming up alongside, having had a more positive exit from the corner, there was a back marker ahead of them, and Ben-Dor gained a little on the cars in front of him, but lost out to Kuba Gimasiak, and carrying more speed than all of them is Alessio Piccarella. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, and 6th. Now covered by about a second, but it's the Get Speed Mercedes in 2nd place. Still Julian Andlauer giving chase in the Rutronic Porsche. Kuba Gimasiak up 1 position. Ben-Dor down 3 positions in a quarter of a lap. And I sense another one will come be taken away from him very shortly. But this is fabulous racing. This is mix of manufacturers, mix of race liveries, mix of nationalities on the world's greatest circuit, and the sun has even had the decency to come out. And again, on the tight corner there, I'm afraid another little mistake from Ben Dorr. The pressure is really coming onto him. Maybe the best thing that could happen will let Alessio Picariello back, get ahead of him, sit on his tail, look, listen, watch and learn. He'll have plenty of advice from his teammate Darren Turner, but he's just got a little bit flustered in that Aston Martin.
But he hasn't done a bad job. This is how experience is accumulated.
Totally.
As you said, watch, listen and learn. That's a very wise point there. And also all the different brands in there. Yes, we've got 2 Porsches. We've got Mercedes, Porsche, BMW, Aston, all mixed up there together. Absolutely fantastic. And people say, why do you love this racing? Look at this. Listen to this. This is why we love this racing.
And it's also simply the simple fact that very shortly they'll come upon traffic. I look from one screen to another. They've come across a gaggle of 4 cars running, I think, in one of the production BMW classes, who are trying to overtake each other. How can all of this 5-car train go through? The simple answer is trying to go past one of the Schnitzelarm BMWs that Fabian Schiller nearly got it wrong in the Get Speed Mercedes. I tell you who's the most positive of all these drivers in traffic is Julian Andlauer. He knitted that very nicely in. Oh, dearie me, Ben Dorr had to go around the outside of one of the BMWs, 2 wheels on the grass, and that means he doesn't have quite the momentum. Alessio Picariello gets right onto his tail. You know, we're often used to gaggles of cars, but I've never seen that many suddenly arrive right on the noses of a quintet of the front-running SP9 class.
Alessio Picariello there in the Falcon Porsche, like a little terrier. Every opportunity. We forget how easily they find these cars to drive at this pace. That's just normal. Tick that box, that's doing it. What can they make of opportunities? What happens in front of them? They saw the gap there, the back marker. He tried to squeeze it through that Porsche. It wasn't quite wide enough for a Porsche, so he just backed out a bit. In the process, the next car they got to, that set of, I think it was 4 or 5 back markers, as we called them there, meant that, as you say, Ben Dorr had to go slightly on the grass. What does that mean? As you said, a loss of traction straight away. Picariello, there you go. Every opportunity, I'll take the advantage of that. Can I go to the left-hand side and gain that bit of speed? Yes, he could. What's in the way? Another car. So you can't do it. And that's it, the ebb and flow all the time. The opportunity's there. Just because it's there, you can't necessarily capitalise on it, because something else might happen a nanosecond ahead.
And what's quite funny, Peter, particularly when you're treated to a drone or a helicopter shot, you can absolutely see their placement on the road. And the track is so super narrow. Most of the Nordschleife is only about 3 car widths wide. It's astonishing. But often if you're at the back of a group, you can gain the most, because the cars ahead, you can see why they're being delayed, how they're being delayed. You can see the fact that someone's guessed one way, has to go back the other, and that's what we're seeing with Alessio Picariello. Hasn't gained him a position as yet. I'll tell you what has happened though. We've got 2 more Porsches closing in behind. We've got Dennis Olsen and then Nico Menzel. So
and the other Falcon car, yeah, as well.
Exactly. So yeah. Dennis is driving the car for Dynamic Groups. That's emerald green with black, and then the second of the sort of aquamarine Porsches tucking in behind. So they've been gaining. They haven't been delayed as much. I think that group of BMWs had broken up a little bit, or been broken up, I suppose one could say, as they came through. Oh, yeah, I thought there was a mistake there from Kuba Gimasiak. It was actually just the way the light was coming across the track, because now we've got proper shade and sunlight, but it looks so for now they've cleared the gaggles up in ahead of them all. They're finding them sort of 1 or 2 at a time, not 5 or 6. And then Julian Andlauer completely blocked, falls off the tail of Fabian Schiller, and Kuba Gimasiak is now right on the tail of the Rutronic Porsche. So it giveth and it taketh away. That was most remarkable. I mean, he lost probably only a second, but that was all Gimasiak required. And then there was almost half a car width for him to look at.
Now that and this, which we're just describing now, ADAC, the organisers, get that VT and run that as an advert, because that is the best advert possible for racing on NLS, on the Nordschleife. It's just absolutely extraordinary bit of racing, and shows exactly what can happen in a matter of 2 or 3 corners. And there are 170 on this circuit, so there's plenty of opportunities over a lap. That's what can happen. Just brilliant. And another thing, car racing.
This is entirely, I mean, I love the circuit in its own way, entirely beautiful, but it's the light, the shade, but it's also GT racing. I love it for the various liveries on the car. You've got enough metalwork to put your colours on. Obviously, single-seaters is a much harder game to play, so I could say black Mercedes ahead of yellow and blue Porsche ahead of black and red BMW, but I won't do that. I'll talk about Fabian Schiller pressing on in 3rd place, but of course that's 2nd place, because Ben Dorr started the lap in 2nd place, but he lost those 3 places, a couple of them at the Sabine Schmitz curve, and then one just shortly thereafter And he's fallen down a little bit in the Door Motorsport Group Aston Martin. Race leader, we haven't talked about him so much. We were concerned, we thought he might have been hit at the front, at the rear at the start of the race. He wasn't, he was very close to being so. But the end of last lap was 6.6 seconds clear. And at the end of this lap, it's Fabian Schiller coming through in second place. What's the gap going to be to Frank Stippler? 4 laps on the board. And one of the Falcon Motorsport Porsches dives into the pits very early indeed. Frank Stippler, 12.8 seconds was his lead. He doubled his lead in 1 lap, gained 6 seconds. That is massive. So which of the Porsches has dived to the pits?
Number 3, Piccarello, Alessio Piccarello.
Okay, so I'm going to have many sheets of paper to scribble things on. That is
normally we see
4 laps.
Yeah, we see a 5 lap. We got a 5 lap stint, opening stint as a short stint. 4 laps is clearly 1 lap less. And so has Marek Bachmann in the number 17 Pro Sport Aston. They've elected to come in as well from 9th place. So that's 8th and 9th positions. Cars 3 and 17, Piccarello and Bachmann in the Falcon Porsche and Pro Sport Aston have both pitted with just 4 laps of this race.
Okay, that is it. We are very accustomed to cars diving in after 5, 6, 7, or occasionally on a good day stretching to 8, but often that first stint is 7, and some of the other runners stretch to 8 laps in their subsequent stints. Of course, 4 hours of racing, that's 3 pit stops by and large. The Cup 2 Porsches, the best of those, we haven't really mentioned them too much since the start of the race, 13th place overall, car number 121, but they will run a little bit longer, so they will suddenly go up the order, then fall down again. But that's Tobias Muller, showing with Moritz Krantz, Michele Di Martino and Christopher Brook. And Di Martino could just about, no he can't, he's close, but mentioned earlier that Nico Otto from Max Cruz Racing, car number 100, has the title in the bag. He's running 3rd in class, Otto.
So just looking at that Aston incident at the beginning, also as the Frank Stippler did dive across the inside. The Aston went round on the right-hand side. So the Porsche, it was the Aston that actually stopped right by the number 35 Valkenhorst, Dylan Pereira driven BMW, simply because he had to, because the car rotated around its own engine axis, as it were.
Well, it was given a helping hand.
But he could do nothing about it, not by the Aston though.
No.
And that was the second car on the scene, so just a victim of that had to sit there and did just touch the door, but shouldn't have put the Aston out. No, but
Gimasiak, having fallen from second at the start, he was in that 4-car group going into the first corner, fighting over 3rd place, and he just got squeezed from both sides, so he went out the back of that group, and that's why he fell down the order. Back into 5th, that became 4th when he got past Ben Dur. And again, lap pace dropped off that lap, as Peter pointed out, the best, a lap on which so many races for the NLS, the fastest lap of the race being set is on lap 2, because they first lap is a rolling start, but lap 2 was when we had that 7 minutes 51.9 second lap from our race leader Frank Stippler. Last time with traffic in front of him, he lost 8 seconds. Just a whisker under 8 minutes that lap, but still quicker than everyone else behind him. That's why he's 12.8 seconds to the good in this race. So it's looking very good for him, and also looking very good for the fact he's got Christian Mies, who's won more races and titles in an Audi R8 LMS and I would think anybody else. So he is no wonder they're smiling in that crew, determined to end a season that's been very, very difficult for them with a victory.
So my second correction of the show, the number 17 Aston didn't go into the pits that we said Marek Bachmann had. I'm just forgetting, of course, I was so excited about the fact that the
number 3
Porsche had come in. That highlights in purple when it comes to it. Of course, fastest laps come up in purple at exactly the same time on my timing screen. Just why it just done at exactly the same time. So I misread that. So my apologies.
That's all right.
The 17 isn't in the pits and didn't do an early run. So the number 3 Alessio Piccarello Falcon Porsche did come into the pits. That has definitely done a pit stop at 4 laps. But the number 17 Aston didn't. It's the fact that the colour code is purple for a fastest lap for that car. At that point, it did exactly the same time, and I just one followed onto the other. So my mistake. Poor reporting. Poor journalism, Jones. Sitting next to an editor.
Going purple into turn 1.
Indeed.
So
I'm going to be thrashed.
Yes, indeed. Out with the birch. So later in the race, so 4 laps in, just to get this on the nose, that pit stop for Alessio Picariello, 283 seconds. So that's 4 minutes 43 seconds. Those that come in a lap later, will be 24 seconds more. So if you pit early, your first pit stop is a quickie. That will give you an artificial position in the race, but that means your final pit stop will be, again, earlier than your rivals, and you will get pinged by a similar margin. If you're stuck in traffic, we debated whether Kuba Gimasiak would need, because he was being bottled up in that 5th place, if he would need to go, right, we've got to change. I don't want to sit behind these drivers. I'm quicker than them. And then you've got to play your joker. Talking of jokers, not saying it's a joker, but unfortunately we've got a slightly bent BMW that's had a little front-end contact coming out of the Vidal chicane. And
quite a bit more than a little bit of contact.
Yeah, a fair bit of contact. Waved yellow flags, no surprise down there. And a course vehicle already around to attend.
More to the point, though, what is it connected with?
Entirely.
It looks like it's punched a hole in the front in that the ubiquitous BMW kidney grille. That front splitter really quite damaged and hanging out. I'm amazed not seeing any fluid coming out of that with the radiator immediately behind it. That said, it is parked to the right-hand side of the track, so it's off the racing line, so that's no issue to anybody else. Officials there straight away with attending to that vehicle, but I'm just not quite sure we've seen the result of it. I'm not sure what the cause is.
No. And didn't see any other parties involved, but again, the car was static when we saw it. Race leader Frank Stippler, 12.8 seconds are good at the start of this lap. There may be more traffic coming his way, and it may come to those in behind him. Well, it's not may, it's a question, it's where they find it. Battle for second place, Fabian Schiller in the Get Speed Mercedes, that's car number 9, and the 21 Rutronic Porsche. Julian Andlauer is about 4 car lengths back, constant shadow, and any chance he'll definitely look to take it. The French driver, as I said earlier, has been incredibly positive in traffic.
Race control messages, Bruce. I've just inadvertently and incorrectly thrown number 17, Marek Berkman, in the Pro Sport Aston Martin that's in 9th place, car number 17, under the bus with a pit visit that it didn't have. Having just corrected that, it has now received a drive-through penalty for incorrect position at the start of the race. So they get a drive-through penalty and they're actually currently in 9th position as well.
Okay, and that was the one that
you can't absorb that into a pit stop either.
No.
Drive-through. If it's 5 seconds, that's not so bad, because if you have a 5-second penalty or 10-second penalty, what would the time be? The big issue is driving in, losing the time, driving out again. The stationary bit is the penalty. You can absorb that in a pit stop, so you're coming in anyway, so you only get your 5 seconds. A drive-through is exactly what it suggests. You don't stop, you drive through the outer lane at a pace and go out again, and you've got to serve that. So that's pretty well the worst penalty you can get.
It really is. Now, another penalty is if your car is in front of another car going along the Dottinger Her, you've got to try not to let them get the slipstream, but unfortunately Fabian Schiller could do nothing of the sort, and long before the track even kinked to the left when you get towards the end of the straight, Julian Andlauer had worked the toes superbly, so he's gone up to second place for Rutronic Racing. So the best Porsche in the race so far is up into second place. What the gap will be to race leader Frank Stippler, I do not know. It was 12.8 seconds the last time around, and that was back to Schiller. I'm going to come to a little point about Marek Bachmann in just a nanosecond, if I may. I just want to see the latest lap from Frank Stippler. 7 minutes 59.9, 7 minutes 59.6. But those behind, the traffic must have been kinder to them, because Julian Andlauer 7 minutes 54, 5 seconds quicker than our race leader. But again, you can't get overexcited about a lot of these times, because often there are slow zones. We haven't had any of those as yet. Waved yellow flags and traffic are the things that back you up. But the point I wanted to go to, you were talking of Marek Bachmann. Last time around, his best lap, his last lap of the race, was quicker than Stippler, who was leading the race. So the Aston Martin from Pro Sport, obviously a quick set of wheels today. There was some discussion that Mike David Ortman was going to start that car, because he qualified it, and I've been talking about him doing 2. And I had him down as a start driver, but seemingly it is Marek Bachmann. But that penalty will drop the car that's running in 9th place overall. Actually a long way back from Ben Dorr, who's fallen down a few more places. I tell you what, Kuba Gimasiak's lost a place, and Nico Menzel's moved up, and so's Dennis Olsen. So remember we had the 2 Porsches.
Gimasiak has pitted as well.
Oh, he's pitted. Okay, yeah. Who came in this lap then?
So Gimasiak and Ben Dorr. 34 and 24,
okay,
and indeed Spengler in the Audi as well from 11th.
Okay, that was car number 20 from Car Collection Motorsport. He's sharing that with Marcus Winkelhock. I think that was one that did a bit of pushing and shoving into the opening corner, but we'll look for more problems.
Yeah, we've got our first Code 60 of the race. Of course, that's for the 510 BMW that's being attended to on just after the Mercedes Arena on that hairpin loop back again on the right-hand side there. We're still unsure to what the cause that was. Know what not the result is. Some heavy front-end damage, or relatively heavy front-end damage. You wouldn't like it on your road car, put it that way. Race car-wise, I'll just tear it off and put a new bit on, and out it goes again. Never raced or rallied. One careful owner. What's the old phrase? Squint in its mint?
I'm sure people have said that to me, right? So that lead advantage, as I said, with Julian Andlauer pulling off that passing manoeuvre on Fabian Schiller to move up into second place. It's now down to 8.3 seconds. So I suppose if you do the maths, take 4 and a bit seconds off a race lead that was 12 seconds, you will get down to about 8.
Now, I'm not quite sure when it was served. Right, so the 5:10 car has now been cleared, so we're back to full course green again. But I'm not quite sure when the drive-through penalty was issued to the number 17 Pro Sport Aston, but it's now just had the black flag displayed to it. This is for its incorrect position at the start of the race. It had just completed another lap and set its fastest lap of the race, which is a 7:57.5, which is all well and good, but the officials won't take too kind to that when they're requiring you to do a drive-through penalty. You will have a certain amount of time to do that, which is universally within sort of 3 laps normally. Here, that's completely academic, because 3 laps would be, half an hour, so you can't do that. I think it needs to have served it within a set amount of time of being displayed wherever you are on the lap. You just come in and serve it. I know I need to check the rules. You're just looking in that way, don't you?
No, not at all. Not at all. I thought you were going to come up with some more car salesman terms there. Squint in its mint.
Exactly. Yes.
Beautiful conditions, being caught wonderfully by the Rover live helicopter. It would work on any circuit, but just works many-fold times more when you've got an autumn scene on the world's greatest circuit. Beautiful countryside, climbs, falls, and then that long run out of Schwalbenschwanz all the way along the Dottinger Höhe, where we're going to be treated between now and the end of the race, some yet more slipstreaming. The next person I think will be doing that could be Nico Menzel. He's there or thereabouts behind Dennis Olsen. It's Porsche against Porsche. It's dynamic. It's against Volker Motorsport. Not quite close enough to get the toe at the moment. Just needs one more tail end car to slightly delay the number 18 Porsche. And that will allow Menzel right onto his tail. Menzel half a second down, twisting, turning.
I'm assured that FIA updated rules require a drive-through penalty to be served within 1 lap. Now, not every series has to enforce that, and this isn't an FIA-regulated event. However, it is an infrastructure that works and works well. So I'm guessing that the number 17 Pro Sport Aston should have served that drive-through penalty by now. And I think perhaps going and setting its fastest lap of the race has sort of somewhat rubbed salt into the wound of it not setting its penalty, which needs to do now.
Ein herzliches Willkommen hier aus der E-Sport Lounge am Nürburgring.
Motorsport ist sonst ein bisschen unser Hobby und das macht einfach nur Spaß. Auch der Klang wird super wiedergegeben.
Er weiß, wie es geht.
Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Faltenreifen.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
auf Facebook,
Instagram,
YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
But at the moment, 6.5 seconds is Frank Stippler's lead.
Now, talking of which, diving into the pits, of which, Bruce, has the number 17 Pro Sport Aston Martin served its its drive-through penalty, get the words in the right order. Just one little update on that. If the drive-through penalty was in the last 70 minutes of the race, which is not, it can then be converted into a penalty of 30 seconds to be added at the end of the race. That's one of the few exceptions, but we're not there. So I just said it is normally that's what can be done.
Okay.
But I don't know. We've been so busy talking about other things here. I'm not sure whether it served that or not. Now, just looking very quickly, we've got a very slow BMW 504. Doesn't look to be proceeding at the pace it should be, and that is on the GP loop. Now it is being overtaken by GT3 Cup cars, Caymans. Just look very slow through that particular part. Yes, it is.
Oh no, it's definitely limping. Just wanted to highlight who's gone into the pits after 6 laps. Car 21, which is Julian Andlauer in the Brutronic Porsche. Car number 4, which is Nico Menzel, second of those 2 Falco Motorsport Porsches. That's 2 laps behind his teammate, mind, that we were caught out when Alessio Picariello came in the number 3 sister car after only 4. And 35, which is Dylan Pereira, driving the second of the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMWs. So
right, Bertman has served his penalty.
Okay, that would also explain why his lap time last time around was 8 minutes 24. So that sort of included the in and the out.
After making 2 mistakes already in this show, I didn't want to make a hat-trick this early. Now,
big question is, when cars are limping, have they been pushed or given a hit? And unfortunately, we saw a little bit of contact. We talked about the 504. Why was it limping in? And that is a car from the VT2 rear-wheel drive and four-wheel drive class, and that's the car that car number 1, our championship leaders, outright NLS leaders, are competing in. So it has slightly removed one of their opponents there, not for the championship, but just for space out on the track. Oh, now just getting news that Nico Otto, here he is, Cup 2 class leader, and just being spoken to, had a puncture. He was leading the class, getting the job done as he has all season. But to my eyes, on the maths, he's got 92 points, and the closest challenger is on 74, which is Michele Di Martino, and there weren't 19 starters, so he should be the champion. But you don't want to end your season not completing it, do you? So the car limped in, and right now he'll be a little vexed by all that's been going on. But you know, we will wait and watch and see what happens in that. But it's been a fantastic season in the Cup 2 class.
Well, he's just telling us that he had a puncture at Schwedenkreuz, and that there was much dirt on the track.
Schwedenkreuz, not a place you really want to puncture. You're travelling at some considerable speed. Your next corner is Arenberg, which tightens up a little bit, and there are trees and barriers and things. And there's what always has to be emphasised is the lack of width of the playing field here.
Yeah.
As I said, maybe 3 or 4 cars could just about park side by side around most of the circuit, but when you're racing, that doesn't equate to you can run 3 or 4 cars abreast. But at Schwedenkreuz, you're absolutely pressing on. You've just gone through Flugplatz, past the airport, the airfield over there. You're down into a bit of a compression, but you're accelerating. The track is arcing to the left, but then that feeling.
Yeah, so Nico Otto just telling us there after his punch that he'd lost around about 3 minutes of that, but they're going to keep pushing to the end. And you make a very valid point, Bruce, that you don't want a puncture there. And in fairness, there's not many places at the North South that you want a puncture.
No. But I mean, I suppose you want it, it's depending where it is in Schwedenkreuz. It's still quite a distance the next corner, going up the rise to Arenberg. But do you want it in a place where you're actually in a straight line at high speed versus at lower speed with the barriers coming towards you to the track? So maybe it is one of the better places, but you just have to be completely on top.
So we're back to full course green, as it were. We did have a little code 120 a few minutes ago at the brief code 60, Motor Post 183, which is just coming down towards Dottingerhoe, I think, if I'm right. 183, just there to board, yeah, Schwalbenschwanz, yeah, so just before. That's on the sort of middle part of Schwalbenschwanz, so I'm not quite sure what that was for. No cars indicated, so it might just have been that somebody's run a bit wide and put a bit of debris onto the track and just being sorted. But good to see us back to the full course green. Just going back to that first lap we mentioned, that rolling start and then that first flying lap, that was the advantage of that is evidenced by that fastest lap of Stippler. There was a 7:51.9. His next lap was then as you got into the traffic of start group 3 and possibly the back of start group 2, and that went up to a 7:58, 59.
59.9, I remember, exactly, just a whisker under.
So that's the difference. That makes that one lap of freedom in a GT3 car in the autumn sunshine around the Nordschleife and no other cars other than equivalent around you. Bring it on, yes please.
Yes, and in fact, having sort of survived that first corner shuffle with quite a few of the cars, running from about 4th place through to 7th, being really compromised, that was his chance to escape, and of course he was able to maximise. Ben Durr was holding down 2nd place at the time.
Now Stippler and Schiller both into the pits, our race leaders, as it were, first and second. Into they come in on lap 7 laps completed,
7 laps
exactly
complete.
as predicted, as we thought they would do there. So I'll just make a little note of that, otherwise we'll forget that for
Was
later.
it just the 2 of them? No, it's more.
No, we now have Dennis Olsen in 4th in the Porsche. That's the number 18 entry. That's the dynamic car. And nice to see that back out again.
So that should pretty much conclude the voting.
First, second and third, basically, isn't it?
Yeah, because they're there by dint. I'm just looking to see where number 3 is, the car that blinked first, Alessio Picariello for Falco Motorsport, running a very split tactic today, but we certainly didn't think after 4 laps we'd see a car, and we thought the first of the early pitters would come in after 5. Don't know if there's a problem or is it just a complete guess, but at the moment Picariello is in 14th place. He will rise up a little bit more with those front runners coming in. He should be ahead of them. In fact, they'd probably get into the top 10 shortly. Only a handful of cars have completed 7 laps as yet, because most of the SP9 class that leads this field have gone down the order by pitting on previous laps. And just looking to see who's achieving good speed. In fact, Alessio Picariello, because he was on a flying lap last time around, did an 8:07. That should pick him up the order. Cup 2, we heard from Nico Otto, champion class leader, frustrations of the puncture. That is being led by car number 121, Tobias Muller, at the moment. The Porsche Cup 2 class cars tend to pit a little bit later for their first stop, so they'll do 8, possibly even 9 laps. They quite often do longer first and second stints, and their third pit stop a bit closer to the end of the race.
So the car to watch for me at this point hasn't really played its joker yet, as it were. That's the right terminology. Is the Valkenhorst car number 34, Guba Maziak and Christian Krognes. I know it got delayed at the start, kept out of trouble quite wisely. I just thought it might have come back a little bit more at this point, but it hasn't really shown its hand yet.
So which lap did we get Gamaziak pitting on? Because I've scribbled on my notes. Because we've
just like back at school, isn't it?
Yeah. Dog's eating my yoghurt. Homework, wasn't it?
Dog's eating my yoghurt, indeed. So that car's actually,
well, looking at where he's placed,
he's 10th.
He's 10th at the moment. So moving up the order. So the car that pitted first was Alessio Picariello. He's up to 9th now as the field comes through. So Gamaziak, I think, might have been on the following lap after 5 laps. I just didn't put him down.
I'm just going to have a look at that for us.
Good, thank you very much. Because certainly after 5 laps, we had car number 5, which is our race leader, Frank Stippler's car number 24, which was the Duo Motorsport Aston Martin, car number 20, which is the car collection Audi. Maybe I just missed 34.
Yeah, Gamaziak at 5 laps.
Okay, good, okay. Didn't take my notes down properly, but at least that's clarified for all those listening. Just can't get over what a grey day it was at the start of play at the Nürburgring versus what we're seeing now. Bright autumnal sunshine. The old misery Snowden talked about a bit of rain later in the race, but I'm not prepared to listen to that sort of banter.
It's what I'm paid for. Just doing my job.
Now, after the pit stops, Frank Stippler is not that far ahead.
I was just looking at that
2.9
2.9 seconds. I was just looking at that very thing. It just piqued my interest. But as ever, you were ahead of me, Jones.
Cleared the hurdle.
Because you've got longer legs.
That's it. That's it.
Sorry, you have a competitive advantage. You should be handicapped.
So again, but don't be deceived, because when cars are running close and they've come in on different laps, it means whoever came in earlier is going to have to pay back a little bit more at the end of the race. And just to reiterate that, car number 5, Frank Stippler's car, came in after 5 laps. Car number 9 came in after 7. Lucas Auer's taken it over. Frank Stippler building up to speed now. Where the difference is, Lucas Auer took over, whereas Frank Stippler has stayed on board. He can't prise his hands off the steering wheel, loves it so much.
Talking of other cars, drivers not being able to have their hands prized off the steering wheel, the 6th place car currently is the number 45 CP Racing Mercedes. Charles Espinal started that car. This is an SB9 Pro-Am category car, and that has just left the pits with Shane Lewis aboard now.
Okay, and we were sad not to have them out last time around, but it's good they're ending their season. Busy American team doing their racing in Europe, also competing in the 24H series. We saw them down with a cruel, late retirement in the Barcelona 24 Hours a few weeks back. Car just pushed into the garage. At that point you hope, oh, just change something simple, but that was it. You know that moment when you get the camera shot goes in and you suddenly notice there's nobody really working on the car.
Yeah, that was the one they had Phil Quaife on board for that one, didn't they, for that race?
Yes.
At Barcelona. But Adam Christodoulou it is that takes up sort of pro honours in that car today. And it's one of those teams that we say Pro-Am, but all the drivers in that car, Charles Putnam, Charles Espinal, Shane Lewis, they're all hugely experienced. And they're such a well-knitted team. And they just get on so well. I'm actually surprised. I'd imagine that if Charles Putnam, who the team is named after, CP, it's his name above the door, as it were, I would imagine that he's probably going to take the flag in this race. But they're one of the few entries today that have 4 drivers down. You, of course, are now going to list all the others.
No, I'm not.
No, good, thank you.
I haven't time.
Saved by the bell.
Because I might miss something else, having missed exactly which lap that we had Kuba Gamaziak coming in. Just taking a look at lap times now. For those out on the track, it seems the fastest laps last time around were Lucas Auer, we could see how well the Austrian driver, nephew of Gerhard Berger, did you know that? Running in second place, 8 minutes 1 for his lap, whereas Frank Stippler was 8 minutes 4. Further back down the order by pitting earlier, Kuba Gimasi 8 minutes 1, and Alessio Picario 8 minutes 1. They're going to be working their way up the order, but remember they pitted earlier than some of their rivals, so have to see where they place themselves on the track. But right now, Frank Stippler is doing what Frank Stippler does, overtaking. Just so smooth. He just doesn't seem to chop and change his line like a lot of other drivers. He just commits, and he's so smooth. But again, it's experience, it's confidence. He's been racing, of course, these Audi R8 LMSs for quite some while now.
Yeah, that was Nick Zaleski. He was overtaking in the other Mühlner Motorsport Cup 2 Porsche GT3. Number 124 entry. Of course, the 123 entry did start the race, despite its
despite us assuring everybody it wasn't.
And it's one of those cars that also has 4 drivers in it, but the 124 car doesn't.
You want to listen, don't you? I can tell by the tone of your voice that you want to run through every car in the field. I'll just go downstairs and make coffee.
Yeah. Well, that was the hint. That was the hint. He's got there. Kerry finally realised.
Right,
Kerry makes a lovely coffee.
Let's just run you down the order in Cup 2. Let's not neglect Cup 2 for the Porsche GT3 Cup class. It's 1-2-1 leading the way. It pretty much has all race. Nico Otto, of course, was right at the front of car 100. He's the championship leader in class, but he had that puncture for Max Cruz Racing. Yes, indeed. But as I said, they will come in probably after 8, possibly 9 laps for their first pit stop. So you get this sort of artificial situation. But then we get the interesting thing when they come out of their pit stops, they're often quite close to SP9 class cars, and you think SP9 is the top class here, but in a straight line, the Cup 2 cars are very, very good indeed. And in fact, was it 2 weeks ago, we had one of them clattering into the back of, it was down at Barcelona. I was trying to think where it happened. We had a Cup 2 class car clattering into the back of one of the front runners, pitching it off into that famous gravel down at Turn 1 at Barcelona, and you're thinking, hold on, an outright lap, you shouldn't be as quick, but yeah, through. And hold on, 3 cheers for that chicane at the end of the lap at Barcelona being consigned to history.
Finally.
Why did they take so long? Because it just, well, anybody who was watching 20 years ago will understand what a brilliant corner that final sweep was.
I was racing it 20 years ago in FIA GT, and I always thought that was the worst, one of the worst things you could do. Most chicanes ruin a circuit. There's only one exception I can think of.
That took the biscuit, didn't it?
Which is Dingledale at Brands Hatch actually improved the circuit. I will say that.
Certainly for the photographers. Oh, another car off the ground.
Exactly. But it did ruin it, and I always used to feel during commentary that I remember the days when that wasn't a chicane, it was a double fast right-hander, and lo and behold, glory be, it is back again, reinstated. We'll talk about Cup 3 cars, Cup 2 cars, sorry, GT3 Porsche there. These GT3 cars, don't forget, in this series are not quite a fully fledged FIA GT3 car. They are a little bit restricted, a little bit bopped as in balance performance, just for the Nordschleife, so that does play into their advantage. But it lets those Cup 2 cars, as you say, they're quicker in a straight line because they've got less aero, and the power difference isn't a great deal. And what was interesting, I was chatting to Alex Rundle this week, I saw him a couple of days, it would have been a rover working on something, and he was just saying that he's very interested in doing NLS next year in a Cup 2 car, because he said it ain't that slow, you can have a very good result, it's very competitive, but clock this, it's about the third of the price of running an SP9 GT3 car.
What's wrong with Alex? Why can't he just take his historic racing Mustang and come and do this? It could become the crowd favourite now the Foxtail Manta is retired. I think he's got to rethink that. But Alex is one of
I shall put it to him.
Contemporary racing drivers who's obviously got immense levels of petrol in his veins, but he truly adores this circuit because, to race here with Father Martin and now we've got 2 inexperienced drivers, novices having a little tussle. D. Turner and F. Stippler coming over the start-finish line. It's nose to tail. The Aston Martin in front. Darren will be having a big smile. Lights flashing in the background. That won't deter Darren. Over the line they go. Frank Stippler in front. This is what we come here to see. So they're 7th and 8th overall. But don't forget, we've got 1, 2, 3 Porsche Cup class cars. Cup 2 ahead of them. I sense a couple of them I just saw in the background diving into the shot. But this is a lovely little vignette, whatever that means. And Darren Turner leaves the door open in the Mercedes arena.
Straight through, yeah.
You know what? I was saying that the flashing of the lights wouldn't deter him. They've clearly put him off his stride. But you know what? His job in this team is to make sure that his co-drivers, Ben and Phil Dorr, get a really top result. So why try and put up a fight, have massive resistance to Frank Stippler? Frank's determined to put a win on the board this year.
There is nobody more aware than Darren Turner that this isn't about Darren Turner this weekend. It's about Phil and Ben Dorr. That's what it's all about. And if ever anybody that's worked it all out and knows how to literally play the game and properly and professionally, it's Darren Turner. He hasn't got the gigs he's got by being an egotist.
No.
He knows how to drive a car. He's completely confident in his own abilities. He knows exactly what to do, and there's a perfect example of it. What's the point in racing something you don't need to race? It's not about them. It's not about proving what Darren Turner knows what he's done. It's there. The record's there. It's set in stone. It's about the boys.
You know what's quite extraordinary though? He knows who's sitting in behind him, Frank Stippler. He knows that Frank hasn't had a win this year, and that doesn't sit very well with Frank Stippler. Fiercely competitive driver, but his record here over the years has been phenomenal. But just looking back at this is the year so far. Listen to these results for Frank Stippler in 2023 in the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. Retired, 23rd, 7th, 4th, pole, but retired, pole. Another pole today. It's just, it feels weird to be saying that. No win. 3 poles, no win. Just so. Let him through, but he knows that combination of Frank Stippler and Chris Vermees is going to be fairly unbeatable. His job, though, is to try and get a top 3 finish. When I say his, I'm talking about Darren Turner. And Ben and Phil Dorr showing with him. Ben will have learned an awful lot, showed good pace. Then it's about also how it works when you come across the back markers. He lost out a little bit. Second became third, fourth, fifth.
That's our number 1 car in the pits, having a tyre change.
Last year's champions could be this year's champions. Running in a different class to the people who are challenging them for the title. And certainly the Adrenalin Motorsport BMW 330i looks brilliant. Black with orange and grey livery sitting in the pit lane. That's running in the VT2 rear-wheel drive and four-wheel drive class. And the Cup 3 class, which is for the Porsche Caymans, is where the challenger for the overall title will come from. So a different class of car, but the Cup 3 class car is only down by 4 points, and its class, by my reckoning, certainly on the entry list, has 2 more starters. And if you win a class with 15 cars in it, you get 15 points. If you win a class with 13, as is the number 1 BMW 330 that's being refueled right now, you only get 13 points. That means the gap closes to 2. So come what may, effectively the 959 Sorg Rennsport Porsche Cup 3 class car knows it has to win its class, because you can't rely on anyone else having a disaster and rely on the Zils Sandberg Leisen BMW not winning its class. Second or third would be okay in its class, but if it was 4th, it would not. Maths, eh? They told you should have paid attention at school.
Now that car, actually, just talking about the number 1 BMW, the 330i of Zils Sandberg and Leisen, sitting at the end of the pit lane.
I don't think it's not a penalty box, because we saw it being refueled.
That's what I'm thinking. So is their garage can't be right at the end there. So I'm not quite sure why that car's being held so long at the end of the pit lane.
Do you think it's got a penalty? But I don't think it's a penalty box. I think because they're last year's champion, they can have the pit closest to the pit exit. I think that's a fair ruling.
It seems really close though, because that's been ready. That's not a pit exit. That's not a pit box. That's been stopped and held there for some reason. On that note, we've got a code 60 at, where are we talking now? Just between Verschaffen and Exmüller for 932, which is our Black Falcon Porsche GT4, which is now apparently got on the move again. It's one of our Cup 3 cars. So that hopefully will mean that if that's got on the move again, that leads you to think that it'll the code 60 will disappear quite quickly.
Now, we were talking about how we've had the cars in 2 different classes. Number 1 championship leader has just been released from the pits, possibly after a penalty. Can't quite clarify that one. But I said that the 959 entry from SRS Team Sorg Rennsport which is the championship challenger, just to make the math simple, needs to win its class. It's leading Cup 3 at the moment by nearly 17 seconds. So Fabio Grossa doing a good job. He should be about to come in and make a pit stop. But, you know, drivers just want it to be simple, don't they? What do I have to do? Win my class. Okay, fine. Yes, boss. And out they go. It doesn't always work, but rather than say, yes, if you come 7th and they come 9th, you don't want any of that sort of mathematical shenanigans up ahead of you. Waved yellow flags at the exit of the Vidal chicane. There's a course car, I think. We've got the code 60 further round, but can't tell you for yet why it's waved yellow flags there. Still being waved, but there's nothing on shot that can be seen. I can't see.
Intervention vehicle going out on track.
Okay, so that has just gone. That in that case, that has just turned through the Sabine Schmitz curves, and that's why they were still waving the yellows at the Vidal chicane. Right, one of the championship challengers, championship leader at the moment, Philip Lyson. He's done his stint in the BMW 330i from Adrenalin Motorsport, car number 1, last year's champion, along with his teammates. But right now, hot. Is he bothered? And we'll find out as we get some translations on what he's saying. But certainly with the championship challenger from the Cup 3 class leading its car number 959, there isn't much space for manoeuvre, I would suggest. But to win this championship once is a huge achievement. To try and bring it off twice and carry the number 1 on your car door for the following year is really something that's very tricky indeed. It has been done, and invariably it's not from the cars at the very front of the field in the SP9 class. It's usually from a BMW Cup class or a Porsche Cayman Cup class, because they tend to have larger entries and therefore more drivers in your class, the more points you get for a victory. But can they do it today? Well, we've still got time of plenty in this race. 2 hours 45 minutes remaining in this 4-hour season finale. But you know what? As he talks, the smile is coming onto his face. So, but ifs, buts, maybes, we get the lot of them here on the Nordschleife. But right now, I suppose one good thing, Snowy, is the fact the weather seems to be holding fair.
It does for the moment, which is just what we need. We'll see what happens at about 3 o'clock. That's when it's forecast to maybe change, but we'll see.
And one thing that is always a factor here, you can never relax in a Nordschleife race. That's obvious because the track's difficult, but it's also, we've got a code 60 at the moment. These things can suddenly obscure, block you, slow you drop to 60, and one of your rivals could be 30 seconds behind, and it's cleared before they get there. So of course they will gain all the time that you've had to lose. You have to obey the officials at all times, but it's amazing how many races in this Nordschleife series suddenly a code 60 hits one driver and not another just because the incident has been cleared up, and suddenly what looked like a very comfortable moment can become a whole lot tighter, even overturned completely. And you know, imagine how dispiriting it must be when you had big distance between you and the next driver in class, and suddenly you can see there in the background of the shot they've gained 45 seconds on you in the space of a lap, almost exaggerating for emphasis, but it can really happen. So you just simply can't switch off. You have to just keep reading the situation out on the track, getting information from the pits. Today, so far, with the weather having gone from dark grey to bright blue skies, at least the weather may not be an issue. But then, of course, with a track as long as the Nordschleife, nearly 25 kilometres in a lap, if you guess wrong about a little flurry of rain thinking it won't affect too much, and you go off onto a further lap without changing to wet weather tyres, that is when it can really come undone.
It can. I'm just looking at my GPS tracker of the number 3, my apologies, the number 4 Falcon Porsche, which now has Tim Heinemann aboard. My GPS is slightly out because I've got onboard footage of that as well, and it's suggesting it's right behind Darren Turner, which is onboard is showing that it clearly isn't at the moment. So GPS is slightly misleading. A couple of glitches on that today, so that's why I've got a couple of errors of disinformation for you.
And as soon as you get something like that happening, you start to doubt it working at thereafter, which is very sort of confusing as a commentator. Do I trust it? Do I not? Then you find spend your time sort of double checking, and you can almost second guess yourself. I tell you one thing that's worth pointing out is they've only gone and done it. They've released the Winkelhock, so Marcus Winkelhock is out there, and he's just picked his way past Lucas Auer. He passed the Get Speed Mercedes, and he's not satisfied yet. It's a red meat sort of day, and the next target for him is Tim Heinemann, the number 4 Porsche, one of our camera cars today. He can't see Marcus Winkelhock, A, because he's looking forward, and if he looks back That Audi is very low indeed. It's black, it's low, it's mean, tucked in behind him, but they've got a couple of the SP10 class cars. So one of the great-looking Toyota Supras right up in front of them as they go through Hatzenbach. No space on the inside, no space on the outside. Drivers bouncing over the curbs there. It's a wonderful sort of cupping motion as the track bends to the right and then to the left, and then as they go through there, he's negotiating both of them. That is Tim Heinemann, but he knows full well he's got Markus Finkelhock in that black Audi tucked in behind him. The pace starting to really build as they stretch their legs. Flug Pats further around the lap, pressing on. Still no sign of an attack from behind, but you know full well while our driver is looking forward, Tim Heinemann is looking to the front. In behind, he's got that low Audi, and certainly, let's check, pace of Winkelhock last time around, 8 minutes 11. Of course, we know there was the code 60, so that's not representative, but clearly looking very pacey indeed. Picked off Lucas Auer, and his next target is most certainly Tim Heinemann, who's holding down at the moment 6th place.
Again, all these instant judgment calls, just watching Tim Heinemann there, flat left, around all of the back markers, keep your foot in, go around the outside, hope your back marker stays where it is, down to the foxhole now, coming up out of the dip, using all the curb on the right hand side to run up there, but he knows it's there, he can use the curb, it's not grass, but you can't let that Audi get any closer behind, but nor can you make a mistake and put it off. Just absolutely mesmeric, metronomic driving, just judging the gaps, reading the traffic, but all the time driving a car at this pace and keeping your foot in. Oh, that's the point. Knowing where to place it is one thing, but at speed, that's the bit.
Okay, well, wind it back to the early laps of the race. We had Ben Durr and his Aston Martin holding down 2nd place. When they came upon traffic, he momentarily just didn't quite keep his foot in, and that was when he went 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. Not going up through the gearbox, but unfortunately for him, going down the order. Some great scrapping in Cup 2. We often don't get treated to as much of this on screen as we'd like, because it's always competitive. And just looking first to second in that class at the moment is being led by Gabriele Piana. Well, that's no surprise. He tends to lead things. He's an absolute expert around the ring. Timo Glock has wandered into the pit garage. And what is Timo doing here at the Nürburgring? I'll tell you what, he's smiling. He's having a good time. That's why he's come back to play racing. He's not playing at it. He doesn't do playing at racing. But it's great to see him. He's sharing an up-to race BMW. That's in the M240i Racing Cup class. Well-supported class. A dozen starters in that. Sharing with Anton Aby and Michel Albers. But this, to me, is what it's about. You know, drivers shouldn't just put their helmet away when their professional career has come to an end. He's probably, you know, got a relationship with his team. They said, would you like to come out and play? And he said, yeah, why not? And just going back to that interview with Philip Lyson, he said they don't have the pace today. They've just got to hang on and fight for the championship. That's the outright championship for right across all the classes. Doesn't matter which class you're in, as you tally up your points in your individual class. They came here with a 4-point advantage. At the moment, the car they're fighting is continuing to lead the Cup 3 class, the class for Porsche Caymans. And so they've got a nervous wait, number one. Did you ever find out if they had a driver penalty? I don't think they did. We saw them for a long time at pit exit. I think that was their pit garage. We'll look out for that for you and try and clarify that.
Yeah, 680 that Timo Glock's been driving. That's the up-to race points. Anton Eby, Timo Glock, and somebody called Michel Albers in it as well. He's done a bit, hasn't he?
Bits and bobs?
Yeah, just a bit alongside him. Good team, that one. The Cayman I mentioned that hasn't continued, did hit the barriers down just past Exmura. That's the 932 car, one of the Black Falcon cars. And we marvelled sometimes at the European names in our entry. There's Daniela Di Amato, Matt Cahill, and who was driving it? Mark Smith. Yes.
Is he Thai or Singaporean?
Yes, beautiful British name.
Right, I just need it. Right, you did a little clarification earlier. I'm going to do another one now. This is mine. Philip Lyson, who's in the championship leading car, he's sharing with 2 drivers who were champions last year, Daniel Zils and Oscar Sandberg. But Philip Lyson was a champion in his own right in 2020 and 2021. And when he was driving with Danny Brink, and one year it was Rink and Brink, Christopher Rink right. In 2020. But so he's got 2 overall titles going for his 3rd. Whereas Oscar Sandberg and Daniel Zils, they only have 1 each, but they're going for their 2nd.
Playing catch-up.
And also, let's just scroll down a little further. Also, Philip Lyson with Rink and Brink won the title in 2018. So, in fact, he's going for his 4th title. So he knows what it takes to win across the course of the season. and stayed true, racing BMWs all those times. In 2020 it was a 325i, as in 2018 and 2021, but this year it's a 330i. That's inflation for you. Right, Timo Glock racing in the M240i Cup class. He's driving to get his ring permit. This is why we often see people coming to play. You think, why would a driver of his caliber need to get his permit? But rules and rules, as they say somewhere. And it's about going through the official approach, proving you can behave, and particularly in a multi-class race as well. He wants to do the 24 hours next year. God, he hasn't had the time before. That is extraordinary, isn't it? But you know, that's also just shows when drivers go into single-seaters, they have to be fully focused on that. And I think it's a sad day. I'm not saying we should go back to the 1960s and early 70s when drivers would race everything and anything, many classes in each of the race meetings they went to. He's working on a project with a couple of drivers who, well, are spectacularly good. Mike Rockenfeller and Timo Scheider. Oh my word, what will they race? Is there anything into it, the fact they're driving a BMW today? Oh, I don't know. But we will wait and see. But again, the calibre of drivers, I think the Nürburgring is just going through a golden patch at the moment, and the fact that next year the Nürburgring 24 Hours is being added to the list of drivers of races in the Intercontinental GT Challenge as well. We've got the final round of that this weekend at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, where to my eye GT cars still look a little bit strange. You know, I'm still totally attuned. I'm only still struggling, you know, when the Formula One races were there running in that sort of back to front infield circuit, of course, road cars used. To me, it's all about the 2.5 mile oval, Indy cars blasting around anti-clockwise. But anyhow, great to see. And again, it's lovely to see that drivers who often raced against each other can race together. Might have been teammates, but you know, there's still that gnarly business. But when they have to share a car, they've got to put those former concerns and little grievances behind them.
Yeah, I forgot to mention, of course, it started with his F1 career, and of course, I'm sure that...
In a Corsair?
I'm sure Felipe Massa will be in touch with Timo Glock, if you know about the Formula One, trying to get the 2008 World Championship back into Massa's hands, because it was Timo Glock that had that slowed on that last lap, wasn't it, and let Hamilton through and he won it by a point.
In the Toyota, you know... Correct.
However, he's been doing DTM for the last 10 years.
Oh, we absolutely.
We forget that, don't we? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Timo... rock solid, but that final lap at Interlagos in 2008 was extraordinary. You know, when the weather decides to do those weathery things, it's multiplied when you go into the tropics, and it was just who was on the right tyres at the right lap. People rather forget, of course, that many a championship been sorted, but that one, to have it all on the final lap without even you know, interference from race officials there, it was all just quite simple and straightforward in comparison to what happened at the end of 2021 between Verstappen and Hamilton.
Of course, right. I was saying he was going to get his eye in for GT3 cars. Of course, GT3 cars are now the platform used in DTM, but he's also been doing Porsche Super Cup this year, as well as Italian GT Championship last year, and Stock Car Brazil. I don't think they're stock cars the way we think they are.
No, they're certainly not. And if ever you get a chance to watch the racing from that, you find certain drivers like, I don't know, R. Barrichello in the field, went back to win the championship. And no, the racing is fierce and at times really quite unruly, but they're silhouette cars, a really, really strong scene. And there's one race at the end of the year in the championship that is always an endurance or a longer version in which they have 2 drivers per car, and that is the one a lot of drivers from all around the world have been sort of penciled in as the second driver. But yeah, well worth a watch. Quite a few drivers have come up from that. Attila Abreu has come and raced in Europe from that, and certainly loads of other Brazilians have been able to get a lot of racing under their belts back at home. And you know, circuits ranging from the glories of Interlagos to rather lesser, shorter, rougher circuits. And it's much the same in Argentina, I suppose, with their racing scene. They don't have such a strong scene anymore, but they've got all these circuits up country, places like Rosario, Mendoza, as well as, of course, the wonderful Buenos Aires circuit. But again, there aren't enough hours in the day or days in the week to follow all the racing that you can pick up from around the world. But people watching around the world will be looking at this and thinking, why don't we come and do this? Why do we not just come and do one round? But then that concept, you don't start small. Well, you do start small and build up. They'll go one round and then should we do more next year? Should we do the 24 hours?
I wasn't always this size. He did start small.
He did start small. Well, very hard to understand.
Now, Bruce, you know me. When I get hold of an idea, it's a prisoner. So I will explain. Number 1 car. We mentioned earlier on, I'm putting everything together here, and hopefully they've got all the ingredients. I'm not sure what the rest is going to be. Proofs in the eating. Tell me how well the cake tastes, if you understand that. So, number 1 car. I said it was held at the end of the pit lane for a very long time. You asserted that it may well be. That's their pit box. I thought that was too far down. However, you did mention earlier on about minimum pit stops time during the race. This is the car that's in contention for holding or retaining the championship, yeah? They came in at 21.39 and went out at 21.42, so their pit stop was 3 minutes 7 seconds. I felt they were being held. Are they getting enough time on their clock now so they can have a shorter stop later in the race when they need it to make sure they're thinking ahead for that championship?
That is very much a possibility.
They have to have 8 minutes pit time stop in the 4-hour race.
Well, we will see. SRS team Sorg Rennsport run a lot of these cars at the front end of their various classes, but 488 from their stable is not going well. Matthias Barr, Achim Feinen and Karl Struber.
That is a very, very rare BMW.
Indeed, a 128.
Well, 128, okay, that's a European.
TI.
That's a German spec version, then a European spec version of the 135 they have back in the UK. But it's, when I say it's a very rare BMW, it's because it is, I'm going to say it in hushed tones, front-wheel drive.
Don't tell the drivers. Just send them out there.
Pause was palpable. I know. Can't move on, can we?
No.
We're lost on that one. Yes.
Throw my book out the window.
I know.
Right, what is settling down in terms of pace? At the moment, we've got Alessio Picariello. Remember this, he pitted first. At the start of lap 11, he was 7/10 of a second clear of a chap called Gimasiak. Champion, 5 wins in the bag. Poor start today, went from second on the grid down to about 6th place, worked back to 5th, got on the tail of a group of cars, worked his way forward, but they pitted not on the same lap. So, you know, for them to be running as close together as they are, that's actually very good news for the driver who pitted second in that group, which is Gimasiak, because he came in after 5 laps, which is 1 lap after Alessio Picariello came in, who pitted very early after only 4 laps. Didn't expect anyone to come in. He came in. That put him into what is the lead of the race, but that means his final pit stop will be necessarily a lap earlier. Sorry, what am I talking about? Yes, a lap earlier than Kuba Gimasiak, and therefore 26 seconds longer. He led onto this lap by just 0.7 of a second, so it really is advantage Gimasiak at the moment. But then again, he pitted earlier, and some of those behind. He was 2 laps ahead of the number 5 Audi. That's up into 4th place, still with Frank Stippler on board, so that is still sitting pretty by my maths. Car number 21 came in... actually, can't see in my scribbles. Yes, it came in after 6 laps, so at the moment, yes, Stippler's sitting very well. He's only 9 seconds down on Julian Andler in the 21 Rutronic Racing Porsche. That will have an earlier final pit stop than he does, and in turn, Gimasiak will have an later final pit stop than Picariello. So at the moment, Frank Stippler's doing the hard yards. Christopher Mies is drinking the coffee, eating the biscuits. He'll have to do the second half of this race. What a safe pair of hands to pass that baton over into.
Now I'm just trying to work out where we've got our code 6s, because we've got a little bit starting on the exit of Callanard, which is actually just a waved yellow at the moment. It does say it's, yes, it's a slow zone. Motorsport 110, Callanard exit. That then leads a little bit further into, by the time it gets to Versiphen, or we start to blend around to the right-hand side, it's 120s. By the exit of that, and as we lead up to Exmuller, it becomes a code 60. And I think that was for the Cayman I mentioned, 932, I think it was. But that's long since been recovered. My point being, that's quite a stretch of track with no car on it. So I'm guessing there's some kind of barrier repairs or something in pursuing in that at the moment. Then it's clear by the exit at Exmuller. So yeah, Marshall Post 115 it's clear by.
Right, looks like we're about to have a change for the lead. No, not at all. Frank Stippler has now moved up another position, so he's... is that Picariello? He's gone past. Because how Picariello lost so much ground? Hold on a second. No, Tim Heinemann was... okay, let's look at the number on the door when that Falker Motorsport Porsche comes through. Of course, we've got 2 in the race. I can't remember which one has the red wing mirrors. I think that might be car number... Oh, I'm not going to guess. It's 50% chance of being wrong. Come through. It's car number 3, and coming in again. Okay, so that's Picariello bringing that in. He's done the first, well, not quite half of the race. We've got 2 hours 28 minutes remaining, and that means he's come in after 11 laps. Okay, so Picariello came after 4 laps and now after 11 laps. So he did a 7-lap stint. I would have thought he could have gone out to 8 laps. I'm beginning to think that was nearly a problem for that first pit stop. Was there a puncture? He thought, well, we might as well just roll the dice and come in, because the pace has been very good from Picariello, as expected from the Belgian racer, but that first pit stop has really compromised their race. Not getting out of the car with a great deal of rush, but you don't need to. Oh, another car's just being pulled back onto the pit apron behind that. That's a car that we lost from the running, car number 30. That was one with Marcus Winkelhock on board that had been going very well indeed, and that's pulled out of the pits. No, sorry, car 30. It's the that's the Ferrari, isn't it?
Well, car 30 is the Ferrari, correct. Now there's huge issues with it. It's the splitter and so the diffuser and the rear end coming off this number 3 Porsche now. Now there was a massive flat spot on the left rear. I saw that tyre, that wheel being pulled off and literally sent on its own by the mechanic to the other mechanic in the garage across the pit lane. As it rolled across, you can see that there was a massive flat spot. Works then ensued on the left rear of this number 3 Falcon Porsche. The diffuser is hanging off. Some of the floor is coming out there. So that car's been off and over, I'm guessing some curb or something that's caused that issue there.
It's gone up and it's come down, and Sven will be saying anything untoward with the car. No, it's fine. It's just Picariello. Yeah, race perfect. Off you go. But clearly work to be done. So I think we can scratch this one, and well, because they've got to put the rear end back on the car, the body with the dolly jacks coming out, going into the garage. It has to. You can get more mechanics working on it in the garage. So Falcon Motorsport, I still think there was a slight problem with this car. We saw it working its way very quickly in this race onto the tail of that battle for second place in those early laps. He was in 5th, some distance away. He closed on to Gimasiak, got into the grouping, but something has come unstuck here. But I still wonder why they pitted that, first of all, after just 4 laps. To me, that was too early. I think they might have picked up a puncture, had to come in early, and then subsequently, it was a good run from Picariello, but clearly it's gone off the ground and come back down again. Oh, 34 and 3 had a collision in the Sabine Schmitz corner, I'm being told. And 34 is Gimasiak, and 3 was Alessio Picariello. Sorry, I didn't pick up on that straight away. Just looking for facts, looking for figures.
And the way I'm reading it is, what I'm hearing is that 003, as in the Falcon car was hit by 34. So Gimasiak hitting the Porsche there with Alessio Picariello.
Well, Picariello could have been coming in anyhow for a pit stop. 4 to 11 is 7 laps, but for that second stint, but the damage as well has certainly forced its hand. So Kuba Gimasiak heading, he's now in the lead this race, 13.6 seconds to the good over Julian Andlauer. Julian Andlauer on course in following the sequence of pit stops should be making his second pit stop a lap after Kuba Gimasiak. So advantage, I would say, Julian Andlauer at the moment. Certainly been a very, very good run from the Porsche from Rutronic Racing, sharing with Patrick Niederhauser. The Swiss driver will be taking over for the second half of the race. So what we need now is to keep an eye on whether next time around Frank Stippler will be diving into the pits to make his second pit stop. Would it be one further lap? He's on to lap number 12 now, so it is quite possible he'll come in. But certainly for Falcon Motorsport, it was they started 10th and 11th. It looked as though they were capable to getting the top 6, and I rather fancy the number 3 car of Picariello and Sven Muller to have a tilt at the top 3. But number 3, their car is in the garage, and Alessio Picariello scratching his head. But certainly if you've been given a little bit of a thump up the back, you're not going to be smiling, and that's the situation for him as he's interviewed down in the pit lane.
They destroyed the rear diffuser, so I had a lot of vibration. I had to bring it back. Now the guy has to repair it. And yeah, in the first
and very frustrating for the Belgian driver, but being rear end damage, well, you can often imagine going over the curbing and you could damage the front of your car, but if you've got the damage to the underside at the rear, it's normally down to impact. And certainly race diffusers now are quite delicate things, really. Or they're not going to break, but twisted out of order, and suddenly the whole behaviour of the car goes.
Well, they have an operating window. They work in one direction only, don't they? They're not meant to be hit. So Alessio Picariello is just saying that he was hit from behind by Kuba Gimasiak, which is not his style, I have to say.
No, it's not.
That's really, he's one of the people that isn't going to do that. I appreciate the frustration from Alessio there, just saying that it's destroyed the diffuser and therefore had to limp the car. And of course, that's at the very beginning of the Nordschleife lap. You've literally a corner earlier, you could have dived right and come into the pits and saved a load of time. That's the point. You've now got to limp all the way around the Nürburgring, the Nordschleife with that car.
Yeah, and his last lap was, in terms of limping, still faster than I could drive it. It was 8 minutes 53 seconds, but that squandered from his point of view about 45 seconds from the sort of lap pace. He should have been managing maybe slightly more, maybe 50 seconds. But at the moment that car is stationary. His teammate Sven Muller sitting on board, but going nowhere at all. Still the rear bodywork being attended to. Looks as though it's almost ready to go back down to terra firma.
Yeah, they've lost a bit of time doing that, haven't they? And it's just also the other question, the other flip side of the story is, of course, what damage has that done, if any, to the number 34 car, which is the BMW Valkenhorst entry, Kuba Gamaziak, who must be getting fairly close to handing over to Christian Kreuzler. They tend to do split this 50-50, don't they? And he's not far off, 20 minutes off halfway mark.
Yeah, well, they made their first pit stop after 5, so I expect at the end of 12, possibly 13, but more like the end of this lap, which is lap 12, we'll see him diving in and changing over. But, right, let's run you down through the classes, if I may. Cup 2 now being led by number 103. This is the Porsche GT3, the 911 GT3 Cup class. And margin of advantage at the moment is about 30 seconds. 103 leading the class, and that's Mustafa Kaya sharing with Gabriele Piana, who started that, and Mike Stursberg. So in that case, Kaya's taken it over after a pit stop. Okay, yes, 11 laps on the board, that would have been the case. Cup 3, though, just want to look down and see 959, bear in mind, championship challenger, not just for the class, but for the overall title, still leading that class, doing what they need at the moment, and will still be there at the end. But they changed over to Patrick Gruter, who's taken that over at this point in the race. But doing everything right, they just need to win the class. Fabio Gross started. Patrick Gruter doing the second stint, and the end of the race, Heiko Eichenberg will probably go in. He's the third driver in that stint, in that group of cars.
Very quick update there. You were absolutely right. Your eyes didn't deceive you, Bruce. The number 30 entry, which is indeed the 296 Ferrari of Fricadelli Racing, is out on track in the hands of David Pittard. Currently running in a staggering, wait for it, 56th place.
In the top 50, in the top 58.
Top 60.
That's good.
That was top 58, exactly. Not somewhere he used to be. We'll see where that gets to in there, but it is out on track now, so it is a data gathering exercise, and you're there, to be honest, having got this far with it, got the team on site, and you've got tyres and fuel and car and drivers and everything all set up and entry fee paid, whatever. To be honest, actually running the car's fairly academic. It's a slightly minor part of it now, provided, of course, you've got your risk. But Pittard's no risk at all, is he?
Absolutely not. But looking down through the classes, one of the production classes is V4, which is for production class cars between 2 litres and 2.5 litres, and it's very popular with BMWs. In fact, they fill the entire class. They're all BMW 325i's, as luck would have it. But as I mentioned a while ago, that car has been mighty in the championship 325 in various classes. One of the drivers is Desiree Muller. She's being interviewed down in the pit lane. She shares it with Tim Muller and Henning Hausmeier. But again, these conditions, this is why the drivers come racing here. They know the circuit is brilliant, but in many ways, the coolest track, sunny weather, dry. This is the Nürburgring for me, but we know full well we can have the edge of snow, we can have sleet, we can have heavy rain, we can have baking temperatures. But right now, in this 8-round championship, 9 races across 8 rounds, this to me, I don't know about you, Snowy, is the perfect way to go racing on the Nordschleife, perfect conditions.
Yeah, I mean, you're out here, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you want to go and race on this, as you said earlier, the finest motor circuit in the world? That is incontestable, do not argue with that, it is a fact. Because I know it's a fact because Bruce Jones said it was, therefore we'll just go with it. But beautiful autumnal October afternoon, Nordschleife, fine weather, racing cars, full course green. Okay, a couple of waved yellows at one point, but it doesn't really matter.
They've just got to dry them out.
Just means be aware, that's all. Doesn't mean able to slow down or anything. Didn't hear that from me. What a beautiful, beautiful day to go into racing on the Nordschleife. My only regret is, and a note of sadness is, it's the last one of the year.
I know.
Did you hear it? Yes, your side as well. Yes.
I know, but actually...
Don't start, we'll have Kerry crying in a minute.
No, it's going to be off. Someone bit the head off the jelly babies.
She's brutal like that.
Yeah,
absolutely brutal.
Keeps us in line.
Yeah. Well, no hesitation, straight in there. Head fighter.
Good to see the Ferrari out there. But we are towards the end of the season. And Desiree Miller was being interviewed because there's so many classes, but then there's a special class for female class, and she's right in the reckoning for that. So it's fingers crossed for Desiree, and also for all her rivals who would be absolutely equal in all of this. But so many things to fight for, so many things to think about. But right now, it's great to see that 296 Ferrari out racing in a sort of it's all black livery with a couple of stickers on the side and a slightly green end to its rear wing. Caught behind a gaggle of cars, and David Pittard would normally just monster his way around the outside, but there's no point taking any risk now. Going around the Grand Prix loop, he can pick a few of them off before he gets to the Vidal chicane. He's picked off 2 of them. He's got to go up the rise to the Vidal chicane, and he will get to the head of that group, going past one of the Pro Sports SP10 class Aston Martins. Gets that done, and then out onto the Nordschleife itself, getting wonderful drift on the exit. So not the sort of thing you'd want to do if you want to keep your tyres too sweet, but he's doing it because he can, because he's in the race, but only just in the race. Of course, it's been more of a test session for them.
Well, I'm just trying to find it on the timing screen, actually, because I can't find it now.
Well, you said 56th position. I can't believe it's that high if it spent so much time in the pits. I think more like 100.
You're right, 65th. That's right. It was 56, which is what the timing screen said, but it's obviously settled down a bit now. So yes, it was. Yes, it's 65th.
Okay. But it's out there on the track. That's what really matters right now. And of course, it will be working towards next year. They're getting more data, more gen. Neither driver, Klaus Abelin, or the driver on board at the moment, David Pittard, need the track time to gain experience. But you can learn something every time. It doesn't matter if the conditions are the same today as they were 2 weeks ago. Driving a different car, the wind conditions can be different. Everything. Don't just look at track temperature and air temperature, and many, many factors. So David Pittard will be logging more valuable experience.
Well, it's set. It has completed a lap already, so it's completed an 8:08, which would put it in approximate time in the top 10 in terms of times. So we'll just we'll have an idea. So Pittard, you say just data gathering there. We found out, didn't we, that in the last race they missed out on the top step of the podium by 2 minutes because they did a brake change, having used the discs and pads from 17 hours of the 24-hour race again, just to test for the Ferrari technicians how far those discs and pads could be used. And that's what they did with that car. Another few hours in the NLS 4-hour race. We now know it does. We're just about 18, 19 hours on those discs and pads.
Bist du auch bereit für Action?
Möchtest du mal in einem virtuellen Studio arbeiten? Oder das Live-Programm in der Regie aktiv mitgestalten?
Oder mit der Kamera die schönsten Momente in der Boxengasse und an der Strecke aufnehmen?
Möchtest auch du Interviews bei der NLS mit den Fahrern führen?
Oder im Schnitt kreative Videos erstellen? Dann bewirb dich jetzt bei Nürburgring TV.
Und starte durch mit einer Ausbildung oder einer Festanstellung
im Bereich Medienproduktion.
Faltenreifen.
World's first asphalt watch. Nürburgring Asphalt 1. Over 90 years of racing history. Cobbler.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle
Auf Facebook,
Instagram,
YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
I was talking about Julian Andler in the Retronic Porsche.
Yeah, no, sorry, I was just saying that our thoughts were the wrong way round. It's Spengler that did the short stint of 4 laps, and Winkelholt has done 8 in the number 20 car collection Audi.
Yes. Sorry, yes. We're talking about different cars, but
Yes,
coming out to the
exactly.
same conclusion. Eventually. So, dearie me, we heard from the number 1 crew of that are championship leaders at the moment, reigning champions, or 2 of the trio are Daniel Zils, Oscar Sandberg, Philip Lyson, who shares them this year, has won 3 titles before. He didn't share last year's championship. Trying to stay out of trouble. That is the name of their game. And just saw them kicking up the dust at Tiergarten. That was dust put down to clear up some fallen fluids. But right now, caution is required because they know their championship challengers running in a different class. Car number 959 is leading the Cup 3 class. So will take, if it continues for the next 2 hours and 9 minutes in the lead of the class, it will take maximum points in Cup 3, and that's precisely what the number 1 crew is trying to do in the VT2R class. And dear me, getting very, very close indeed through the Mercedes arena to the 505. It's a car, orange, yellow and green livery, very lurid, and that's entered by QTQ Race Performance, Florian Quanta and Maximilian Kurtz. Kurtz, I think, on board at the moment, but not making life easy for the championship leading car. Number 1, just got to be cautious, sitting behind. There's another one of their class tucked in behind them as well, so don't want to squander or lose another position. We heard they don't think their car has got the ultimate pace this weekend. So this is where, if you don't feel your car has got the ultimate pace, you've got to box clever, haven't you? You've got to just absolutely maximise what you've got and not step over that margin, not let anybody else sort of out-muscle you.
You've got to adapt, haven't you? And right, what's capable? That's how it goes. Sometimes it just happens, and sometimes it's despite all the information these teams gather, and there's an awful lot of intel, an awful lot of information of how the cars perform at this circuit, that circuit. And we've said this so many times before, haven't we? Where's the point in this case? Say Fricadelli, for instance. Where's the point in going out at this stage of the race? Well, the temperature might be different. The track's perfect. It's whatever. It's data collection. By that we mean it's information to the team. They'll run this disc, that pad combination, or this bit of fuel, and get the driver to go and do things that. It seems academic. They'll probably get some points as well for Fricadelli for doing this towards the end of the championship. But it's information that you can't get necessarily testing in the winter circuit. You know, it's a golden opportunity. If it were tipping down with rain, I'd suggest probably the risk ratio is too high. Don't do it. And put your new car off in the barriers for something else. But you can go and gather information, and that all just gets filed electronically, paperwork-wise, whatever it may be. Of right, when we have these conditions again, how does the car perform? How did David, in this case, driving it? How did he do that? I would like to see Klaus Avalon go and have a run in this car this afternoon. sake, but that's probably just a bit more of an emotive comment than a real one. But Klaus is probably of the opinion that, well, there's no point now, so let David, a pro driver, I'm paying him whatever, go and get the information, put it in the technician's data bank, and then over the winter they've got stuff for next year. And I didn't think today would be such perfect racing conditions. I didn't mean rain or snow or fog. I just thought it'd be a bit cooler than this, and it's absolutely ideal. It's beautiful, absolutely basking in the autumn sunshine.
Yeah, well, I think sort of half.
And that's just us in the commentary box.
Yes. Half of Northern Europe is getting fine weather coming up from the south. I thought this was a Nürburgring was a little too far east to catch that, but certainly the battleship grey clouds at the start of the day have cleared away. But it looks like the sun is definitely shining on 959. Championship challengers, 4 points down on that number 1 BMW, running in a different class, but importantly leading the Cup 3 class. No longer leading the Cup 3 class, sorry, down in second place in the class. Can they afford to lose that position? It's Fabio Grosser back on board that 959. Porsche entered by Team Sorg Rennsport. His lap times, just trying to see how they compare with the car in front, which is 9.62, and in fact lost about 10 seconds last time around. But again, we've had the flurry of pit stops for them. And
no surprise, Christian Krogness did get aboard the number 34 Valkenhorst car, as we predicted, and I'm sure he'll take it to the end as well now. Sort of 50-50, won't it? Roughly.
Oh yeah, well in fact the second driver's getting slightly more because we haven't quite got to the halfway point in the race, but often that shorter first stint leads to that conclusion. Waiting for 14 laps to go on the board, we'll see who else dives into the pits. Expect the driver who's leading this race, Julian Andlauer, to do so, because certainly we are owed a pit stop by Rutronic Racing. So the big question is, where is Frank Stippler's car going to be? It's running third at the moment. It's lapping much faster than Julian Andlauer. It's in third place overall, but Frank Stippler will be coming in to hand over to teammate for the weekend, Christopher Mies. What a handy teammate to have.
Yeah, and that's on 6 laps as well. And that car did 6 laps on its first stint. We thought, a lap early, we thought. It's done 6 laps now, so its 7th lap is in progress. Due any time now, I would say, for the number 5 car. So that means that the Porsche of Andlauer and Stippler's Audi are due in the pits together at any point soon.
Yeah, at the start of the lap, was 4 seconds between them. They should be diving in, and certainly Frank Stippler trying to eke the maximum performance out of that Audi is going to be really trying to maximise his in-lap.
Now we've got Dorr at the wheel of the number 24 Pro Sport Aston Martin that is currently running in 5th overall. That had Darren Turner in. I must admit I missed that pit stop. It was Ben Dorr that started
it's now
the car.
Phil Dorr who's just...
And I'm guessing it's Phil Dorr that's in the car now, so that's one of the 3 drivers. They've rotated through the 3 drivers. Exactly as you said, Bruce, that Darren Turner was there to basically coach, support and mentor, etc. Phil and Ben Dorr in their eponymous team named Aston Martin Vantage GT3, and currently running in a more than creditable 5th position.
Yeah, that would be a really strong result. Right, Rutronic Porsche just now dives into the pits, so that is from the lead. That's Julian Andlauer, and he'll be handing that over to Patrick Niederhauser. And again, like a lot of these drivers, they move from manufacturer to manufacturer because, of course, the Audi program coming to a close supported drivers. They're going to be in Formula 1 in 2026 when they take over the Sauber team. But a real example of, Sauber, of course, it's the Alfa Romeo racing team, has been for about 4 years now, but you know what I mean when I say that. And then Patrick Niederhauser will be one of the drivers looking for drives elsewhere, so it's good to see him going so well in a Porsche today. Car 34 coming towards the end of that, Christian Krogners, but of course he's just
Heinemann
taken
in the pits, and the number 4 Falcon as well.
Okay, so who's coming this lap? 21 and 4 so far.
Heinemann, yeah, 21 and 4. So Rutronic and Falcon.
Yeah.
And indeed, I think is that the Valkenhorst BMW coming into the pits? I just see coming up to the 60k mark and a hard onto its brakes.
Yeah, well,
looks
that
like
should, because it pitted.
That would fit.
Oh, is that going to be 35 or 34? Let's have a look.
Should be 34. It's 35 that's coming.
It is 35.
has come in. So that tells us that. So of course, Christian, they're just swapped over, haven't they? So the lap before, take one round. Sorry, yes. So Kuba Gamaziak swapped the lap before in the 34 entry to Christian Prognis, and Dylan Pereira is now bringing in the 35 entry, which presumably will then just hand over to Sami Matti Trojan.
Yeah, that tallies. And that still means we've got the likes of 5, 9 and 18 out on the track, which would be, of course, Frank Stippler into the lead of the race after 14 laps, or back into the lead of the race. Car number 9 is Lucas Auer, the Get Speed Mercedes, and car number 18, just double checking it hasn't come in. Yeah, Dennis Olsen, who's running in 4th place overall. Dennis running for Dynamic GT, that's the green and black Porsche, just working its way around the Grand Prix loop at the moment. Just coming up the rise towards the Vidal chicane.
Did you mention Lucas Auer just come in?
Yes, I did.
You did, so my apologies. I misheard that. Didn't even hear it at all. I'll just ignore that.
Oh, he came in on that lap. I was saying he could go one further lap. He had my permission, but well, more fool him.
He came in. That's the,
okay, so that leaves
that's the number 9. Get Speed out, Mercedes.
So just check sure 5 and 18 don't come in, but they've gone through. Dennis Olsen, yeah, no, he's definitely gone through in 4th place overall. Number 5, Frank Stippler. So Frank, being the perfectionist he is, he knows he's only allowed half of this race. They've got just over 2 hours to go, so he can complete this lap. And started on pole position, led into the first corner, just got out of the first corner in the lead, pulled clear. Had been pegged back a little bit, but made that first pit stop after 5 laps and pressing on in the lead of this race.
Now, we often talk about these
talking
GT3
complete nonsense. He made the first pit stop. My maths is rubbish. 7 laps. That's why he could afford to come in after 15. So he'll do a 7-lap stint. The first stint is normally about a lap shorter than the regular stint, followed by an 8. That's absolutely spot on. He's taking the traditional approach to this race. Run the longest stint you can in first stint, longest in the second stint, and then your final pit stop will be closer to the end of the race and therefore shorter than your rivals. So we're halfway through the race, the final race, the 9th race of the 8-round Nürburgring Langstrecken Serie for 2023. Yes, I know there were 2 rounds. It's 2 races at one of the rounds a while back, just to make a very, very busy weekend. But we're ending in perfect sunshine here on the Nordschleife. The day started grey. Wasn't grey in the world of Frank Stippler because he found pole position. He's put that number 5 Audi into the lead of the race. Stippler leading even now. He's owing us a pit stop. Should be coming in next time around for Scherer Sport PHX. A driver who's won so many races on the Nordschleife has not won this year. Could it be today? Well, we'll find out very soon, because he should be handing over to Christopher Mies and may finally get a season in which he hasn't even had a top 3 finish. In fact, he's failed to score, failed to finish in a whole handful of races. It's been the most atypical season for him, but maybe it's going to come right here in the early October sunshine. Still 2 hours to go, though. Anything, frankly, could happen.
My eye is drawn, Bruce, to the 969 entry, which is the SRS Team Sorg Rennsport Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 from that class. It had at the time, it's got a penalty now for code 60 speeding of 72k, so just 12k over, but a 45-second time penalty to be added to that.
Say the number again.
969.
Oh, 96. I thought it was our championship challenger.
That's it.
Just be worried.
It is. We've mentioned it's one of the cars that's listed with only 1 driver.
Busy boy.
In that case, so you're going to be busy. That's Alexei Kikisheko at the wheel of that car.
Well, you can't blame anyone else then.
Well, exactly. It's indefensible, isn't it, on that one? So yeah, unfortunately, a little penalty there, but at least no points on his licence. But just 12k over, 45 seconds onto the race, and so we say this so it's really, they're really strict about this, as they should be.
Quite right. Second only to biting the heads off jelly babies. Stippler due in next time around. Oh, you know what? Frank knows his stint's coming to the end. He thought, I can't be bothered with all this anymore. I'll just do a quick lap before I come in. So he's the first person in an age to lap under 8 minutes. 7 minutes 59.6 seconds. Again, that's going to prove at least one thing. Is the track's clearing up. We've had a few code 60s. Actually, it's been a remarkably sensible race, apart from the sort of rather bonkers start where we had quite a few people making errors and catching the tails of some of their rivals and going for rotations. But today, it's sort of settled down since then, so all good news. But often you think about the wet weather conditions on the Nordschleife, certainly find plenty of those, and that is when you expect most of the incidents to happen. But there's a certain irony that most of the incidents tend to happen in dry conditions. People have maybe a little bit too much confidence here and there, but today actually been pretty good so far, so fingers crossed for the final 2 hours of the 2023 season.
Well, 9th race of the season. We've had 8 weekends. Of course, the 12-hour last year counted as a single race, but it was split into 2 bits, 2 6 hours with the part family rules. This year it wasn't. It was rounds 6 and 7. So it was a 6-hour race, round 6, 6-hour race, round 7. Then we covered, that was one that Johnny Palmer and I covered for RSL. And last 2 weekends ago, you and I covered NLS9. So this is the 9th race of the year, 8th weekend.
It's
more
busy.
More complicated. It gets busy. It's good. Plus a 24-hour as well. So 10 times around the green helm. It's trademarked. Don't use it.
And what is the best advertisement for a race like this? We've had phenomenal footage from the Rover helicopter cam, but now riding on board car number 1. Bidding for a second championship in 2 years, and you can just see how much caution they're having to take in their BMW 330i, because they're in one of the slower classes in the race, the lower performance class. And when you suddenly get a Cup 2 Porsche coming past, not only does it knit its way past, but it's off into the distance within about the next half dozen corners and out of sight a few corners later. And the curbing at some points fairly flat on either side of the circuit. Other points it's almost at 45 degrees, and many a time you've seen drivers run wide, clip the curb. Sometimes they bounce back onto the track, and sometimes it launches them up onto the grass beyond, of which there is precious little, sometimes as little as a car width of grass before the barriers. It's threading the eye of a needle. It's enticing, it's beguiling, the ups and downs. It's just phenomenal place to race. And when you look up and down the entry list, we always have 100 cars, sometimes about 150. You find people have come from all over the globe to race here. A lot of Thai drivers and Japanese drivers have a complete affinity to this race and a predilection to come out and play. But it's global. Of course, it's predominantly German, but when you look at the top class cars, it's truly, truly international. So Julian Andlauer just out of the Rutronic Racing Porsche. Again, he's a driver that says Porsche through and through. He's one of the youngest ever runners at Le Mans, and just did an exemplary job today. He got in the middle of the battle and kept himself there. Was always challenging in that wonderful battle early on, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th, really, really tight. A brilliant scrap with Fabian Schiller. He went up into 2nd and 3rd, but certainly that Porsche from Rutronic is looking very, very good today. Fully gesticulating in that stereotype. He is French, I'm allowed to say that. Plenty of gesticulation from him. But again, how can you not go around the Nordschleife and not use your hands to describe your lap, going, threading from one side to the other, up over a rise?
Well, it's very much a racing driver thing. They always have that invisible steering wheel when you hear them being interviewed or hear them being interviewed. And he just conducted that interview in English, and I just managed to catch a few snippets of it there. And he was just saying at the first corner that he'd just run a little bit wide, and they'd all got pushed to the left, and basically it all just sort of kicked off, and that's what happens. What it is. The battle you were mentioning a minute ago, though, Bruce, just we had the onboard camera there for the Adrenalin Motorsport Team Motec car. This is the 330i number 1 car. Daniel Zills at the wheel of that, and he was sitting probably not much more than the thickness of a Reese Ray between himself and the similar car in front. That's the 505 entry with just trying to see who was aboard of that. It's Maximilian Kurtz.
Yes.
And those two were duking it out, and we had something else happened, I think, between. But we've talked so many times about this side drafting and pulling of GT3 cars, SB9 category cars, and how the Cup 2 cars can give them a run for money on the Dottinger Hoa. These two were as well in 330i's. 330i BMWs have the aerodynamics of a house brick. Yeah, they have no wings. That's very unfair to BMW. It's a great product, don't get me wrong. But they are not an aerodynamic race car. They are a 4-door road car with safety compliant parts in, pretty well a stock engine, a different ECU and some bits and bobs, but it's not far off a road car. They're not got the aerodynamics that we see on the GT3 cars with diffusers and anti-dive planes and splitters and all that kind of stuff. And they were still side draft one another down the Dottingahoe, just as you would in a GT3 car. It doesn't matter what category. We've used the phrase again, the slower class cars. It's all relative. They're still battling it out. And this isn't for top place. This is 50-something down the field. But what it is for, pertinently, it's for the championship.
Entirely so. And again, their battles are often interrupted. And as the SP9 class cars come through, and they have to just accept that. But they've got to get out of the way. No, actually, they have to just keep on their racing line. It's the matter for the front-running cars to get their way past, but it's just about trying to keep the momentum going, and that's what they have to learn. If you end up in a slightly compromised line, you've just got to be able to not lose momentum. You lose a little bit, but not as much as you might if you're not paying attention. So you really have to be on your toes. Chris Remise has now taken over the number 5 Audi from Frank Stippler. So Stippler came in neat and tidy
as well.
Just wanting to see how the pace settles down. Someone else who's got down into the under 8-minute laps was Christian Cronjes last time around. So that's the car he's just taken over from Kubicki Maziak. It's a car that started second after qualifying second, lost about 4 or 5 positions on the opening handful of corners, worked his way back up into the pack. But certainly its advantage was possibly lost by having to pit so early to make the first pit stop. Came in after only 5 laps, bottled up in traffic, and decided that was the tactic they wanted to go for. And the number 1 car, the car that's trying to win the outright championship, coming into the pits right now, had that great battle with the 505 sister car in the, or similar car in the VT2 R and 4 category, which is rear-wheel and four-wheel drive VT2 class cars. It's 505, pits first, but further down the pit lane. And again, riding on board, I'm fairly sure the number 1's pit garage is right at pit exit, and lo and behold, that is precisely where it parks up. So that is the garage for last year's champions. Will they be the 2023 champions and get the right to have the pit exit pit box? It's often seen as an advantage, but if you've earned it, you've earned it. That's fair.
Yeah, I was completely fooled by that earlier. I didn't realise how close it was to the pit exit there, and I honestly thought the car was being held for some reason. You were absolutely right, and I knew it wasn't a penalty box at that end of the pit lane, but it just seemed ever so odd. But it is that close. You virtually, well, you can't change gear before you're out over the pit line. Quite extraordinary. Just a very quick note, David Pittard, he might well be languishing in, I've forgotten the position, where it is, 49th now. We've got into the top 50, but he has just set a 7:57.9 with that 296 Ferrari. So
hasn't got any brakes.
We mentioned data collection. Yeah, it's just out there, just proving the car will do it. What have we got? Maybe 2 hours ago, 1 hour 50 to go. Top 30 in that car easily, I think. Possibly top 25.
Could be right on that. Could be. Right, here's a little something for you with your detective hat on.
Oh, here we go.
I've just had the number 4 Porsche. I've just spotted it coming out the pits. I thought it pitted a lap ago as well. Could you check how many laps that Tim Heinemann's car has got? In fact, it's now down as Nico Menzel. So it went Menzel to start, Tim Heinemann. It's now back to Menzel, yeah. I think it's... I thought it pitted the previous time around. We've got 15 laps on the board. Anyhow, we'll get to that in a second, because I said I expected the Falcon Motorsport cars to come forward. They have, but I'm not sure that didn't take...
Yes, you're right. You're absolutely right.
Pit stop.
Yes, it did a 5-lap stint with Nico Menzel at the wheel. Then Heinemann, Tim Heinemann did an 8-lap stint, and Menzel's just done a 1 lap.
Yeah. Okay.
Of an 8-minute 4. 8-minute 04, and then it's back in again. So,
right,
yeah.
And then back out again.
Correct.
Talking back out, so is number 1. Drove all the way down the pit lane at the abated pace required, parked at the pit garage, and proceeding its way. That's the car that, like the championship challenging car from the Cup 3 group, number 959. It's all about them taking maximum points in their class if they possibly can today, and certainly 959, though it's 4 points down at the start of this race, does have 2 more cars in its group, so it can potentially score a couple of extra points, but really they need the number 1 BMW to be on the safe side, finishing 4th if they win their own group. But we'll keep an eye on that as we go through towards the end of the race. Can't believe we've got away so far. We've got an hour and 47 minutes remaining with blue skies. It certainly was looking pretty dull on the grid, but it's been kind to us today. But we know that rain can come in at any moment. But I think right now we may get to the end of the season with a beautiful way to finish with proper sunshine.
So I'm still slightly perplexed why the Nico Menzel number 4 Falcon Porsche did just 1 lap. I wouldn't have thought there'd been. There must have been some issue. Maybe.
Hold on a second. Were they coming in to serve a driver penalty?
I'm not sure they had one.
Okay, I hadn't seen one, but they scroll fast across the bottom of the screen and.
Bless you, Kerry. Do love it, these live broadcasts. You get audience participation as well, Bruce. It's extraordinary. She's waited all season, but she's straight in at the end.
Right, just double checking to see if there are any penalties. So just to reiterate what you pointed out quite a while ago, 969 got a 2-minute got a penalty for speeding in the pit lane. 45 seconds added to their time. Oh, another car in trouble. This one was already.
So which car was that? The
969. I jumped when you said it because I thought you said 959, which is the championship challenging car.
So just have a look through on the list of penalties. There's nothing for the Menzel car, which is the number 3, isn't it? No, number 4, sorry.
Number 4.
Number 4. So there's nothing on the list there for that. Not quite sure why. The point, I'm just trying to get to the bottom of why it did that 1 lap stint and back in again. So unless it was just maybe Nico Menzel felt there was a wheel not mounted properly or something, just come back. I'm not really sure, but it was. Just have a quick look. How long was it stationary for? Yeah, it was too long to be a drive-through. What did it? Just let me see how long it was stationary for. It's just perplexing me, that one. There will be a reason, and I'd like to be able to report it.
Just looking at the pace, Chris Vermees doing a very good job in the lead of the race, having just taken over. Of course, it's the effective lead after the 2nd round of pit stops. We have 3 pit stops in a 4-hour race, or in the case of the number 4 Porsche, perhaps 4 pit stops. We're still trying to find out why that extra visit to the pits came through. Christian Cronjes, though, having taken over from Kuba Gimasiak, they've had such an amazing season. 5 wins so far out of the 8 races held. This is the NLS9, if you will, or the 9th race, the 8-round championship after the doubleheader a short while back. And Cronjes is in the lead of the race now at 7 minutes 59. How far behind is Christopher Mies in the number 5 Audi? But don't forget number 34 BMW from Walker North Motorsport will make its final pit stop earlier than the number 5 Audi. So whatever advantage it has on the track, which I would reckon is about 15 seconds, because the number 5 Audi is coming into view down the start-finish straight, waiting for confirmation. Oh, my eyes are wrong. 22.9 seconds. Right. Let's just throw one other little number at you. The final pit stop, if you pit 1 lap later than arrival, your pit stop is 26 seconds shorter. So there are only 23 seconds between friends. Advantage to Christopher Mies and to Frank Stippler. Stippler can do no more unless they put him back in for the final stint. He did the first 2 stints of the race, just over 2 hours before he made that 2nd pit stop. Handed over to Christopher Mies. Maybe something is going to go the way of Shearer Sport PHX, the team that was combined from Shearer Sport and Phoenix.
Well, that's
the start of this season. Let's see. No, that's right. I wasn't saying I put all of my money, both coins, out there on the table.
You've got 2 now. Don't forget the marble.
Ball of string, quite short. Right, one class I feel we've slightly neglected today, no intention there, is SP10, which is for GT4 class cars. And that at the moment is being led by car number 187. That's the FK Performance Motorsport BMW M4 GT4. Driver at the wheel at the moment, Nick Wustenhagen. And they've got enough points, he and Torsten Volter, his teammate, to take that title SP10. They've already got enough points in the bank, but if they could end with another win, will reinforce their season. Out on track, looking for battles. Don't have to look too far, because Bruno Spengler is having a bit of a scrap with Phil Dorr. Spengler in the car collection Motorsport Audi, I beg your pardon, behind the black and white Aston Martin of Phil Dorr. 5th and 6th positions. It really does show how the Dorr brothers have advanced this season. Getting more and more competitive with every round, but likewise so are the Dorr brothers in their Aston Martin, with Darren Turner doing the 2nd of the 3 stints so far. I don't know who's going to take it through to the finish, but certainly Ben Dorr did a really good job in the opening stint of the race when he was running, looking quite comfortable in 2nd place, but then the pressure came on, he lost out, but some wily old heads worked their way past. But their car is still running in 5th place overall, so it's been a good meeting for them so far. 1st to 2nd though, nearly 23 seconds, but Christian Cronjes, with making that final pit stop, will stay on board, I'm sure, to take it through to the finish. The Walkenhorst BMW, that's car 34, but it's not enough to think they've got this in hand as yet. But I want to see what lap pace Christopher Mies is going to get down to on his first flying lap. First flying lap for Christian Cronjes, under 8 minutes. Bang, on the money. Let's see what Mies can do by the time he completes this lap.
I'm just wondering, Bruce, I'm just trying to, rather like the number 1 car that had that long stop, if you mentioned it, that perplexed me as well, as to why it was held at the end of the pit lane. That's the Adrenalin Motorsport Team Motec, the 330i, that had that long stop. They were holding it before it went out there, and it was it a strategy thing?
I'm not sure.
I wonder if the same, I'm wondering if the same for the number 3 Falcon car, because that's had a 2-minute 21-second pit stop after 1 lap. For no reason. There's no penalty, no drive-through, no anything. So I'm wondering if that was an issue with that car, although that car is now going slowly, is it not?
Yeah, well, don't forget that was the car that got shoved back into the garage and it's being worked on with Alessio Picari. I remember had all the rear bodywork damage and the under tray. That's why that's fallen down the order. Might have had an extra time. I don't know. We'll have to see. Maybe too many mechanics came out into the pit lane with all these other little penalties that could be picked up.
Yeah, but this is the number 4 Heinemann Menzel car is now travelling around very slowly.
Oh dearie me!
So that's
well, that's the one that made the extra pit stop.
That's what I'm just saying. That's the one that made the extra pit stop. So that's why it's now. I think there's been an issue with that car. It's just gone through Schwabenfeld, staying to the right-hand side of the Dottinger Hoa. But the number 4 Falcon drama for that car at a little over, an hour and 40 to go. So that's keeping itself down to the right-hand side of the Dottinger Hoa. That's absolutely frustrating. I can't see any evidence. We're just seeing onboard footage of it there. Looking to the outside now. Too much of a long shot. He's got the hazards going on the car very, very politely and courteously to all other drivers. And why wouldn't you? You know, they keep out of everybody else's way when you're in a GT3 car. And now the roles are reversed. It's his issue. So there's something wrong with that Porsche, clearly. This is the number 4 Falcon entry. This is the one with the red mirrors, to try and make it easily distinguishable to the team and commentators. We all seem to fail on that one, or I certainly do. But there doesn't appear to be any evidence of any body damage or a puncture. It's usually a puncture around here that causes the car to limp back. There's absolutely nothing evidenced on the outside of that car. So I'm guessing some kind of mechanical issue. And I'd be very surprised if this number 4 Falcon Porsche doesn't retire from this race entirely upon entering the pits very, very shortly. He's just arriving at Tiergarten, just literally brushing the edge of the grass. He can't keep actually kicking up a little bit of dust there. He can't keep it any further out of the way, and very sensibly, not zigzagging from side to side, as in letting them have the racing line. That actually can cause more problem. You're better just staying in one place. Put the hazards on, staying in one place. Every other driver then knows where you are, where you're staying. They can get round you.
But as Peter said, hazard lights on, might as well put the indicator on, and so it is now into the pit lane. This is the Porsche from Falco Motorsport. Luckily they brought 2. This is the one that had an extra pit stop. It did its 2nd pit stop in regular form. Came in after 14 laps, and then unfortunately after 15, and now after 16 as well. So been a very, very slow lap indeed. Just waiting to see what goes up on the board for that one. The sister car, number 3, has already had problems. That is back out on the track. Sven Muller on board, but after Alessio Picariello came in. Bear in mind, he was right at the front of the field. Rear end contact. We think the number 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW with Kubicki Maziak whacked him up the back. Those were long repairs, and as a consequence, Sven Muller's down in 14th place, and the number 4 sister car with a lap of 13 minutes and 6 seconds. Mind you, that was because it came in the previous lap. That includes the previous lap pit stop, but it's come in on laps 14, 15, and now 16. Which isn't something you put down as one of your pre-race plans.
Something to do with the left rear of that Falcon Porsche. It has got the go jacks under and being rotated back into the garage. I'll be stunned if this isn't a retirement, but mechanics looking under the back of it, but particularly the left rear, so something gone on there. So I'm wondering whether a drive shaft fails in. Now, was that the car that was whacked earlier or not?
Number 3 was one that was whacked.
No, exactly,
Number 4 is the one that had the extra pit stop after its second pit stop, immediately came in for a third. Another car going very, very slowly. Porsche
Like
Cayman,
yeah,
sticking to the driver's right-hand side of the Dottinger. Looks like it's almost glued to the circuit. It's going so slowly. Marshall's waving the white flags. Marshalling is absolutely fantastic.
I think it's 260, if I'm correct.
It is, and your eyesight is phenomenal. Because then up came the strap on the screen to just reassure us who it was.
Because I told them, yeah.
SP4T was hoping to win the class because it was the only car in the class, but unfortunately limping home in that one. Car that's not limping anywhere is Christian Cronjes in number 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. And but he does know, though, that the car he's being challenged by, the number 5 Audi from Schurer Sport PHX, will make its final pit stop a lap after his. Last time around, his advantage was just under 23 seconds. He needed to be more than 26 seconds before they come in to their final pit stops, because that would be the margin by pitting a lap closer to the finish of the race, that the challenging Audi will gain 26 seconds in the pit stops. Well, providing it doesn't get done for speeding or exceeding its
well, it's
cutting under its minimum pit stop time.
19.7 seconds, so the gap's closed very slightly.
Yeah, nearly 3 seconds gained on that lap. In fact, 3.1 seconds. So it is looking very, very good. And this is why Christopher Mies has been brought in to support Frank Stippler this weekend, because it's been a season of speed, but practically no results for Schurer Sport PHX. And for Frank Stippler to go through a season in NLS without a victory, something is untoward. Well, something's been untoward at pretty much every round. So he'll be watching the clock. An hour and 35 minutes remaining. He'll be keeping his fingers crossed. But, you know, there are quick drivers and there are people who are quick and a safe pair of hands. And Christopher Mies, that's why he's been so valued by Audi over a very long period of time now. And that's what he's going to be doing through to the end of this race. But as he laps in 8 minutes 1, that is right on the money at the moment.
We don't want a grumpy Frank at Christmas, do we? Not having won a race in a year, which is unheard of. Just looking slightly in their favours, though. I would say at the moment, though, that's still not done.
No, I agree.
Yes, it might be the BMW at the front at the moment, but the Audi's there or thereabouts. It's 19.7 seconds. 26 seconds, you said it needs to be to...
26 seconds. Yeah. Needs to have an advantage. And it had 23, it's now only got 19, or call it 20. It's coming down. So what can they do to make things different?
As we just approach, just coming 4 minutes off the hour and a half, that makes any sense. I know what that means in my head. Kerry's laughing again. Bruce is now joining in. It's I'm being victimised here.
You're victimising yourself, man.
Okay, well, yes. Architect of my own downfall.
There you go.
Don't all jump to defend at one go.
No, I
was
was leaving space for others to join in.
Just carefully don't trip over in the rush, will you?
Well, there's a lot of rush out on the circuit. We'll move back to the action on the track. Who's lapping well at the moment? It's Fabian Schiller. Keep an eye. He was very handy in the first part of the race. Got up into second place. That brilliant battle with Julian Andlauer. And he's got that number 9 Get Speed Mercedes sitting quite pretty at the moment. Lapping, the only driver under 8 minutes last time around. He's gained a lot of time on Patrick Niederhauser. Niederhauser's taken over that yellow and blue Rutronic Porsche, car number 21 from Julian Andlauer, but his lap of 8 minutes 8 wasn't quite as quick as he'd have liked, so 14 seconds between them. Fabian Schiller gaining 9 seconds. We can do some maths on that one. Don't think we'll have to. I think the TV cameras will sort of work out the gaps.
One pit stop we didn't miss, was I was looking at times and did miss. I wonder why the times for the number 30 Fricadelli car might be down in 48th. It's moved up 2 places, 1 place. Sorry, we've done a 7:57, now done an 8:10. That's because Klaus Abelin is now at the wheel of that car. So we were right. So Klaus is having a little sort of season-end swan song, if you like, in his brand new. Of course, he won't have driven the brand new car, would he? Because he did the first round in NLS1 in March.
Yeah.
Hence NLS1 being the first round.
Got it.
And emphasised that to myself. I'm a slow learner, but I catch up. Allegedly. Of course, that was the car that went on to win the 24-hour in May and therefore was then retired a few months later. So it is. So this is the new car. So this is Klaus Abelin's, the team owner's first opportunity to drive the new 296. And it doesn't matter what you say. It's only a few months in. Is it the same car? Is it? Heck, it'll be a totally different car. They'll have learnt lots from it. I'm not suggesting that the 24-hour winning car is a dinosaur, but their things will have been changed already, I am sure.
Yeah, one thing that always strikes me, you look back at books of sports car racing and GT racing in the 60s, there is no such thing as a one type of Ferrari 250 GTO. The modifications that went on at some circuits, they put great big cooling ducts on the side. Most of them look as though they've been done by a person with a hammer and a couple of spanners, but you think about the value of those cars now. But it just goes to prove there's constant change, and particularly with GT cars, and particularly 50, 60 years ago, when they were quite simple things, but they were just trying to evolve as they went, but often actually getting air into and through a car was something that they really had to work on, because some of those long-distance road events were phenomenal.
And whilst there are preparation people, Europe-wide, the world over, that prepare some of these historic cars absolutely meticulously. They have to be safe, of course, going on the track, because they're racing cars, of course. They're dangerous machines. But I do think sometimes when I see them, beautiful though they are, and a piece of art they may be, they were never like that in the day. They were really quite ropey, actually, because they were workhorses. They were sold and used and moved on again because they weren't needed. We touched on this earlier with Ferraris. You just quoted them, and I do like something that's original, because it's only original once, and you get changed. And I was looking at this week at Goodwood. There was a Marshall there with a beautiful, I think it's a 55 XK140 Jaguar. And it really was that. Squinting, it's been 10 feet away, it looked fantastic. You got closer, and it's got cracks and splits and a little tiny bit here, and the leather's out, and you've got bits and bobs inside it. And I'm looking at it, and he said to me, quite embarrassed, "Oh, don't get too close." And I said, "No, quite the opposite. It draws me in, because it's original. That's how it was, that's how it is. It might have had a respray at some point since the 1950s, but it's not immaculate. I don't want it immaculate." And I said, "Does it work? It's here, drive it." He said, "Yeah, he was out at 7:30 in the morning with it." He said, "I'll drive it home." Fantastic. Enjoy it.
They should be used.
Absolutely.
A couple of weeks ago, I was driving around in southwest England. It was a sunny day, and in the space of 5 minutes, I saw a car probably from about 1920 being driven off down a side lane. I saw one from the 30s, and then a coach-built Bentley came around the corner. He thought, use your cars. That's exactly what they're for. And yep. I really, one event I do have a problem with, some people, I buy cars or admire cars that I would like for what they are. Mm-hmm. I know some people, they spend a lot of their time polishing their cars enormously. So Pebble Beach means nothing to me. Cars that have just been completely recreated, and in the end, what is it for? Yes, there might be beautiful shapes, but what are you more interested in? The performance, the comfort, or the polish?
Well, there's racers and there's
I'm never going to get an invitation to Pebble Beach now, am I?
There's racers and polishers.
Yeah,
I know which category I'm in, and very comfortable with. Thank you very much.
So these aren't polishers, these are racers. That's why we're on the Nordschleife. But at the moment, it's really starting to shape up. A bit of a response from Christian Cronjes. Christian Mies now starting to getting onto the pace, giving chase. But his final pit stop in that Serie Sport PHX Audi will be a lap after Christian Cronjes. That means as long as he's within 26 seconds, it could be very tight to the end of the race. But he's been last couple of laps. He's taken a little chunk here, a slightly bigger chunk the next time around out of the race leader. But Cronjes and Gimasiak, who did the first half of the race in the 34 Walkenhorst BMW, know what it takes to win races, because this year has been a phenomenal season for them. Victory in the second race, the fourth race, the sixth, the seventh, and the 8th. They're on a roll, yeah. But Serie Sport PHX have not had the form or the fortune. They've had the pace
on a roll, but Serie on a charge.
Yeah.
And we'll get that evidence in a minute, because the 34 car race leader Christian Cronjes in the Walkenhorst BMW is just coming out of Tiergarten and to cross the line. So we'll see what time he did. It was an 8:04.5 on the last lap. He should be crossing the line any second now. Indeed it is. It's a 7:56.4, just to put the mark down there. Just read that again. A 7:56.4. That's less than a second off the fastest lap that car's on. Now 19 seconds behind it was Chris Mies in the number 5 Serie with PHX Audi R8. That should be crossing the line shortly, and see what time that gets. 23.99, 24 seconds. Game on. This could still be a Walkenhorst day.
I didn't expect Cronjes to gain that much. We'd had the gap coming down. It's suddenly gone out. They're doing the maths. They've got the abacus in the passenger footwell there. 26 seconds they need. 24 seconds on the nose.
8 minute dent for Mies, so effectively 3.5 seconds slower. So that ebbs and flows, as you say, giveth and taketh. The Nordschleife, the previous lap, it was 3 seconds in the Audi's favour. It's now reversed that, but crucially, it's put that into that window of, we said, 26 seconds they need. Well, it's on 24 now.
It was all going one way, but that absolutely shows there's no way that Christopher Mies, who was gaining in 2 consecutive laps, is going any slower. It's simply where they're finding the traffic, who's prepared to take the risks at this point in the race. Chris Mies doesn't want to say to Frank Stitt, I was having a really good go and I decided just to go around the outside and I fell off, because when Frank hasn't won for a season on the Nordschleife, you're not going to be the one that tells him that you've had a role in making sure that remained the case.
I would jump in my car and drive away as fast as possible and send him a text.
Yeah, maybe.
So that's that one of the Muller?
Yeah, it's one of the Cup 3.
124, the second Muller car.
Which was 5th in class. With
but still 5th in class. It's just done a little bit of
a little bit of rallycross.
Ad hoc rallycross as well. Why not?
It's one of those moments when you look down your entry list and realise you haven't got the particular driver down on your list at all, which isn't very helpful. It's a driver who's been racing a lot of Porsches in Germany. Young Ertl, related to Harold.
Not Bond, but Blank.
There you go.
There you go. See? We're good at this.
Who else is on the fly? No, it was really interesting actually, just looking at the top 4 runners. We suddenly had the slower lap, still a very good lap from Christopher Mies. That's how he squandered a handful of seconds. So maybe he just got caught by traffic, because Patrick Niederhauser behind him by about another 14 seconds took a couple of seconds off him, and 4 seconds taken off him by Fabian Schiller. Fabian Schiller actually is a bit spaced out at the front, but we do have the vagaries of who pits where, because it's 24 seconds from first to second, from Christian Cronjes back to Christopher Mies. Christian Cronjes to Christopher Mies, then another 13 seconds back to Patrick Niederhauser, another 13 seconds or so back to Fabian Schiller. And then a bit of a gap back to Bruno Spengler, who is leading the Pro-Am class. Bruno driving car number 20, which is from Car Collection Motorsport. Looks quite mean, all black Audi. Sharing that with Marcus Finkelhock. And Finkelhock probably get in for the final stint, because instead of doing the first 2 stints for the start driver and the last 2 for the second driver, they're doing 1, 3 and 2, 4, if you will. So they're alternating at the end of the stints, because of all the pit stops here, perfectly long enough for a driver change to be done without affecting anything at all. So if you're only running 2 drivers, you can take your choice how you deploy them.
A little aside from driver messages for you, though. We mentioned David Pittard and Klaus Hablin in that Fricadelli car. With Pittard obviously being part of the crew that won the 24-hour here in May, and Klaus Hablin driving that car in the first round. I've nicknamed him, he's become known as Pitbull Pittard because of his starts of his races, and I forgot to say that on the last race when he did exactly that and tried to take it down the inside of the pit wall, and Kuba Gamasiak firmly but fairly professionally shut the door in his face with the back of that M4 BMW, and he did mention he'd obviously listened to our broadcast, silly boy, he obviously got nothing else to do on a hot, cold, wintry night, but he said, I was just going to write to you and say that, said, it amuses me now, I was surprised that you and Bruce don't even mention my first lap advantage now. It's just taken, it's just a given. It's like, well, yes, we do. That's what you're supposed to do. That's why you've got a nickname.
And that frankly, is why he should have been out on the first lap of the race today, not hiding in the pit garage.
Exactly.
Right. Should we do some maths? Should we do some maths now? Because I know you enjoy maths.
I love this bit.
We have seen quite a bit in this race.
Sit up straight at the
car number 1, which is a good thing, because it comes here as the overall championship leader, running in its own in a class of 13 starters. Where is it at the moment in that class? It's 3rd, so it should pick up 11 points if it finishes in those positions. Hold that thought. Car number 959 is 4 points behind, but running in a larger class. It's got 15 cars in its thing, but it really needs to win the class, and it was leading the Cup 3 class early on, but has fallen down the order a little bit now. Just trying to find them. When I last looked, I think it was in it's Cup 2. I need to go a little bit further down. There's Cup 3. Cup 3. It's not first. It's not second. It is 4th in class. That will not be enough. It needs to win that class. Fabio Grosso's in it at the moment, and he is catching the car in front, which is 952. We just got Merlini on board, which is sort of lost him for a second. Francesco Merlini lost confidence. That's 2nd in class for Smurlis Racing, but for Cup 3 for the Caymans, it really needs to be a case that 959 gets a move on, or it'll be 2 championships in a row for Zils and Sandberg. And having had a year out last year of winning the championship, it could be a 4th title, third driver in car number 1, which is just double checking who's in number 1 at the second.
So because they've now pitted, so that's put Gross into second place in the class now. So Rauer it is in the 960.
Okay,
that's in the lead. So
Philip Lyson is the driver whose name escaped me for a second, but could be taking a 4th championship. But 959
does second give it the lead championship?
Well, at the moment they were running very well placed in their own class, whereas the 959 is 4th in its class. So that needs to get a move on and get up to, it really has effectively, with the number 1 BMW 330 running as it has been, smoothly, cleanly, but not as fast as they wanted it to be for Adrenalin Motorsport. They're doing what they need, but 959 absolutely has to win the Cup 3 class for Porsche Caymans, and at the moment it is not doing that. So suddenly it looks like number 1 is quite safe, but it's not safe. We've got an hour and 20 minutes remaining.
Well, indeed, there's the 959 just as we speak, coming out of the Vidal off the what we call the current Grand Prix circuit, 1985. That was reopened, so it's nearly 40 years old in itself, but not quite as old as the nearly 100-year-old Nordschleife. It goes through the Sabine Schmitz curve there, named after the wife of Klaus Avelin, who sadly passed away. Was it last year or was it the year before now? I think it's 21, you know.
Yeah. Yes, I think you're right.
No better corner to name after her. The start of the Nordschleife. Just a very quick shot there of the car. We haven't really mentioned a great deal there, which ran quite high at the start of the car. That's the CP Racing, the American outfit, European base, with all American drivers in American colours, etc. That's the AMG Mercedes. That was just trying to see where it is.
16th.
16th.
Third in the Pro-Am.
Third in Pro-Am. Yes. Charles Putnam, who is the P of CP Racing. Is the C as well, for that matter. But I'm looking at the Putnam bit on here as well, but he is the C as well. Currently in, say, 16th place. Best lap that car's done is a very credible 8:05. I guess that might have been Charles Espinal at the very beginning, simply because it had a clear run on that sort of second lap.
We talked about the second lap is the golden lap. It's a bit like the laps at Le Mans, where it's just getting light and drivers can see a bit more, but the air is cool and clear.
We haven't yet seen their joker in that yet, which of course is Andy Christodoulou. It's going to be in that car. I don't think he's done a run in that yet. I'm just going to have a look at my
I think he did the qualifying lap, but
I'm sure he did. Let's have a look.
Yeah, Christodoulou 8th quickest in qualifying. Qualifying a little bit jumbled. It's always short, and any incident can conclude a quick lap for anybody going on one. So that's why Zalaika Frank Stippler tends to be the quickest, because he's just very good at nailing it on that first flying lap.
Well, we know that Charles Espinal did start that car. Shane Lewis went into it, but unfortunately my analysis tells me that Charles Putnam's done 18 consecutive laps in that car, which isn't the case.
Probably what he'd like to do, but
it's his car. He can do what he wants with it, but
exactly so.
I don't think he has done 18 laps for a start. We saw the driver change. We saw our driver indicators suggest otherwise. So I don't know how many laps he's done in that car at the moment, when it's due a stop. More to the point, when will Andy Christodoulou get into it? So an hour and...
Or Adam.
20... Adam Christodoulou, my apologies. Sorry, Adam.
Sorry, Christodoulou parents.
Yes.
Who is making the moves? Personally, Fabian Schiller, I said he was slightly quicker than Patrick Niederhauser. Yes, he is, but he's only gained a second on that last lap, so 4th place still in the hands of Get Speed Mercedes, but 3rd still in the hands of the Porsche from the Rutronic crew. 2nd place, the Audi. We're going through lots of manufacturers here, which is all great. But again, a marginal gain from Christian Croners on that lap, so it's 24.9 seconds. Keep that magic figure in your head, 26 seconds. Call it 27, and then you can build a tiny bit of an advantage in. And that should be how much time Croners needs to be ahead to have a chance to be at parity when they come out of the final round of pit stops in this 4-hour race. We just mentioned there, Snowy, about SP9. It's not one class, it's 3 classes, if you will, because we've got the Pro-Am category as well. That's being led quite comfortably by Bruno Spengler at the moment for Car Collection Motorsport. Running with Marcus Winkelhock. call that a pro lineup, but what do I know? Sorry, it's, when I say Bruno Spengler, it's Florian Spengler. That's why it's a pro-am lineup. Sorry, that's me looking down at my notes. And
Adam, Andy, Bruno, it doesn't really matter.
No, it's all over. And in many of the races in the season, we've had the SP9 AM class, but today we don't have any AM lineups in there. But we have a cracking field of cars in the top class.
Now we have a interesting flag. The yellow flag at Marshall Post 131. The reason I mention that is because it's at Kesselchen, which is one of the fastest parts of the circuit leading up to Klosterdal, and the very, very fast run up to the carousel. That has now moved on to 132, Marshall Post 133, with the green being 2 ahead of it all the time. So it's a movable feast there. But there's no intervention vehicle and no slow car, is my point. So I'm just wondering why there's a kind of like a rolling yellow flag. And it's not a code 60, it's not a code 120, it's not even a waved double yellow. It's a single yellow that is moving along the track, as it were, according to my GPS, unless they're just testing out the GPS system. And it is moving. Now, what I do know is that after Marshall Post 138. And in fact, at 139, that will be immediately after it. There is a gap in the barriers there, so if there is something that needs to be retreated behind, it should go there. And now, finally, it's caught up. It's car number 491, which is travelling incredibly slowly.
Okay, well,
it's going to go behind the
that
barriers.
one up, I'll just talk about car 470. I meant to talk about this at the start of the race. We heard from Timo Glock talking about even a driver of his esteemed achievement and capability having to get a ring permit. How about car number 470? Walkenhorst Motorsport, BMW. No. They also run a Hyundai, and it's an i30N. And listen to this driver lineup. Jack Aitken, tiny bit of Formula 1 experience, very good in sports cars. Bailey Voisin, rising British driver. And Manuel Maldonado. That's a top lineup down there. And that's running in the VT2 class, front-wheel drive. So something you wouldn't expect. Why are they driving that car? To advance their experience of driving front-wheel cars? I don't think so. It's all about getting their ring permit.
Exactly.
And you always have to look down the entry list, and the fact they're still going this race, that means they're all having a go. They should have rotated through to the third driver in that car. And at the moment, it's all about experience. It's all about just proving they can behave out here, get the race under their belt, get their ring permit, and go and race something fun.
Damit ein herzliches Willkommen hier aus der E-Sport Lounge am Nürburgring.
Motorsport ist sonst ein bisschen unser Hobby und das macht einfach nur Spaß. Auch der Klang wird super wiedergegeben.
Er weiß, wie es geht.
dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de
Faltenreifen.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
Auf Facebook,
Instagram,
YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
You're not the betting man, I know, but what's going to be at the top? We mentioned this this gap at the top.
Okay, well, I just want to tell you, 34 is in the pit, so Christian Kronos is making the final pit stops. That means he's done a stint of 7 laps, and he was being caught, but only just. That means Christopher Mies will go on past. He hasn't pitted into the lead of the race, but that means the final pit stop has been done by one of our 2 front runners. But even if the number 5 Audi comes in next time around, which it may well do, it will gain 26 seconds, or more to the point, have a pit stop that is a minimum of 26 seconds shorter than that of the Walk and Horse Motorsport BMW. Their pit stop looked very neat, very tidy, back onto the track, so no more fiddling in the pits. But of course, these pit stops, there are plenty of time built into them. It's not a case of hit the jacks, change the tyres or anything. It's simply you can do it within the given time. But the closer you get to the shorter the race, I know I bang on about this, the shorter that final pit stop will be.
Yeah, but it's a vital element of the strategy for this race, which is one of the things I just love. I mean, we mentioned it just 2 weeks ago, didn't we, Bruce? I think we went into some depth. I'll try and do a some more précis version of it. But one of the things I love about this place is not just the circuit. It's not like any other circuit in the world, just from its sheer length, topography, gradient changes, distance, corners, 170, 20 plus K, whatever. That alone, that's just absorb that. And then put a series on it of different manufacturers, different classes. How many classes shall we have? Oh, I don't know.
15?
15, 20? That'll do. That sounds a good number. Let's do that. Yeah. Tyres, let's make a controlled tyre. Nah, let's have everybody have the tyres they want. Yeah. What we will do, though, we'll restrict pits to a set amount of time. You've all got to do a set amount of time in the pits. And if you imagined it on paper, you said earlier, Bruce, that you couldn't build this circuit now. You couldn't. Thank goodness it's still going. It's coming up to its centenary very shortly, just literally a handful of years' time. But they're still using it. It still has some of the best racing. Single make formula is supposed to be the best. This isn't. Well, I've said many, many times, and it's a line I use. I have to credit him every time for our colleague Joe Bradley. It's a high-speed game of chess, and there's so much strategy. Do you come in? We've seen cars earlier. We've thought on 2 cars. Have they deliberately taken a bit longer in their pit stop now? 2, enable a short one at the end of the race. They're using up their time now. They've got to do, say, minimum 8 minutes. Are they using time? All these different things come into play, and there's so many layers of this, and it's just fantastic. Yet at one point earlier, we've got 6 cars, line astern, a couple of seconds apart across a lot of them,
but that's
going through all the traffic.
But that's a really, really good point, because you have it in the first stint, there might be nose to tail. You only get them reunited according to their different stints when you've had that final pit stop.
Yeah.
And so you might think, oh, well, this race is really sort of spread out a little bit, but then you suddenly find that, actually, no, it's closing right up again. It sort of gets a little bit lost. You think, surely, this circuit, with all those variables, all those classes, that's too many ingredients, not a bit of it.
But that's where the strategists come in. You've got to have the confidence, and the drivers have got to trust the strategists and those players of, you say it gets a little bit lost. It doesn't. It just settles down. But you've got to, you see it on, you hear it quite often, most often on Formula One, sort of, pit to car radio, and you'll have a driver coming back and just saying, this isn't the right tyre, this isn't the so-and-so, and the team will say, the engineer will say, no, stick with it. You've got to trust your strategists here. It's gone into that quiet period where you say it all balances out, because we know there's going to be a flurry at the end. It's all going to tighten up again. It's almost like a handicap system. It just works perfectly. Then, in theory, they should all cross the line at the same time. And the handicap just got the job done perfectly. And that's one of the things I absolutely love about this in a 4-hour race. And just remember, a Grand Prix is, boringly, 200 miles or 2 hours long. That's it. We have 4-hour races, and we call this a sprint race. Then we have a 6-hour race.
Yeah.
A 12-hour. Yeah, and do you know what? Let's mix it up. Let's have a 24 as well.
As long as they don't go back to the events they had back in the late 1960s. Was it a 72-hour event around the Nordschleife?
Yeah.
Cracking racing in the Cup 2 class. At the moment, it's being led by car number 121, Christopher Brute. But when I say that, I don't mean that anymore, because he's just been overtaken by Hendrik Still. So that was Kay Kramer racing, the car that was second in the championship, just being overtaken by one that's not really in the mix at all, but being driven beautifully by Hendrik Still, sharing with Arnie Hofmeister.
So that's still ahead then?
It's just moved ahead.
Yeah.
It's swapped over. Binagana swapped over. Oh, someone else.
They'll catch up in a minute. So that's 491, I think.
I think that's the car you were talking about a short while ago, were you not?
It would be that. Exactly.
Of course it was. It was the one with Daniel Merton's on board.
That's it. Yeah, coming back to the pits finally.
Well, it may be about a day at the rate pace it's going now. Only just
front right.
At the
looks like an issue on that.
Yeah, just at the start of the Dottinger Her. I mean, almost not moving.
That's been an awful long time coming back, and that is hard work for a driver, because you're desperate to get it back and let your team and your crew jump on it and see if it's recoverable and salvageable and get out into the race or not, but do as little damage to it as possible. And you driving it back too quickly can exacerbate the initial problem and make it far worse.
Okay, let's see. Are we going to have car number 5 coming into pits? No, he's going for another lap. I thought he could afford one more lap, and that's car number 5, the Audi, Christopher Mies. He started his stint after, let me see, 21, 22. He's going to be coming in after 22 laps, so he'll be stretching his advantage. I thought if he came in a lap after the 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW, we were dealing with 26 seconds, but he could be dealing with more than that. He's streaking through. Next car into sight is Patrick Niederhauser in the Brutronic Porsche, and not far behind him, and I would sense catching, is Fabian Schiller. Another good lap from Schiller. Schiller gets to within 4 seconds of Niederhauser. So at the moment, it's Mies leading the race in the number 5 Audi. Second place, Patrick Niederhauser, the number 21 Brutronic Porsche. Third place, the Get Speed Mercedes of Fabian Schiller, who is closing in very nicely.
Yeah, I've just been checking. When you said, I thought there was a 96-hour race at the Nürburgring.
I couldn't remember if it was 72.
And there was.
Right.
It's 1971.
71.
Yeah.
Who won it?
Before that was a 84-hour race.
I knew there was one that wasn't in a factor of 24. So, well, there you go. That really boggles the thought. I mean, how many sausages in bread rolls would we eat in that time? Quite a few, I'd reckon.
Well, here's your answer. Henry Jacques, Thierry Jean-Luc, sorry, apologies, and Maurice Nussbaumer won it.
Driving what?
In an Alpine A110, nice. 1600. And they covered a staggering, are you ready? 487 laps.
Golly, I wonder when their internal gyroscope settled down again after that. That really is absolutely extraordinary. But, you know, endurance was such a thing then. Let's face it, road cars, racing cars tended to break then. So to achieve that, actually, I wouldn't have thought the Alpine was the tool you wanted. But anyhow, they got it to work.
Second was a BMW 222 TII. And third...
Someone in Cortina?
No, a DAF 55.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid Peter Snowden appears to be lacking oxygen at the moment. He's gone stirring bonkers.
Now there's a hand appeared between the screen, because I have to say that is Kerry, our producer today, who's just offered the sole remaining jelly baby because she's eaten the rest of them. Bruce never saw a chance at one. She's offered it to me as a sugar hit there, but she's scoffed a lot of them. I'm intrigued to know, why did she bite the heads off them though? Anyway, and we won't do that now. Go back to the race.
No time for such things.
No time for frivolities.
Right, let's just run down.
She makes very good coffee as well, allegedly.
Is that a canoe? Hint. Right. Those who had 3 pit stops so far. Florian Spengler, car number 20, Car Collection Motorsport. That's leading the Pro-Am class in 5th overall. That's had 3 pit stops. Car number 24, which is the Door Motorsport Aston Martin. They're running 6th and 7th overall. Sorry, 5th and 6th overall. My eyes starting to deceive me. And also Christian Cronjes. He's a little bit further down, but at the end of this lap, he'll go vaulting past them. So Walker Horse Motorsport, they've played their hand very early on. They played it by pitting after 5 laps. Car number 34 did an 8-lap stint to 13 laps, and then only a 7-lap stint. So they're going to do an 8-lap stint through to the finish of this race. So for the moment, if you just came and looked at your timing screen and going, oh, dearie me, they're on all those races this year, you know, Kuba Gimasiak and Christian Cronjes, but they're only down in 8th position. But they've played their final pit stop. I still think that early pit stop, bear in mind, you picked up on this very early on, Snowy, they lost position from 2nd on the grid. Kuba Gimasiak went down to about 7th place, got back to 5th, but wasn't able to go off after early leader. And you wondered if they'd make their first pit stop early. They duly did that, and they're paying the price right now. They will come back into the reckoning, but I think right now this surely has to be in the hands of Christopher Mies to give that first win to Frank Stippler. But what have we got left? 1 hour precisely. And as I said that, it just flicked under 1 hour remaining in this race. Leading by 18 seconds. Looking pretty good, I have to say.
Exactly an hour to go. It's such as the might of Frank Stippler. Isn't it interesting how the word you've just used there, to Christopher Mies, to give Frank Stippler that first win?
Yeah.
That's how we view it, because Frank Stippler doesn't not win races, but he hasn't this year yet. I'm still not convinced it's going to be done. I think the favour is that way. If I was betting your money on it, I'd probably say that it's going to be Gimasiak. If I was putting my money on it, I'd probably say it's going to be the Audi.
There we are. Well, you soon find out who your friends are.
Pick the bones out of that. But fortune favours the brave. To go 5 lap stint early is a risk, as we said, because you have that sort of that area in the middle of the race. I tend to describe it. Let's take a standard NLS race as being 4 hours. It is. Let's look at a 4-hour race. I tend to think the first hour, it all sort of settles down. Middle 2 hours, you have that sort of plateau bit of, okay, watch it, but don't overread into it, because it can all change. As you said a moment ago, it builds up to that final hour, which we've just clicked into now. We are 58 minutes and 45 seconds into that last hour.
Yeah, and it's when the drivers of the last cast of pits emerge from their final pit stop. And I just want to correct myself. If Frank Stippler doesn't win today, it could be 2 seasons without a win, because I thought he won the early round last year. He didn't. He won the final round with Vincent Kolb, 9th of October, equivalent race to this one in 2021.
Wow.
Get that.
Wow. So, well, that is.
But he's always in the reckoning. Doesn't seem to matter who, what, where or when. He's always in the reckoning, but suddenly, you know, your mind can start playing little tricks. Right, I think we're going to have a few more cars diving into the pits at the, the front end of the field.
Has just done that. Yes, indeed, he has. Klaus Ablett. I thought I saw the Ferrari.
Yeah, something dark in the background.
The naked black Ferrari going, as they call it, naked carbon Ferrari going into the pits. It's a phrase that Mr. Pittard used, by the way.
Yeah.
Just for clarity.
You can tell.
Yes, he is. Dirty boy. So that's in the pits. I wonder if he'll put Pittard back in that, because they've got an hour to go. I suppose he probably will.
You'd think so.
He's had a drive of it. That's just what he wants to do, go and experience it. And no mean peddler in his own right is Klaus Ablett. So, our fastest lap of the race still stands at a staggering 7:51.908 set by the car that's leading at the moment, car number 5, currently driven by Christopher Mies, the Audi R8. That's the Shearer by PHX Audi. The next quickest to that was 750. Was it 754? Niederhaus in the Porsche. That's
Yeah, there was something
in second
like
place.
that.
Yeah. I think that is the next closest. So,
Okay,
and we've got more trouble for the number 3 Falcon Porsche now. That's this is the Picarello. Is it Picarello?
It should be Sven Muller, I think.
Sven Muller at the middle of this now.
Yeah, well, thank you for turning up, but unfortunately they almost wish they hadn't, again, always gaining experience. But Falcon Motorsport, we're so accustomed to them being at the front of the field. They didn't qualify enormously well, but in race pace they're looking great. But we had a long period with the number 3 parked in the garage. Alessio Picariello, well, we do believe there was contact where he was hit up the tail end by the Walk and
the
Horse.
splitter's loose
BMW.
on it. No immediate damage from the outside, I think, obvious, but you can just see from the long shot looking back underneath the car, it's the diffuser at the back that's flapping around everywhere. Now, they've had issues with that area of the car already, so you'll hear that from inside the car and it just sounds terrible. Initially you'll think it's a gearbox or mechanical or something, but it's the diffuser carbon is grabbing on the ground. So it's the leading edge of it, actually. So the tail of it is fixed, so the leading edge of the diffuser is shattering along the ground, which would be infuriating. That might just be a fixing issue.
It could be. You know, they were obviously trying to get him back into the race as quickly as they possibly could.
But that was damage early on, wasn't it? It was hit by Gamaziak. So it might not be an issue of it being fixed by the engineers. It's the fact that if the mounting brackets or something are then damaged, you can't tank tape. You can do body work, but not things underneath that have been subject to aerodynamics all the time and suction, which is exactly what the thing does. It's going to pull it. It should be pulling it down. That's the whole point. It should be diffusing the air. Exactly its name. But obviously it isn't if it's doing that. So it'd be horrible to drive that.
Right. God, you can imagine. But I think you're quite right. First thing you hear is the noise when suddenly it's coming a little bit loose.
I had a diffuser come off on a GT1 car testing at Barcelona once and didn't even hear it go. Such was the noise of the car. It was fairly loud. He did kind of sit over the exhaust system. I remember reporting on the radio that it was very oversteery all of a sudden. When the marshals then radioed in to say that they've got the diffuser at the side of the track at the marshals post, it was like, yeah, we kind of know why, mate. Do you want a box? It's like, oh well. Well, you weren't wrong. I was like, why has it suddenly gone oversteering?
We don't have to eliminate anything else from our inquiries. Right, I just wanted to keep an eye on that. You know, we're into the final hour of the last race of the 2023 season. We came here with all sorts of class championships needing to be sorted out, but the overall battle, keeping things simple, as we knew it was car number 1 leading the way. That's the Adrenalin Motorsport BMW 330i in the VT2 rear-wheel drive and four-wheel drive class. It had a 4-point advantage over the 959 Porsche Cayman running in the Porsche Cup 3 class. That had fallen down to 4th place in its class, 959, but recently, maybe by dint of those final pit stops coming up, it's moved, well, fleetingly, it was in the lead of the class, it's dropped down to 2nd place. I'll give it another lap until they've all served their 3rd pit stop. But that had moved back into the reckoning. Car number 1 will be further down the order. It's not such a high-performance car. That's running 2nd in its class. Oh, doing the maths. But at the moment, I'd say number 1's in a decent position. We'll just wait for the final run of pit stops and see how they shake up. And then we'll take a look back. So maybe in about 10-15 minutes' time. But it's going to go right down to the wire. But for Daniel Zilsk and Oscar Sandberg, it could be 2 titles in a row. But they really won't know until we've reached 4 hours in this race.
No, I've just seen the strangest of sights. Yes, I am absolutely right. It is a Vulcan Horse BMW on the Dottinger Hoa being slipstreamed by not a Cup 2 car, but by a Cayman, a 718 Cayman, who then pulled out and went past it into Tiergarten. My eyes do not deceive me.
Your eyes absolutely did not deceive you. Where there's a will, there's a way or something. Right, now what's happened is the Walken Horse number 34 BMW has been caught by Adrian Delina. Obviously different. No, actually Adrian Delina must have been passed in that lap, so his last lap was slower. But
well, he did get it back again, yes.
Yeah. Okay, leading the race, but due to come in. Has it come in yet? No, I tell you who has come in. Julian Andlauer has pitted from 2nd place. That's car number 21. Has come in after 22 laps. But it does appear that number 5 has continued. Christian Mies going for 1 further lap in the race-leading Audi. And don't forget, the later you pit in the race, the shorter your final pit stop will be. And therefore, if he can do that, pull that off, he should be coming back into the lead of the race after that final pit stop. Who else is diving in for the pits this lap? Looks like we've got a few in after 21. Car number 9, Fabian Schiller has come in, and Sami Matti Tro, car number 35.
But importantly, Sport PHX, their Audi leading the race, has not come in to make its third and final pit stop. Everybody else, bar Adrian Delina, at the moment has Delina. Yes, we saw him going over the start-finish line as well, didn't we?
Yeah, he's just going up
Christian Cronje, so he'll be coming in presumably next time around in that number 18. Beg your pardon. Sorry. Yeah, the Dynamic GT green and black Porsche. So they run the later stint time. SP9 Pro-Am is still being led by the car collection Audi, car number 20. Marcus Winkelhock on board, sharing that with Florian Spengler. Sorry if I threw you a wobbly earlier by saying it was Bruno Spengler. And second in SP9 Pro-Am is running 9th overall. It's the number 17 Aston Martin. It had its problems early in the race. It sort of had to run very wide at the first corner. It had a driver penalty, didn't it? And that cost its time. But at this point in the race, Maxime Dumoulin is running second in class. Third in class is CP Racing, still Charles Putman at the wheel. That's about to come in for its third pit stop. So that's one of the others that's decided to go for long first stint, long second stint, and then make that final stint as short as possible, and therefore should gain ground accordingly, because that final pit stop will be the bit shorter than those of the rival cars.
Now, talking of people conspicuous by their absence, it's good to see on Twitter at RSL_studio, Ian McCarthy finally coming in. He's just picked up the thing that's made him talk after 3 hours of this race. I
knew he'd crack.
It's 96 hours.
That's Ian's sort of race.
Exactly. Certainly one way to eliminate post-race blues would be have us begging for mercy instead. Full stop. Saab bits.
Yeah, perhaps not.
Saab bits.
Yeah, perhaps not.
Yes.
Those were interesting days. But yes, the Lommel test circuit in Belgium was used for all sorts of absolute endurance in that sense. Particularly at Lommel, can we shake your car apart? No, apparently not. Well done.
I do find it extraordinary when you talk about this racing that we do, when we say 24-hour races and we're off somewhere, and friends just say, well, what do you mean a 24-hour race? And don't quite grasp what it is you do, and nor do I, so answers on a postcard, please. And it's sort of 24 hours, and they look at you completely blank, as if you just walked through some time portal. What do you mean 24 hours? I said, well, the race lasts 24 hours. And they went, when do you have a break? I went, well, the car doesn't, the drivers do, obviously.
And the pit crew basically doesn't either.
The pit crew don't.
Yeah.
And but you don't mean a day. Like, yes, a day, 24 hours. And you can see the look of utter incredulity on us of, what do you mean? It goes for a day. It's like, it goes for a day.
It is absolutely extraordinary. Yeah, people just really don't get that. Just slightly worried about the pace. I'm not trying to build
501?
drama. No, number one, isn't it?
No, that's the 501.
Oh, it's the 501, beg your pardon, because that's our outright championship leader, running in the hands of Oscar Sandberg, second in its class, which should be enough for the title. Oh, well, so 501 we were looking at, then just got distracted by
us, by you, Bruce.
By me.
He's obviously got the radio on.
I think it's the Hout Racing Mercedes was coming through, but just ran into the gravel at, classic case, going to the Vidal chicane. Oh, that car's closed. Oh, I'm not on the track anymore. So these are the things you do not want to be having up in front of you. And as they go through the Sabine-Smits curve, suddenly a cluster of 5 cars. These are the variables you're trying to eliminate. Now, our race leader into the pits. Could it be it should be for the final pit stop. This will be 23 laps completed. Christopher Mies will be in, and don't forget, this will be a much shorter pit stop than those that pitted earlier. So they've sucked up the pain through the course of the race. And in fact, they've done it so well, hasn't looked like any pain whatsoever. They've stayed right in the reckoning, and this final pit stop will presumably put them back into the lead of the race. Even the in-lap was quick, 8 minutes and 6 seconds from Christopher Mies. So beautiful professional job there. Just 47 minutes remaining in this race, but the advantage should be enough because those behind will all have made their third pit stops. Those in the overall reckoning, some further back, haven't made them yet, including Adrian Delina running 6th in the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche. That should be in as well this time around. Conditions have been truly wondrous here today. There was the talk of a little bit of tiny bit of drizzle this morning, but it didn't really do enough. It was actually the circuit was just greasy, slightly slippery for qualifying in the morning. But since the start of the race, battleship grey when we were sitting on the grid, but all cleared up beautifully, almost as soon as we got racing, in fact. So the final pit stop, will it be the first win since this event? The Münsterlandpokal back in 2021 for Frank Stippler. Nothing he can do about it. Oh, we're having a driver change. No, Frank Stippler, I think, is just leaning in through the door to say, you lose this and you won't be big time. Or something, encouragement.
Yes.
This is what people need.
Yes, don't mess it up, or other words in that sentence.
Sitting in the sunshine. There is no need to hurry, even though this is a shorter pit stop, because this is closer to the end of the race and the rivals who pitted earlier, all present and correct. The Audi going back down onto the deck. It's sitting, well, right, it's supposed to be at 45 degrees. The pit garage, I think we're talking about 43 there, but that's these standards are pretty impeccable. And that should go back into the final stint of the race. Will it come to victory? It's first for 2 years for Frank Stippler. But in a season that's had great pace, but not all the results to go with it. In fact, precious few of the results to go with it. Their best result, or Frank's best result this year, has been a 4th place, sharing with Vincent Kolb. And he's had 3 pole positions, but no wins as yet. So let's see as that Audi gets going back onto the circuit. 3rd and final pit stop done. Well, not guarantee it's the final pit stop, but at this point, Christian Cronje's coming up the hill through Tiergarten. So not only has he emerged in the lead, Cronje's trying not to be blocked by a couple of the slower cars through the chicane onto the start-finish straight now. Still cars diving into the pits, waiting to see what the margin will be over the chief rival, over that number 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. 2 minutes. Oh no, sorry, I can't give you the gap right now because that's from when Chris Vermees crossed the finish line in the pit lane, because it's certainly not 2 minutes 38 seconds, but it's
the next lap. It stabilises, isn't it?
It's comfortable. And I think the big question is, can the number 21 crew, Rutronic Racing Porsche, started brilliantly in the first half of the race by Julian Andlauer, can Patrick Niederhauser complete that combination and come home in 45 minutes time in 3rd place for Rutronic Racing? Or will it be wrested from them by Fabian Schiller, who has done a very, very good job this weekend in the Get Speed Mercedes? That's car number 9.
Well, the reality is that the number 5 leading car, the Audi Phoenix Audi, is just going through Sabine Schmitzke to start the Hatzenbach, and the 2nd place car, Christian Krognes, in the Walkenhorst M4 is just approaching that, or thereabouts.
Just coming up to the Vidal chicane.
So there's a fair way to go yet. It's not an impossible task. But what will be interesting now, as we've said so many times, it's nearly always this last hour that suddenly starts getting interesting, and it's also incremental as well. It happens. It's 44 minutes to go now, so lap times, sector times are going to play huge parts now into what they can do. I think it's too big an ask, but it's not impossible.
I think it's too big an ask, just because looking at Chris Vermees' previous stint, he hasn't raced at the Nürburgring much in recent years, certainly in comparison to his earlier career, but he was right on the sort of pace that we saw from Frank Stippler in the first half of the race in that Scherer Sport PHX Audi. Certainly Christian Cronjes is running a really good race, but it almost went out of the window with that poor start from the outside of the front row. 2nd going off the grid, 5th or 6th in a 4-car side-by-side battle into 1st corner, and dropped a lot of positions. But the fact of the matter was Frank Stippler preserved his lead from pole position and then was given that buffer, because remember, Ben Dorr, brilliant start from him from 3rd up to 2nd, and then was delaying everybody else behind, and that just allowed the buffer to be built up. A lot of it came back. There was a slow zone or something, and about 8 seconds were taken out of the race lead. But I think the combination of Stippler, dry circuit, Audi, R8, Nürburgring and Chris Vermees surely is too good to be beaten today.
Superb use there of the back markers from on board one of the Falcon cars. It was the Menzel car, I think it was, that the number 4 car, is that
actually
right?
Yeah, it is. I was just wondering if the number 3 car has re-emerged, has come back out.
It's in the pit still.
It's still in the pits. It had the second problem with its bodywork. I've scrolled right past it, but it's way out of the reckoning. I mean, both of those cars are for the team. They're laps down.
Now, sector 2 is only a short sector, admittedly, just over a minute, but Chris Vermees 104.5 through that. Christian Krognes in the BMW in 2nd place, 103.7, so 0.8 quicker. Let's see how that evolves over the lap. It's a lot to do, but let's see if they can do it. Can we have a nose-to-tail finish? Could we have it? Let's face it, though, the BMW finishes in 2nd place. They've still won 5 out of 9. this year, it's amazing how the ratio changes, isn't it? If they'd won 5 out of 9, it's just over half the races. If they win this, it's suddenly 2/3. No, it jumps significantly from just over half to 2/3. I know it's more than that. Foolish
but
boy.
they started the season.
It's a demerit for you.
Yeah. Started the season. Andy Soucek actually was in the car at opening race with Kuba Gimasiak. Pole position, no points, 0 points, no finish. Then came a win, then came a retirement, then came a win, then came a retirement, then 1, 2, 3 wins on the trot. It looks like it could be second place today, but that is an astonishing record. But any race, if you start and score nothing in the opening round, you're on the back foot. But Gimasiak, we've watched him in traffic, absolutely mighty. Christian Cronjes tends to do the second half of the race. He's doing a fabulous job at the moment, lapping below 8 minutes per lap. I expect this lap he'll be faster than Christian Mies. I think the following lap we'll start to see the reverse being true. But let's see. But Mies doesn't have to push too hard.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Exactly. It's at the moment it's Valkenhorst or Krognes driving that car. Krognes is raced to win at the moment, and Mies is not to give away. So that's the sector 3, 155, 157. So a couple of seconds down over that, over a 2-minute sector. So ebbing and flowing at the moment. And we'll see what happens over the last few bits. But their last lap, of course, is a little bit academic as well, because Mies just started and hasn't he come out of the pit. So it was an 8:06 and a 7:59. So these two cars, it's the Audi that still had the fastest lap of the race, the 7:51.9. And the BMW with a 7:55.7, so it indicated it didn't quite have that pace or the opportunity during that, what I call that first free lap, i.e. the start of the race, not the very first lap, that first flying lap before you get into the thick of all the other classes and start groups.
Another thing that's just come to my attention, we've got one of the doors, I don't know if it's Ben who started the race or Phil on board at the moment, he's put in another lap under 8 minutes. This is really, really impressive from the Door Aston Martin team, the Door Group. Aston Martin team.
Because it went Ben Door, Darren Turner back to Phil, but yes, you're right. So logically, logic would suggest it's probably Ben back in the car.
You would think so. If he did the first stint, you'd think, yeah, more than likely to be doing the last one to finish this race. But it's always interesting. You get drivers who've been doing racing in GT3 for a long time, but certainly these are the new faces. It's also good to see other people running Aston Martins, running other marques, and just getting to grips with them as they advance through the seasons. And you can be sure that they'll have a huge amount of pride with the announcement that Aston Martin's coming out to play in the World Endurance Championship. Of course, they won't be so interested in what they're doing for the moment with the Valkyrie, and in the seasons to come, they'll be going, hey, we're getting a new GT3 and GT4 glass vantage in the years coming up. So you can be fairly sure they'd be the sort of team that'd be putting their name down for 1, 2 or 3 of those, because this is a really good run for them.
But it's impetus and manufacturer momentum, isn't it? If the manufacturer's doing that, it trickles down the order, which ultimately down to the road car, which is what the manufacturers are all doing it for, to sell road cars at the end of the day. Units, that's what you want to do. But from our point of view, selfishly from a sporting racing point of view, as you say, yes, it's great that they're in Formula 1, great that they're in, I think, and you say in exactly the right place, endurance racing, World Endurance Championship, that's where an Aston Martin should be racing. Great that they've got the Valkyrie out now with their hypercar, the special project one. Absolutely brilliant piece of kit. And as you say, GT3, GT4 cars coming down, GT3 cars having a class at Le Mans next year. Whether you agree or disagree with that, it doesn't matter, it's happening. And great to see. And it's only going to bring in more people. So people like the Doors here, they will be thinking, right, what can we do? That, as you said, you pointed out quite right, they're quite young. They're getting the experience here. They've got somebody. It's a business plan. They've got somebody like Darren Turner on board, and Darren Turner is synonymous with Aston Martin, but he'll race anything really well. So he's going to bring in a lot more than just his experience and his speed. That's a given. But it's the mentoring, the coaching, right, this is how we do it, this is what we do in this situation. And we saw a little bit earlier of Ben was that started it. Just being a little bit cautious, and rightly so. Did exactly the right thing to do. I would imagine there that metaphorically or physically, that Darren Turner's given him a slap on the back and went, well done. Because being a hero and putting it in the barriers is no good to anybody. You've got to learn, and learning takes a process. The problem is it's all played out on a very high-speed theatre. all the time. So we tend to want to go for gaps and do this, and we focus on winners all the time. But you've got to get the experience, and they'll build up through the ranks. And who knows? We might see, we might see the doors in a World Championship in three years' time. Let's say
entirely gives them a chance, and it is about bringing the teams through too. Just been some most absolutely astonishingly good racing in the battle for third place. I sensed that Schiller was catching Patrick Niederhauser, that's to say the Get Speed Mercedes catching the Rutronic Porsche, and coming onto the Dottinger Höhe, the Mercedes was ahead, then the Porsche got an incredible slipstream, and Niederhauser got back into that third place as he had been at the start of the previous lap, but they're chopping and changing, and even as they go around the Grand Prix loop, they are swapping positions left, right and centre, whether you prefer Porsche or Mercedes. But the whole point is about manufacturer against manufacturer, and both of the drivers are pushing very hard for that third place. The Rutronic Porsche has been looking good all race, as has the Get Speed Mercedes, but two drivers absolutely bare knuckle fighting out there. 36 minutes remaining in this race, but it's just what a great way to end the season. But you're so right, now looking ahead, it's about momentum, but nothing is ever static in motor racing. And you said, okay, so it's going to be GT3 rather than GTE as the GT class at Le Mans, and some people might not like that. Tell you what, people, go and look at the history of motor racing. Go and get a book about Le Mans and look how many times the class structure has changed. And I can tell you, from when I started going to Le Mans, as professionally or as best I could, in the mid-1980s, some of the classes were chronically poor, and it does ebb and flow. Suddenly, the more prototypes, one year there were no GTs whatsoever. I like the mixture, but give these championship times, and an example is, I don't want to drive it down to this level, but back in the 80s, 2CV racing, they had a 24-hour race at Montello Park. It mattered not, they were slightly faster than a donkey, but people had fabulous races. So difference between GTE and GT3, it matters not. When you've got the top drivers in the top teams running those cars, going for class victory, that is what it's all about to me.
Well, the ultimate barometer is how many cars are on the grid, how many people partake. And organisers like the ACO, whether you like it or not, doesn't matter. It's academic. They don't just change class structures for the sake of it. They do it for a reason, the sound business reasons behind it. If you've only got 5, 6, 7 cars, whatever, on a grid, there's no point. There isn't an appeal. And people don't spend this kind of money, whether it's manufacturers, rich amateurs, privateers, whatever. People don't do it if it's not there. They don't. It's like people buying a Ferrari. I heard a great quote this week of people don't race a Ferrari because it's cheap. They race a Ferrari because it's a Ferrari. And it exactly goes through all the other cars as well. That all the other brands with it. They do it for a reason, but especially in our area of this, NLS, WEC, all those classes we're talking about, Pro-Am in particular, you have your wealthy amateurs that come in, where you get your pro on board and so and so. But they've made their money somewhere else, and they've made that money by having a certain philosophy on life. They don't just go racing for the heck of it and say, right, we're going to just waste this amount of money getting it. It's got to stack up and make it worthwhile. And that's what they'll do. And it's great to see. You've got to have 4 grids, 2 CVs. Why was it so popular? Because it had an appeal. In the UK, there's C1 racing, created by a very good friend of mine, but it was a cheap way of going racing.
In your little Citroen.
In your little Citroen, yeah. And it was super competitive. And the amount of people going, then you have a 24-hour race. And there were scores and scores of cars in it because it had an appeal.
Yeah, look at the Volkswagen Fun Cup, or the Fun Cup with Volkswagen Looky Likeys. They've got their 25-hour race, isn't it, at Spa-Francorchamps each year. Right, just having a quick look, if we may, at Cup 2. We've still got cars diving in. I think that's Hendrick still, perhaps diving in out of the lead of Cup 2.
That's Brooke.
Okay, Brooke is coming from third place in class, so the others have already gone through. So
that's a Kramer car, yeah.
Yeah.
So that was started by Thomas Müller, and then Moritz Krantz went into it, and it is now actually probably going to have a driver change now because it's got Christopher Brook in it. It's one of the few cars that's got a 4-driver lineup, so technically Michele Di Martino should be taking that car over.
And he's been scoring the points, started today's second place in the championship with an outside chance of the title. In fact, I think numerically not. I think he would have been close. But to me, almost the best battle of the race hasn't been
what we saw in the battle for second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth in the opening, probably from lap 2 onwards. It's what's going on right now and for the last lap and a half, because the battle for third place, Patrick Niederhauser is holding on, but Fabian Schiller is throwing everything bar the kitchen sink. In fact, there is the kitchen sink at him as he's looking one way, looking the other, occasionally getting past. It's a fabulous piece of racing, and always here they're looking up the road ahead. Is there a back marker that I can use to my advantage, or is that back marker going to be my disadvantage, which will be the thought of the driver going into the next corner in the lead of a group. But for now, Patrick Niederhauser is earning his corn. He's staying just in front of Fabian Schiller, but they're busy out there, and it just looks absolutely sensational.
So this gap between first and second, it is pretty stabilised at 29 seconds at the moment. Of course, the last lap was a 10-minute 9 for our race leader, because that's coming out of the pits as well, so can't really count that as well. So when they settle down at this point, where is it? Our race leader currently is at Flansgarden, coming up to that far section, and to the double left-hand of Schwalbenschwanz, that will then move around to the right-hand side and come on to that Dottinger Hohe and complete that lap. So it's basically 2 minutes 9 seconds is the difference between those first two on that last lap time. That will of course balance out as they cross the line very shortly. Niederhauser and Schiller it is for third place, the battle that Bruce has just been mentioning, and getting some wonderful camera edges where our cameras are speeding up and slowing down. It's like being at the sort of the talkies back in the 20s, isn't it? You remember that? Yeah. When we bunk off school, do you remember?
Yeah, I wasn't allowed out after dark.
I know.
After that dreadful incident.
Well, that's because you just scared people.
Yeah. Halloween every day.
That restraining order.
Well, fabulous battling. Just waiting for the final run of pit stops in Cup 3 as well. And then we'll start talking about the championship battle, the overall championship battle, because we'll start to really see where they're placed. So all is set. Brilliant end to the race, but at the moment with nearly a 30-second advantage, Christian Mies surely is about to help Frank Stifler to his first win in 2 years. Wait and see, but it looks though...
Bist du auch bereit für Action?
Möchtest du mal in einem virtuellen Studio arbeiten? Oder das Live-Programm in der Regie aktiv mitgestalten?
Oder mit der Kamera die schönsten Momente in der Boxengasse und an der Strecke aufnehmen?
Möchtest auch du Interviews bei der NLS mit den Fahrern führen?
Oder im Schnitt kreative Videos erstellen? Dann bewirb dich jetzt bei Nürburgring TV.
Und starte durch mit einer Ausbildung oder einer Festanstellung
im Bereich Medienproduktion.
Faltenreifen.
World's first asphalt watch. Nürburgring Asphalt 1. Over 90 years of racing history. Cobbler.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
Auf Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
Final stint of the season, all set to see who's going to take the overall title. We look at an exciting battle at the front of the race. It's 29 seconds still, almost identical lap times between Christopher Mies and Christian Cronjes. Cronjes giving chase in the walk-on-horse motorsport BMW, but the fact he actually lost 0.2 of a second isn't the direction of travel he wanted. So you have to think Shearer Sport PHX might be able to take their first win of the year in the NLS. The overall battle, that's sort of the battle for victory in this race, but the overall battle for the overall championship, the outright championship, looks as though last year's champions, or two of them, will come through to take victory because they're leading their class. 13 points will be coming into their pot if Oscar Sandberg can take it to victory. They have a 4-point advantage coming into this race over a car running in a different class, a car running in Cup 3. That's 959. It's one of the Porsches from Sorg Rennsport, and at the moment just waiting for the final pit stops to be made in that class. It's sitting second at the moment, but I think we'll go into the lead of the class when 962 makes its final pit stop, and that will give them 15 points if they go on to win the class, which will be 2 points too few. So they're doing all they could do. As I said, Snowy, to you, I said what they need to do is just make sure they win their class and everything else will settle into place. But certainly Adrenalin Motorsport, how many times have they produced outright champions in this series? Look as though they've got it all right again for car number 1. It'll keep that number for 2024, but we've got 25 minutes, 24, just under 24 minutes remaining in this race, even though the number 1 crew in their BMW 330i said we haven't quite got the pace this weekend. Well, they're certainly doing a very good job. They're doing enough to lead their class. That's the VT2 rear wheel and 4-wheel drive class. Oscar Sandberg bringing it through to the finish. He's sitting on a margin in class of about 30 seconds. That should be enough. Should be enough.
And enough is the operative word. That's all you need to do, is enough. Just win it by enough. Don't win it by massive margin. You don't need to. Just win it by enough.
The battle for third place overall has been absolutely epic for about 3 laps now. The attacker is Fabian Schiller in the black Get Speed Mercedes, and the defender is Patrick Niederhauser, hanging on for dear life, going through the Mercedes arena a short while ago. The Mercedes dived through ahead. It's going past the Porsche Cayman, but they've chopped and changed their position so many times, it's really hard to know. And in fact, unfortunately for Patrick Niederhauser, sort of ran off the track a little bit when he was going through the third part of the 4-part Mercedes arena. Could well have now lost that position for good, because certainly Fabian Schiller has looked very, very good. But what we've seen in recent laps is that even if Schiller comes onto the Dottinghöhe in front, that Porsche is just brilliant in the straight line, gets a slipstream and gains about 5 or 6 car lengths. Certainly seems to work it rather better than when the Mercedes is behind the Porsche, but it's been a wonderful scrap to bring this season towards conclusion.
I've always, I mean, track limits. Just got to mention those two words for a minute. But I've always thought the track limits. Any decent touring car driver in the UK will tell you that the track limits are the barriers. The rest is entirely fair game. But there are certain parts of circuits where you have your white line, and then you have your curbing, and the other side that you have what we call grasscrete. So your square hold grass. Concrete with grass that grows through it, so it looks green, but it is a hard base underneath it. They're chamfered. Some curbs you can use, some curbs you can't use. If they're chamfered, you can use them. My view is if it's grasscrete and it's chamfered curve, use as much as you like. Patrick Niederhaus there on a left-hand part of the Mercedes arena to keep out of the way of the Mercedes that had quite rightly just got past them, but to keep the impetus up, went the left-hand wheels over the curb, and then the rest of the chassis and the right-hand wheels over the curb, because there was grasscrete the other side, so it was no performance disadvantage. He's not getting anything over the Mercedes. He's not cheating. He's not getting anything back or cutting the corner, in my view. It's just a classic racer of, that's an advantage, I can use it, and I can not lose out, more to the point, but not gain anything unfair. Absolutely beautiful. Just nipped up the inside, kept it nice and smooth there, stays in touch, keep that battle on to the next corner. And we talk about going through bits of traffic all the time, but it is, when it's that close, it's the next corner, it's that nip and tuck, what advantage it is. And just when you think you've lined somebody up, and you can't, because there's a 330 in the way, or there's a TCR car that's got every right to be on the track, that's fine. But you're also like, oh, you're thwarted, and it's like, oh, got to reset again. And it's just, it's one of the things that I think is absolutely vital in a racing driver's mind is literally deal with it, move on.
Yeah.
Don't sit on it, don't sweat the small stuff. Okay, it didn't happen this corner, what can I do next corner? There's no point in worrying about it. It changes all the time. It's fantastic. Absolutely brilliant racing, some of this, and all down the classes.
It's been brilliant. Car number one, though, 20 minutes remaining. Looks like they'll get number one on the door of their Adrenalin Motorsport BMW, because as we've been looking down those points, it was leading its class. If it gets the 13 points it would get for winning a 13-car class, that will be enough. And they'll take the overall title by minimum of 2 points, maybe slightly more. Let's just see who's leading Cup 3 after the final pit stops. Need another lap because one car came in very late from that. Philip, meanwhile, was driving 962 from WNS Motorsport. I think he's made his pit stop and is back onto the circuit, waiting for the clock to sort of settle down on that one. But it looks though Adrenalin Motorsport have done it again. They've had so much success in this championship. We've got the equivalent of grasscrete at home. They're called pig slats. You buy them off your local farmer, and they use them for clearing stuff from beneath pigs. But if you plant them in the grass, grow the grass through them. You see, live and learn. I'm still trying.
So, for tangent...
No, not at all. You were talking about grasscrete. It's the quickest line down the outside of my drive.
If only your TVR worked.
Oh, straight for the jugular.
There we go. Tuscan Challenge.
Salt in the
TVR
wound.
Tuscan Challenge. Bruce Jones.
Bring it back.
Over.
That would have frightened me rigid. That was some of the best racing at the time.
But unluckily enough, I didn't actually ever take part in that series, but I have driven a Tuscan Challenge car, and you're right. Frightening is that's entry-level stuff. It's like, oh, okay. It's
quite quick.
It's the brutality.
Yeah.
And they're open. They're just phenomenal. But as you say, again, we talked about gridfuls of cars. It brought everybody into it. Everybody wanted to do it. The Colin Blowers, the Tim Harveys, the Nigel Greensalls, the Fluxy, and all those guys that raced them. And it was a fabulous series.
And what made it so spectacular? Well, what made it so popular was it was so spectacular. You can see the very best drivers were dancing on the edge of adhesion, a bit like watching people in the 1960s trying to dare to take a corner in an AC Cobra before they got them all sorted and balanced. But brutal performance, it still wins prizes in so many ways. And certainly German fans have always been fans of cars with large engines going a little bit sideways.
Well, perfect little sort of Tuscan stroke Cobra segue there for you. Bobby Verdenroe, 19...
Is he in a Hyundai?
No, but he's in a 1991 Formula Renault champion, 1997 TVR Tuscan champion, now runs a Cobra, races a Cobra at Goodwood. You saw this earlier at the rival meeting. Have a look at the video he posted on YouTube last night. I gather there are other platforms available. This is where he posted it, of him stalling Snake Eyes, his period Cobra, on the grid at the revival mate, and then watch the comeback drive through to 7th or 8th, I think it was.
It was a bit of a
onboard. Honestly,
race.
It is worth watching, and that's say lovely segue of the two championships he won and what he drove there. Absolutely beautiful drive.
Code 60 with 90 minutes to go. Adnar Forest, car 446 has had a
a moment or two. So
that's
what's that
Porsche Cayman from the V5 class, which is it's only got 3 entries in that class. That's the production cars with between 2.5 and 3 litre engines in. So there's an Adrenalin motorsport car on that, of course, and then there's a WS motorsport car. But it's the one in between, which is I'm trying to see who's at the wheel of that. It's is it Benedict Hopfer at the wheel?
Can't tell you, but what I can tell you, that wonderful battle between Fabian Schiller and the Get Speed Mercedes and the Rutronic Porsche has been well and truly sorted out. Once Schiller got in front, he just banged in a 7-minute 55-second lap, and he pulled out best part of nearly 7 seconds over Patrick Niederhauser. Maybe the tyres have gone a little bit on Niederhauser, fought very hard to defend his position, but certainly. I sense that Schiller was faster, was in better performance at this later point in the race, and clearly appears to be very much the case.
Now the 446 has caused the code 60 at Adeno Forced. Actually has 3 drivers listed, but on my driver analysis it says that the only one that's taken the wheel, would you believe, is Tassilo Zumper all the way through in that Cayman until now. And this appears to be on his out lap, would be Marcel Haas. And that car hasn't. It's just started that lap, his 21st lap, and it's in progress. Well, it's quite right. The ticker says it's in progress because the car is in progress around the lap. It isn't though, so it's stopped at the moment. So I don't know quite what's happened to that. But that's
no progress. We call it no-gress,
yes,
don't we?
Exactly. Yes, progress impaired.
Yes. Not every car has had a clear run in this race. Catching sight of the Hout Racing Team Mercedes, Frank Bird on board at the wheel. That's car number 6, and that has been delayed considerably. At the moment, setting perfectly good lap times, but it's running in 94th position, and we had 117 starters. Therefore, you can understand how much that's been delayed by. In fact, it's lost about 6 laps. But at this point in the season, a lot of the young crew on that car are just wanting to learn this circuit a bit more, get more experience. Ralph Aron and Arjun Maini sharing that car. Arjun knows the circuit very well. Frank knows the circuit well, but it's all about next year at this point. And indeed, on a sunny day, it's really being hurled around by Frank Bird, really muscling that Mercedes AMG about the circuit. It's, there's nothing to lose at this point. Just go and enjoy the circuit.
I'm intrigued by the legend on the door that says Merbag. And I'm just wondering what that is. A Mercedes in a bag? Is that a new? Have they moved into carrier bag producing?
Well, I thought you meant Mer, as in going to find the baby Jesus. Huh? That's gone out of fashion, hasn't it? Harder to spell. Right, gap between first and second. It really has been startless. It's been coming down by a tiny bit, Christian Cronjes, but he's 27 seconds down. And what have we got left on the clock? Quarter of an hour. Ain't happening at all because very comfortable in the lead, Christopher Mies. So it looks like it's going to be Audi from BMW, from Mercedes, from Porsche. It's great to have that mix of cars up at the top. Of Italian Exotica, we can't talk too much because certainly the Fricadelli Racing Ferrari started the race several laps down, and we didn't think it was going to start at all. David Pittard said he was heading out for lunch, but he didn't actually say that at all. But that was hugely delayed. I was trying to set some fairly competitive times once it came out, but it really was a test session both for David and for... There it is, it's down in 40th position. David's last lap was very impressive indeed. 7:55, his best lap, 7 minutes 52. So it was very close, within about 4.4 of a second of the ultimate lap in the race. Set on lap 2, the first proper flying lap by the car that's leading the race now. Certainly the Sport PHX. Audi in the hands of Frank Stippler was a very sharp weapon, but the best thing for him is having Christopher Mies as a teammate this weekend. It just means you've got 2 absolute flyers in the car, and also safe pairs of hands. They're not going to take the risks. And even at this late stage in the race, waved white flags around certain points on the circuit, so a slow-moving vehicle, the drivers have to be absolutely on top of their flag analysis. And just as I say that, we were treated to some on-board footage from one of the Cup 2 Porsches, and that went flying past, but, well balanced, no problem at all. And that was when they got to Flugplatz. So it's just understanding the flags, gauging what might be there. We've got a car side on and facing not quite backwards. It's all but 45 degrees to backwards. So
that's gone from the right over to the left-hand side of the track as well. That's was that the car I mentioned a few minutes ago, the 460?
Oh yeah, the one in the 3-car class, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it's quite possibly that's they've already got the quick dry material down on the side of the track where he's clearly clonked the barriers. They've got course vehicles on either side of the circuit. That's why we've got our code 60. That's an Adenauer first, so obviously you're moving at a fair old lick at that point on the circuit. And again, line of sight for the drivers so limited. Yes, it was, the V5 class car that went round at that point.
Well, we say we've got a few cars. According to this, I've got a few cars. Yeah, there's another one further back. We've got 2 cars stationary, 3 cars stationary. We've got 101, 931, and 260. So 101 is the RPM Racing Cup 2 Porsche. Okay. Tracy Cron or Nicholas Johnson at the wheel of that car. Okay. 260 gives us the only car on SP4T. That's again another Cayman. That's with the Smiller's racing car. Guido Heinrich or Fabian Peitzmeier at the wheel of that. And the other one would be
652 is Adrenalin Motorsport. That's one of the M240i BMWs.
Yeah, I'm not seeing that. I'm just seeing 101, 931 and... No, one's just moved actually. No, 652, you're right. So I think there's been a... I think 3 into 1 doesn't go by the look of it there at that place.
Yeah,
but,
one of the cars just being
11
towed,
minutes to go. Yeah.
One's being towed in and will bunch up the field at certain points. And actually, one of the first cars behind, we mentioned the Walkenhorst Motorsport Hyundai, and that was with the multi-starred cast of drivers getting their ring permit, and that was tucked in behind. So again, these are the things they need to learn about where the course vehicles will be, how you have to behave with them. It's very different from driving on a circuit that's, let's say, 4 or 5 kilometres long to be on one that's the best part of 25 kilometres, and with incidents that need clearing up. And there aren't so many gaps in the barriers as you get on a traditional international level circuits. They've got to understand, they've got to just bide their time before being flagged past.
Your number 6 Mercedes, the Haupt car that had Merbag written down the side, they are German Mercedes dealers. That's why it's got it down the side of the car.
There you go. He who pays the piper.
Indeed. It's a public service announcement.
Well, no public service needs to be really given to the front of the field, because quite simply Christopher Mies has now got 37 second advantage, so it may well be also code 60 is getting clear, etc, etc. But Mies has the pace right now, and Christian Cronjes just doesn't appear to. Everybody's lap pace has dropped away a little bit there because the incident's being cleared up. 4 cars having tumbled or broken, one being towed home and the others being cleared away, but it does mean, gosh, we're into the final 10 minutes. The final 10 minutes, not just of this race, but of the entire season. It's been a cracking season. You never quite know what you expect with the Nürburgring Langstrecken. You expect to have entertainment, you expect to have incident. You know it's going to be on a brilliant circuit, but some days it really, really comes together. But today hasn't come together in terms of there being an ultimate race at the front of the field for one simple reason, because Sport PHX have absolutely nailed this. From a brilliant lap to take, yet another pole position by Frank Stippler, but with Christopher Mies here to help him, they stayed calm. They saw the rival, the sort of challenger for potential victory today, the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW, make its first pit stop very early in the race. It came in after 5 laps. They held their nerve. They pitted 2 laps later, and that gave them an advantage to carry through for the remainder of the race. But really, it's been about being on an exemplary tactic. I could try and start to work out if we're going to complete this lap and one more. Yes, we should. So we should get 29 laps in the bag at the end of this race. But we have had that code 60 come out not so long ago. And of course, that could dictate whether you get an extra lap or not at the end of the race. But it doesn't seem to matter. It's not like someone sitting on a 3-second advantage thinking just get it to an end now, with best part of 37 seconds between first and second, between Mies and Cronjes. They can afford whatever comes their way, surely.
Yeah, just looking at that, I don't think that this code 6 is going to end before the end of the race, because there's barrier damage and a lot of quick dry down there. So I think it might even be a yellow flag. We'll see. But it does appear to be that it's 931, the Black Falcon 718 Cayman. That's a GT4 car from the Cup 3 class, and the 101, which is the RPM Racing 911 GT3, came together, and they've connected one of them, and then 652 stopped further on the right. I'm guessing that's probably because of the damage of track and fluid on the track, etc. So that's what's caused the 652 to stop. 446 did stop at the same time, but then continued on its way. So a little bit of drama in the last, I was going to say last 20 minutes, but the last 7 minutes of this now, Bruce. We're nearly done for the year.
Nonsense. We'll come back for the extra round.
Exactly.
Of course, there was a date saved. The spare round. No other championship that I'm aware
Remember
of.
the 5th of November.
Yeah. No other championship I know is wise enough to put a spare date, but certainly in the past, in recent years, it has been required because weather has stopped play, certainly early in the season. Often not even the very first race. It's often even the second round where you just get snow. We came here and commentated on some snowman building in the pit lane. And then we didn't get to race, so we all had to go home again. But this year, it's run very nicely indeed. Looking down through the classes before we get to the finish, Cup 2, it's still 102 ahead of 107, or is it? Just double checking, because they were pretty close together. There's three and a bit seconds between the pair of them. And about to go on to the penultimate. No, they should be almost going on to their ultimate lap right now, and it's still very close at the moment. Start of the last lap, it was Gabriele Piana leading in 102 from Hendrik Still, who's driven a brilliant race in 107. I think it's still in that order right now. Great to have these dry conditions. There was talk of rain coming through in the final hour of the race, but it's still ever since the start of the race. We literally went from grey as we went out on the formation laps. They take a long time. We came around as the race started. The sun started coming through. In fact, just as they were coming down the Dotting Herd to take the start of the race, and it's got brighter and brighter. It's been a brilliant autumnal day, and I think it's going to be a very, very proud one for Shearer Sport PHX. 2 teams combined this year, Phoenix Racing and Shearer Sport, and they haven't had a win in this championship at all in 2023. Haven't had any luck at all. They've had plenty of pace, but today I think they're going to join those dots together and take outright victory. But let's not count our chickens. Just under 6 minutes remaining until the 4 hours will be complete. And where on your, could you find on your tracker map, Snow, where exactly Christopher Mies is in car number 5? How far round the lap? Because I would presume the next lap will be their last one.
Dottinger Her coming up to Tiergarten.
Oh yes, okay. Next lap will be their last one, so they should get have about 4.5 minutes.
That was.
It was unbelievable. He had 172 corners to choose, and he found them on a straight. But very well done indeed.
On it like a car bonnet.
Squint and it's mint. Well, we're learning lots of phrases today.
Absolutely.
Something to carry through the off-season.
Exactly.
And it is just double-checking in the Porsche in the Cup 2 class. It's still 102. Gabriele Piana leading that, and it had a rather better lap than Hendrik Still. In fact, he gained... No, he didn't. In fact, he closed down. The gap between them is next to nothing. But he's about 3 seconds in front. Walker-North Motorsport, did they pit too soon? Because one of their mechanics is out there. Have we got a penalty coming up for car 34? Or do they need a splash and dash? Don't forget that they made their final pit stop after 20 laps. And we're going to go on to lap 28. No, lap 29.
Don't forget they Valkenhorst run cars in other classes as well as SP9.
They do. It could be, well,
so it may not be one of those.
But hold on, I'm thinking, hold on, just double check. Walkenhorst has come in from second place. I think they made their final pit stop 1 lap too soon. Otherwise, they need a 9-lap stint.
Right.
Will they be able to hold on? Well, in this case, I think Fabian Schiller should go past into second place. Well, this is extraordinary. Their pit stops were after 5 laps, which sort of put them in a little bit of a danger zone. No problem at all. They did an 8-lap stint to 13. This was the key to me. They then did a 7-lap stint to pit on lap 20. Now they're pitting again on lap 28. They did all they could. If they'd made their first pit stop a lap later, do you think they were caught out? They were banking on further incidents in the race, or there hadn't been any incidents at that point? But
well, it was certainly the very definition of a splash and dash, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Something to fuel it round for that. So if it can't even do another 3 minutes, well, 3 minutes of the race, but it's not 3 minutes, is it? It's 8-9 minutes now, probably 10 with by the time you pick up speed and get out of the pit lane. So if it's 10 minutes short of fuel, there's an issue. Not like Valkenhorst to miscalculate. So
well, it's not, because they pitted after 5, did an 8-lap stint through to 13. Maths still working with, but then they came in on lap 20, so did a 7-lap stint. If they'd done an 8-lap stint and come in on lap 21, it'd be fine. Oh dear, someone gambled. Do you think that was a result of them not getting away in the first couple of positions from second on the grid and falling down the order a little bit? But they weren't too far behind. Certainly, Frank Stippler was going ahead. But, well, there we have it. So a late pit stop, waiting to see if Fabian Schiller got through in time. He was probably about 15 seconds further back in 3rd overall in the Get Speed Mercedes. Oh, Christian Cronjes is really pushing on. Going through the Vidal chicane, everything to make up.
but he's not going to make it up on the race leader because we've got 2.5 minutes remaining until we get to the end of 4 hours. We've got Christian Mies stroking it home. He's now exiting the Hatzenbachs. The car slowing right in front, coming up because, of course, we had the problem at Adnar Forst. And that's the point at which they are slowing down. In fact, he's further on from the Hatzenbachs, I beg your pardon. But sitting on a lead of plenty, I think is what we could say. And certainly number 9 is now up into second place overall, number 21. So what's happened is Christian Cronjes has come out in 4th position. He's not, the reason he's pressing on, the reason he's pressing on, yeah, to them it's a massive failure, is he's only 9 seconds behind Patrick Niederhauser. Maybe he thinks he can catch him, but what isn't going to help on this final lap is having any areas where he can't be going at maximum speed. But the code 60 area has been cleared by our race leader, so Christopher Mies can take it home now. 2/3 of a lap to go, and no one seemingly sitting in front of him.
Well, I'm just looking at the track. I think the GPS is slightly out of position there because it's putting the 34 car far too close to the number 5 race leader. So I think the GPS is just playing tricks on me there. I was trying to see where it is in relation to Niederhauser, multiple point 21. It is pretty close. It's
about 9 seconds. That's why I think he was pushing so hard, because Christian Cronjes wasn't like it's over and out. He was charging around the Grand Prix circuit. His exit line from the chicane, Vidal chicane, was very, very busy indeed. 4:66 is the most recent car to go off. Dear me, and that's at ex-Müller, so they don't seem to mind where they go off. In fact, they're sharing it out around the circuit today. But,
no, those 3 I just mentioned previously that caused the code 60 here. That's they actually did all collect one another. So it was a three-way effort to cause that code 60. 6 marshal posts affected there, 90 through to 96, first 3 yellows, then we can do a code 60. So I think we are going to end under code 60. We have got 15 seconds on the clock left to go. So of course, and the Shearer Audi is at I'm just trying to find where it is on the circuit for you. It is just coming out of Bergwerk up to Kesselchen. That's super fast run.
That makes sense. Well, there we have it. 4 hours now completed, just waiting for the race leader to get to the start-finish line to take the checkered flag. And it's a checkered flag that hasn't been shown to this car all year, despite taking many pole positions.
All last year.
All last year, indeed. It won in October 2021. It's now October 2023. It's the 47th running of the Münsterlandpokal, and certainly this will be another feather in the cap. Both for the driver who's bringing it home, brought him on board this weekend, Christopher Mies, and for Frank Stippler, who's been the driver putting in the poles and those opening stints. But as Snowy said, through the course of this season, Lady Luck has not ridden with them, but in the bright sunshine, then under the shade of the trees, going up to the carousel for the final time, Christopher Mies is cruising it home. And lap times with that code 60 in the final 10-15 minutes, this race has dropped everyone down by about 40 seconds, but the important element is 40 seconds, in fact slightly less than that now, is the margin. It'd be more than that, it'd be 52 seconds back to second place. Now it's 49 seconds, ebbing and flowing, but it doesn't matter. With a quarter of a lap still to go, there is no way the Get Speed Mercedes number 9 is going to catch our race leader. The big question is, can Patrick Niederhauser hold on to third place? He's got a 6-second advantage over the chasing number 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. That's the car that came in, just couldn't do this final lap without a splash of fuel, all by dint of making its first pit stop early and running one of its middle stints to only 7 laps rather than 8. And they've been, maybe they just didn't get enough fuel in the car, but you know, clearly the driver on board and the telemetry in the pits would let them know what is available. But that was the one that's cost them second place. It did look, Snowy, don't you think, as though number 5, the Shearer Sport PHX Audi, had them on pace this weekend, had them on tactics, but they should still have been coming home in second place to add to Kuba Gimasiak and Christian Cronjes. 5 wins, an astonishing performance. But today, by dint of this race running a little longer than they expected, no, I don't mean to 4 hours, I mean how many laps you can get done, they've been caught out. But it's been a phenomenal season for Walkenhorst Motorsport, but quite nice to see someone else taking a win.
It is exactly that. Nice to see other people taking a win. I'm a little bit surprised at Walkenhorst not reading that exactly right. I haven't did that splash and dash. There'll be, sure, some debrief there, and I'd like to get some intel on that. And I bet somebody like David Pittard will probably know as well, because he used to drive a Vulcan horse as well. So I'm sure he'll have his ears on the ground and be able to say it's because of this, or they did something, or maybe it just fueled short or something at some point. The pump didn't work or something, and just no fault of theirs. So we're throwing them under the bus, saying if they got the strategy wrong. Well, maybe not. Maybe the fuel pump just didn't fill it, and you've got no choice. You're going to be second anyway, but there's no point in running out and having no points at all. So it could be something, external, as simple as that.
And with a lap as long as you pointed out, as nearly 25 kilometres, the difference between getting it right and getting it wrong, could we quite last an extra lap? No, we just need enough, possibly to do a third of a lap here. That could be the difference between getting round and not. But the Dossinger Her, handful of cars keeping out of the way of our race leader, surely our race winner here today, sitting on a margin of 49 seconds at the last timing interval. Just got Tiergarten and the last couple of twists beyond that, and the lap will be complete. And into the Tiergarten they go, then into the Bremskurve, where it really tightens up, and then the final flick to the right, flick to the left, and then the view down a beautifully sunny start-finish straight to conclude the 2023 Nürburgring Langstrecken Serie. It's going to be victory today for Frank Stippler and Christopher Mies, for Serie Sport PHX and for Audi. They absolutely nailed it today. Got it right from the outset. Pole position was a helping hand. We're going to have to see who places where in the other classes as well. Will the number one crew for Adrenalin Motorsport take the overall title? They came here with a 4-point advantage. We'll have to wait until all the cars have got to the finish to confirm that. But a handsome win for Serie Sport PHX today.
Did you hear that noise in the background? That was a massive exhalation, the sigh of relief from Frank Stippler of finally 2 years I've been waiting for this. Yes.
Yeah, 2 years of pressing on. He I'm sure will clap his arm around the shoulders of Christian Mies into second place. Been a really good run today. They look very, very busy from the start of the race. Car number 9, the Get Speed Mercedes, comes across the line into second, started by Fabian Schiller, handed over to Lucas Auer, and then finished. And that was a brilliant scrap with Patrick Niederhauser, but eventually the Get Speed Mercedes came through. They will take second place. Third place, one would think, would be going, yes, here it comes now, the Rutronic Porsche. So Niederhauser comes through into third place. But again, the great diversity. But German marks again ruling the roost here. Audi from Mercedes from Porsche. Niederhauser happy enough with fourth place. And in the background, the best of the BMWs, the car that could have come second, but today just ended up down in fourth place. That last moment splash and dash really hurt them big time, but they would have been sitting on that proper for quite some while. Not obvious from the outside, but from the inside they'd be going, it's going to go to 29 laps, isn't it?
Well, pre-race at the grid walk, if you'd have asked me the odds on either of the Vulcan Horse BMWs not being on the podium today, through no incidents, no damage, nothing like that, and no mechanical failures, both finishing the race competitively but not on the podium, I'd have said not a chance. I'll be amazed if they didn't win it, but they're going to be on the podium certainly. Fifth place, is it not?
Right, let's just talk about the overall championship battle. The number one Adrenalin Motorsport BMW from VT2R and 4, rear wheel and four wheel drive. Their car came here with a 4-point lead, going around the carousel for the final time. They needed to be sure that they took victory in class. Is that going to be the case today? Most certainly it is. Oscar Sandberg stroking it home. Next car in class is only 13 seconds further back. That should be fine. That's car number 605. But flick back to who's leading Cup 3. It had to be take victory in the championship. It had to be the 959, but Heiko Eichenberg is nearly 50 seconds down on the car that's first in class. And so it's going to be second place today for them. And that means Adrenalin Motorsport, yet another outright NLS title. It used to be the VLN, but in the last few years it's been NLS, the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. Champion gets to keep number one for 2024, barring breaking down in the final quarter of this lap. But another exemplary season. That means it's 2 titles on the trot for Oscar Sandberg, who's bringing it home, and Daniel Zils, and it's a 4th title in the last handful of years for their teammate Philipp Leisen, who's just had such a wonderful run in this championship. So full marks for Adrenalin Motorsport Team Motec, and they come first in their class and will be the overall 2023 NLS champions. But the final win of the year, thoroughly deserved for Serie Sport PHX, for the driver who put it on pole, who started it, that's Frank Stippler, and the driver who brought it home, Christopher Mies.
There's Mr. Stippler right side to embrace and congratulate his teammate Christopher Mies that finally have broken their 2-year duck, which just doesn't happen with Phoenix, and the amount of things they've won there, so successful. It's synonymous with one of these Audi RM8 LMS cars so well. I'm just watching our number 1 car coming through its final stages of the lap to see where he is on the circuit. It's just at Svalbard now, so nearly done. SP4 car, BMW just coming past there. Keep out of the way, don't cause any problems at the very end for yourself, I mean. But Adrenalin Motorsport, I mean, it's we said VLN. You said it recently got changed to was VLN. It's now NLS. This is the 4th complete season of it being NLS. Unfortunately, next year is 5 years already. How's that happened?
I was trying to do the maths.
Yeah.
Right. Just to point out, Adrenalin Motorsport, car number 1, BMW 330. Will win its class. 13 cars in class, it will get 13 points. It will be outscored by the car that finishes second in Cup 3, which is the number 959, which is
15 cars.
15 cars. So that will get 1 more point to get 14, but unfortunately they were 4 points behind. So it will be Adrenalin Motorsport yet again. Just absolutely phenomenal what they've managed across the seasons. You don't have to have the fastest car in the top class. You've got to have the one that's most successful within its own class. You score points according to how many cars started at 15 cars start subclasses, you get 15 points if you win. They had 13 cars in their class today, 13 points for the victory, and that's precisely what they are taking. So outright champions just have the winning formula here, so really hats off for them.
Daniel Zils, Oscar Sandberg and Philip Lyson it is that take the title.
Sorry, the title
Bruce, I was reading out the driver's name. We're crossing the line at exactly the same time. Sorry, Bruce.
No, not at all. And the loads of sort of ticker tape or modern version of that sprayed into the air, and delight and just relief. And also, when the drivers look across what they might have had, this could have been a foul weekend with rain slashing in and so many more elements that could be added to it, but it turned out into a beautiful day. And though they said early in the race, we don't think our cars got the pace this weekend, they had to keep an eye not just on their own race, they had to see what their rivals from a rival class were going to be able to do, which of course is the Cup 3 class for Porsche 718 Caymans, and their rivals are doing well in the early stages of the race. First half of the race they were heading for 15 points for victory, ended up second in their class, but by dint of winning, doing all they could, Zils, Sandberg and Lyson got the job done beautifully, and a second title.
Just before we go to Frank Stubbs there, just a little bit of onboard footage there. We did say this car number 1 that just won the championship and retained it. Some fantastic footage there. Oscar Sandberg all the way through to the Mercedes arena, still screaming, still punching the wheel, absolutely overjoyed at winning that championship, and rightly so. Exactly what we should see in drivers.
Well, smiles all round in that cockpit, but also right below the start-finish line. Down in the pit lane, in Parc Fermé, Frank Stippler breathing that huge sigh of relief, and I'm sure he's really remarkably delighted. He's had the pace all season, just the results have fallen away for all sorts of reasons, and smiling alongside, as ever, Christopher Mies, yet another win for him, but it's actually a relatively rare experience for him to be racing on the Nürburgring these days, because he's busy all around the planet and racing whatever Audi is required. But today, victory on Michelin tyres for them. They'll be delighted, but it's been a season's work that hasn't been rewarded until now. So waving to the fans, Frank Stippler, ever the gentleman, but a relieved gentleman on this occasion.
And it doesn't matter what you drive or what you race or what you're employed or what the deal is or what the arrangement is, that you want to win. But what a way to end the season. And Frank Stippler there, we're just saying that Christopher Mies being drafted in. He's got the correct overalls in, but not the AVD badge on that he should have for organising the event today. So Frank Stippler's got his Velcroed on for the camera, and being the pro he is, he just peeled it off and popped it onto Christopher Mies's chest there to make sure that for the camera he's got the correct badges on his overalls.
Yeah, I expected any moment for him to produce an iron, a few crumpled marks on the right-hand shoulder of Christopher Mies, but he's enjoyed that win too. Who wouldn't enjoy coming here in these weather conditions, getting in a car that's capable of running at the front? And it's nice to see a plug for the AVD. They do a fantastic job running the championship. And
Automobile Club von Deutschland.
Indeed.
Now, a crew who should be very, very happy with the crew that finished in second place, Luca Auer and the driver who started it and brought it home, Fabian Schiller. They should have enjoyed it anyhow because they had the brilliant scrap, or Schiller did, in the first part of the race, running in that battle for second, third, fourth, and fifth positions. And then in the closing stint, wonderful scrap for about 3 consecutive laps until he got clear when he was racing the Rutronic Porsche. And again, look of satisfaction. I mean, anyone who gets home in a field, don't forget this is a really big entry in the top class, SP9, but any position in the top 6 would be equivalent to some of the smaller rounds getting in the top 3. But here in a packed field, up into second place at the end, certainly helping hand from Walkenhorst Motorsport to having to come in to make an extra pit stop, but well worth their place in the top 3, well worth a podium position.
And what a way to go into the off season. You just it's the way to rest. I'm sure that you'll be doing work, they'll be doing testing soon before we know it, etc. I'm sure they won't be sitting up with their feet up until sort of January, February. But what a way to go into the off season and just finish it off with. It's the confidence, the satisfaction that you know. And then standing on the bonnet of the number 1 330i Adrenalin Motorsport car is Oscar Sandberg, quite right. He's now got out of it and stopped screaming and abusing it from the inside. He's now going to stand on the bonnet and dent that instead. But it's a winning car. What does it matter at this point? They've just won the championship, and he's still fist pumping in the air, quite rightly, as he should do, because they've just won the championship, and good for them. Athletic little chap jumped off the bonnet there. I'd break an ankle doing that. I'm not sure I'll get on the bonnet in the first place.
But, you know, teammates running in to congratulate him. You know, to win one championship in this is phenomenal because, as we said, at any round there can be elements that trip you up. But Oscar Sandberg running into shot to join his teammates, and delight doesn't even start to cover it. So well done because, as I say, one championship is phenomenal, 2 on the trot. There are so many things that can occur, but it's about keeping out of trouble, being quick, working the tactics. And again, we talked about when you make a pit stop, you know, how that works. But Philip Lyson looking delighted alongside. It's been an epic season for the pair of them. And of course, Daniel Zils as well. So joy unabounded in many, many ways down there. They've worked so hard. And Adrenalin Motorsport, they're going to need not a trophy shelf, they need a sort of series of shelves that run all the way around their workshops. They've done a phenomenal job in recent years.
I'm sure that's what Oscar Sandberg and they'll be doing tonight. They'll be going straight back to the workshop and
polish the trophy,
getting the drill out and putting shot, getting the spirit level out, making sure it's nice and straight, and doing that tonight and putting the trophies on the shelves.
You're
what else
actually.
Do you do
You're quite right. But
being professional drivers and all that.
And what I love is Oscar Sandberg's about to be interviewed, but he's run off to have champagne sprayed up his nostrils by Daniel Zils, but it's the other way around. It's Philip Lyson running in. But again, hey, it was your moment to have your champions interview, but joy unbounded. Brilliant job.
I'm no psychiatrist, but just looking at body language there, I'm guessing that Oscar Sandberg in particular is quite chuffed with that result.
Well, brilliant result. It's been a brilliant, brilliant season. And we've finished it in wonderful style. So thank you very much for joining me, Bruce Jones, with Peter Snowden. Johnny Palmer's had a go through the course this year. Do join us again on Radio Show Limited. We always love bringing you the best of the Nürburgring Langstrecken series until 2024.